I woke up in pain beside a dirty gutter covered in flies. I thought I was dead. My soul had been destroyed. But somehow, I came back to life in someone else's body. This body belonged to a guy with the same name as me. He got caught spying on the sect's SAINTESS while she bathed. They blinded his eyes, stripped his powers, kicked him out, and beat him to death on the street. Then my soul ended up here. In my past life, I was the Nether Demon Emperor, one of 4 supreme emperors who protected the human race in the upper realm. They called me a demon because I used demonic energy to grow stronger, but I never did anything evil. I spent ages guarding the Black Abyss, keeping the demons from destroying everyone. Then, after I nearly killed myself fighting off 3 abyssal emperors, the other 3 human emperors stabbed me in the back. They were afraid of my power, so they destroyed my soul while I was wounded. Now I swore I'd make them pay when I got back. I tried to move, but my body was broken. My spirit veins were destroyed. Blood was still leaking out. I was about to die all over again. Then a young woman appeared from the sky. She found me, checked that I was breathing, and put a pill in my mouth. Warmth spread through me. My wounds closed up. She saved my life. I couldn't see her face because my eyes were blind, but to me, she was like an angel. I promised myself I'd repay her someday. She wrapped me in a silk ribbon and flew me to a small green mountain outside the city. She waved her hand, and a hidden temple appeared. Inside sat another woman, stunningly beautiful, wearing a phoenix gown, but she looked trapped, like something was holding her in place. The woman who saved me was called Kong Dai. The one sitting inside was Mu Qingyao, the saintess of the Jade Pool. Kong Dai hated her. She said Mu Qingyao stole her position and the man she loved. She threw me in front of the saintess like I was garbage. I was filthy, blind, and helpless. I looked like a beggar. Then Kong Dai shoved a pink pill into my mouth. She called it a Tende Vajra pill and told me to enjoy myself. I understood then. She brought me here to humiliate the saintess, and she was using me to do it. I recognized the pill right away, a Tende Vajra pill. If I didn't release its energy, my body would explode from the inside. I was furious. Kong Dai hadn't saved me out of kindness. She was using me as a weapon to hurt Mu Qingyao. She gave Mu Qingyao a pill too, one that made emotions harder to control. Then she set up 100 recording stones to capture everything. She wanted to spread the recordings and destroy Mu Qingyao's reputation. Mu Qingyao screamed and threatened me, saying she'd make me and my family pay. But I've always hated being threatened. In my past life, I was a supreme emperor. No one talked to me like that. So I walked toward her. In my previous life, my cursed body had kept me from living like a normal man for nearly 1,000 years. Now, reborn without that curse, I was finally free. As I got close, I felt a powerful energy flowing from her body. I was shocked. She had a spirit spring physique, an incredibly rare constitution. When 2 spiritual energies interact with it, cultivation grows rapidly. I used everything I'd learned from the countless manuals I'd studied in my past life. Over the following days, I drew energy from her spiritual spring body and slowly repaired my destroyed spirit veins. By the 5th day, my veins were fully restored and my cultivation started climbing. By the 7th day, my eyesight came back. I finally saw Mu Qingyao's face. She was the most beautiful woman I had ever seen, and I'd met many in my past life. By the 9th day, I reached the 9th level of the body tempering realm, just 1 step from the spirit initiation realm. In my previous life, I'd reached the very peak, the 9th level of the sovereign realm. But now I had to start over from the bottom. During these 10 days, both Mu Qingyao and I grew stronger. But I noticed she was hiding her true power, waiting for the right moment to strike at Kong Dai. I knew my situation was bad. Once the 10 days ended, I was a dead man either way. Kong Dai would kill me to keep her secret. Mu Qingyao would kill me out of hatred. Both of them were at the heaven spirit realm, far beyond my level. Even with all my knowledge, escaping them would be nearly impossible. On the 10th day, the pill's effects finally wore off. Kong Dai was overjoyed. She gathered her recording stones, laughing about what a sensation they would cause. She called me a true man and thanked me for creating her masterpiece. Then, the moment Kong Dai turned her back, Mu Qingyao shoved me aside and shot toward her like lightning. Mu Qingyao hit Kong Dai so hard she coughed up blood. Kong Dai was terrified. Her sealing poison was supposed to last a month, but Mu Qingyao broke free in just 10 days. Worse, she'd gotten even stronger, reaching the 9th level of the heavenly spirit realm. Kong Dai tried to run, but Mu Qingyao caught her at the door and beat her down in seconds. Kong Dai begged for mercy and offered all the recording stones, but Mu Qingyao didn't care. She grabbed her storage ring back, changed into clean clothes, drew a sword, and killed Kong Dai right there. Then she smashed every recording stone on the floor. I had secretly kept one stone, a memory of my first time with her. I felt a little bad watching the rest get destroyed. When Mu Qingyao turned to me, her eyes were ice cold. She looked at me like I was filth. 10 days with someone like me had been the worst shame of her life, and she wanted to erase it all, including me. I tried to calm her down. I told her I was a victim too, that I could take responsibility. She laughed in disgust. She said I wasn't worthy. I tried to explain that I wasn't really a beggar, that I had knowledge and power she couldn't imagine. But she wouldn't listen. She swung her sword at my neck. It was too fast to dodge. I thought I was going to die again. Then suddenly, I vanished. I found myself in a strange, gray world. No plants, no life, no spiritual energy. Just empty ground and a black mountain in the distance with a small clear river at its base. I had no idea how I got here or how to get out. Mu Qingyao searched everywhere for me, but couldn't find a trace. She destroyed the whole temple in anger. Meanwhile, I was safe. Exhausted after 10 days, I lay down and fell asleep almost instantly. I don't know how long I slept. Then I felt someone watching me. I jumped up and saw a woman standing nearby, as beautiful as Mu Qingyao, quietly staring at me. When I woke up, a beautiful woman was standing in front of me. She said her name was Linger, and she was the spirit of something called the Chaos Star Pearl. I looked at my right palm and saw a strange mark shaped like a small pearl. I recognized it. I'd found it in ancient ruins in my past life. A mysterious bead had merged into my hand back then, and I could never figure out what it did. Somehow, it followed me into this new body. Linger told me the pearl contained a whole world inside it, the starry world. She said she'd been sleeping for maybe tens of millions of years, which is why everything here was dead and gray. She'd also forgotten most of what the pearl could do, which was frustrating. She explained that when Mu Qingyao tried to kill me, the pearl activated on its own and pulled me inside to save my life. But it could only do that 5 times total. I made a mental note to be careful and not waste those chances. The best part, now that Linger was awake, I could enter and leave the starry world whenever I wanted just by thinking about it. I tested it right away. I popped outside, saw that the temple was destroyed, looked around quickly, and jumped back in. Good thing too, Mu Qingyao was still watching from a distance, waiting for me. She actually spotted me for a second, but I vanished before she could reach me. Linger warned me never to use the pearl in front of anyone stronger than the Emperor realm, or they'd sense it. She could also see the outside world from in here, which meant she could tell me when it was safe to come out. She asked if I'd offended the woman outside. I told her I'd taken something important from Mu Qingyao. I felt awkward about it. She was the first woman who ever mattered to me, and I planned to make it up to her somehow. I asked Linger if this dead world could be restored. She said yes, but it would take a huge amount of spiritual energy and something rare called divine soil. I also learned I could bring other people inside. That excited me. One day, I wanted to make this place beautiful and bring the people I cared about here. Linger couldn't answer most of my other questions. She kept saying she'd forgotten things from sleeping so long. I decided to figure out the pearl's powers on my own over time. Then I asked her, was that woman outside still waiting for me? Mu Qingyao was still outside, so I couldn't leave the starry world yet. I used the time to choose a new cultivation technique. In my past life, I used the Nether Demon technique, but my new body had a 9 yang constitution, completely wrong for demonic cultivation. So I picked the Chaos technique, something I'd found in a secret realm long ago. It could absorb any type of spiritual energy and let the user perform any skill, even demonic ones. The downside was it required far more resources and had to be started from the very beginning. But anyone who mastered it could fight people way above their level. I'd never used it myself before because I was already too far along in my past life. But I taught it to my twin disciples, Luo Xian and Luo Shui, and they became incredibly strong with it. Thinking of them made me worry. After my death, they must have been devastated. I swore that if anyone had harmed them, I'd make them suffer when I returned. 3 days later, I broke through the extreme stage of the body-tempering realm and entered the spirit realm. Finally, I had some real power again. I jumped in the river to wash off all the filth. Linger threw me a set of clean clothes. Once I put them on, I looked like a completely different person, handsome and well-dressed, nothing like the beggar from before. Linger confirmed Mu Qingyao had left, so I went outside and headed toward Twilight City to find food. But the moment I entered the city, I felt her spiritual sense lock onto me. She was still hunting for the beggar who'd humiliated her. I heard people talking about how she'd been attacking beggars all over the nearby cities. She appeared in front of me, blocking my path. My heart jumped, but I stayed calm. I changed my voice and smiled politely. She studied me carefully, but couldn't be sure I was the same person. She asked where I'd been 10 days ago. I told her I'd been sparring with a friend, and I couldn't help but smile thinking about our battle. Just then, Uncle Chun, an old servant from my family, showed up with others, calling me young master. That convinced Mu Qingyao I wasn't the beggar. She let go of her sword and walked away. I quietly sighed in relief. Uncle Chun had come looking for me after hearing I'd been expelled from the Qinglan sect. He asked if I wanted to go home to Qingfeng town. I agreed. Lying low seemed smart with Mu Qingyao still searching for me. 2 days later, we arrived at Qingfeng town. The Chu family was one of 2 big families there. My parents had died when I was young, and the family raised me. When I joined the Qinglan sect 3 years ago, they'd named me young master. But now everything had changed. When Uncle Chun announced my return at the training ground, most of the disciples ignored me. They'd all heard I was expelled and had lost my cultivation. They didn't respect me anymore. Then Chu Jin showed up, a direct descendant who'd always resented that an orphan like me was chosen as young master. Now that I'd fallen, he didn't hold back. He mocked me loudly in front of everyone, calling me a disgrace and useless. Nobody stepped in to stop him. They all just watched like it was entertainment. Then, right in the middle of his arrogant laughter, I slapped him across the face so hard his head spun. Chu Jin stood there stunned after I slapped him. Then I slapped him again on the other side and knocked him down. I stepped on his head and ground his face into the floor. He screamed and threatened me, so I pressed harder until the ground turned red with blood. The training instructor, Chu Tianqi, rushed over and told me to stop. But I remembered how he'd always favored Chu Jian and made things hard for me when we were kids. And just minutes ago, he'd watched Chu Jian mock me without saying a word. So I turned on him instead. I told him he had no right to call me by my first name. He backed down and apologized. But then I kicked Chu Jian so hard he flew 10 meters and passed out with broken ribs. Chu Tianqi yelled at me again, so I kicked him in the stomach too. When he pointed his finger at me, I broke his hand. Everyone watching stepped back in fear. Nobody dared say a word. The second elder, Chu Wenshan, came out and asked what happened. I told him I'd given them a small lesson for disrespecting me. Chu Jin's followers begged the elder to punish me, but Chu Wenshan just ordered the injured to be treated and told me to rest. The clan leader and other elders were away, so he pushed the problem to later. I walked back to my small courtyard. It was quiet and clean. Someone had been keeping it tidy while I was gone. Uncle Chin followed me and arranged for tea and food. I could tell he respected me more after seeing what I'd done. I looked around and felt nothing special about this place. I had no real friends here. After my parents died, the old Chu Feng had become quiet and lonely, only training by himself. He'd barely visited home after joining the sect. This family meant almost nothing to me. I planned to leave soon, find ways to grow stronger, and eventually return to the upper realm. I hadn't been resting long when angry shouting came from outside my courtyard. Someone was screaming for me to come out. It was Chu Jin's father, furious about what I'd done to his son. Chu Jin's father, Chu Hongyuan, came storming into my courtyard. He was at the 7th level of the spirit realm and attacked me with everything he had, fully intending to kill me. He figured since I had no parents and had been expelled from my sect, nobody would care if I died. Killing me would also clear the way for his son to become young master. He was wrong. I threw one punch, the Great Annihilation Fist, a demonic technique that destroys life force. The Chaos technique let me convert my spiritual energy to use it. Even at reduced power, it was more than enough. My fist shattered his palm and hit his chest. He flew backward, coughing blood, and collapsed. The second elder, Chu Wenshan, rushed over and was shocked. He warned me that the Grand Elder, Chu Mauda, wouldn't let this go. Chu Maoda was Chu Jian's grandfather and the strongest person in the family, a true spirit realm expert at the second level. Even the clan leader had to bow to him sometimes. But I didn't care. I told Chu Wenshan I planned to remove the family's hidden problems before I left for good. Chu Maoda's faction had been a poison to the Chu family for years. Chu Wenshan couldn't understand how I'd beaten Chu Yuan with a single punch when my cultivation was only at the first level of the spirit initiation realm. I told him Chu Yuan was simply too weak. That left him speechless. He begged me to run when Chu Maoda came back. I just smiled. No matter what I said, he wouldn't believe I could kill someone a whole realm above me. He'd see soon enough. Chu Wenshan took Chu Yuan to the healer, but the physician checked him and shook his head. The Great Annihilation Fist had already drained his life force. He couldn't be saved. Chu Jian heard the news from his bed. His father had gone to kill me, and now his father was the one dying. He'd been dreaming about becoming young master, and instead he was about to become an orphan. Chu Yuan died shortly after the healer checked him. Chu Jian screamed and swore his grandfather would make me pay. Chu Tianqi, still recovering from what I'd done to him, was secretly relieved I'd held back with him. Meanwhile, the clan leader Chu Tianyue had been at the Han family negotiating over a spirit mine. The two families used to split profits evenly, but now the Han family wanted 80%. The worst part was that Chu Maoda, the Grand Elder and Chu Jian's grandfather, actually agreed with them, going behind Chu Tianyue's back. The clan leader was furious but couldn't argue because the Han family had a powerful cultivator backing them. And I was the reason the Han family got bold in the first place. When they heard I'd been expelled from my sect, they saw the Chu family as weak and pushed for a bigger share. When Chu Tianyue and Chu Maoda returned home, the gate guard told them what I'd done. Chu Maoda didn't believe it at first. He grabbed the guard by the throat and nearly killed him. The third elder said the same thing. How could someone whose cultivation was destroyed beat Chu Yuan? Then Chu Maoda saw his son's body lying under a pavilion near the training ground. He held Chu Yuan and cried out in grief. After that, his sadness turned to rage. He swore he'd make me pay 1,000 times over. His killing intent was so strong that everyone nearby backed away in fear. Chu Tianyue still couldn't believe I was capable of this. A servant explained everything. How I'd hurt Chu Jian and the instructor first, and how Chu Yuan came to kill me but died instead. I stayed in my room, waiting. I knew Chu Maoda would come for me soon. And when he did, I'd be ready. I didn't wait for them to come to me. I appeared in front of Chu Maoda like a shadow and slapped him across the face before he could react. Then I slapped him again. His thin face swelled up instantly. Everyone went silent. Nobody could believe what they were seeing. Chu Maoda was at the second level of the true spirit realm, the strongest person in the Chu family. And I just slapped him like he was nothing. He attacked me in a rage, but I used Shadow Step, a movement technique from my past life. He couldn't touch me. Every time he swung, I dodged easily and slapped him again. Then I hit him in the chest with the Demon Evil Palm, a poisonous technique that sends dark energy into the body and slowly destroys the organs. He spat blood and flew back 10 meters. After that, he just rolled on the ground screaming in pain until he passed out. The whole family watched in shock. The disciples started whispering that I was now the strongest person in the Chu family. Chu Wenshan couldn't believe it. Earlier he'd told me to run away, and now I'd crushed Chu Maoda like it was nothing. Even Chu Tianyue, the clan leader, changed his attitude. He'd been angry at me because my expulsion from the sect caused the Han family to demand more of the spirit mine. But now that I'd taken down Chu Maoda, something he'd wanted to do for years, he didn't dare say a word against me. I could have killed Chu Maoda quickly, but I wanted him to suffer first. Then Chu Jian arrived on a stretcher, carried by servants. He was shouting for his grandfather to kill me. When I told him his grandfather was lying on the ground, he looked over and couldn't even recognize Chu Maoda at first. His face was too swollen, his clothes torn from rolling in agony. When Chu Jian finally realized it was him, his face froze. 3 generations of his family, his grandfather beaten, his father dead, and himself broken on a stretcher. All because they thought I was weak. I grabbed Chu Maoda's head and pulled him up. Then I smashed it with one slap. His skull shattered like a watermelon. Everyone screamed and ran. Chu Tianyue and Chu Wenshan stared at me in shock. I told them killing one person was nothing. In my past life, I'd killed countless people. Chu Jin cursed me from his stretcher, swearing he'd get revenge someday. I walked over and kicked him in the chest. He died instantly. If someone was my enemy, I wouldn't leave them alive. Chu Wenshan sighed, but said nothing. Chu Tianyue didn't blame me either. He invited me to the back hall to talk. Chu Tianyue was actually grateful. He'd wanted to get rid of Chu Mauda for years, but never had the chance. Now I'd done it for him. He asked if I could share my techniques with the family. I told him the ones I used required special energy that nobody else could learn. But I wrote down several sets of mysterious level techniques and skills for them, far better than what the Chu family had before. I told them I'd be leaving soon for the central continent, where spiritual energy was much stronger. They were shocked. The central continent was like a legend to them. Chu Tianyue wanted me to stay longer, but I promised to settle all the family's problems before I left. After I went back to my room, I started cultivating through the night. The spiritual energy in the eastern wilderness was too thin. I needed to reach the central continent as soon as possible. The next morning, Chu Wenshan brought me a storage ring filled with resources seized from Chu Mauda's faction. I accepted it. I had nothing after this body's previous owner was robbed and killed. Then Chu Wenshan asked if I wanted to get married. The clan leader wanted me to leave behind a bloodline before I left. I refused immediately. In my past life, I'd lived over 1,000 years without ever being with a woman. I wasn't going to marry someone I didn't care about. Before Chu Wenshan could argue further, a guard came and said the clan leader wanted me at the reception hall. Apparently, Miss Liu had arrived. Liu Hanyin, my fiancée from an engagement arranged 3 years ago. Chu Wenshan warned me she probably came to break off the engagement. I smiled. That was exactly what I wanted too. I'd planned to end it myself, so her coming to me saved me the trip. I stood up and walked to the reception hall. I walked into the reception hall and saw 3 people with Chu Tianyue, my fiancée Liu Hanyin, her grandfather Lu Qing, and a young man in white named Zhang Yuan, an inner disciple of Lingxiao Pavilion. Liu Hanyin announced she wanted to break the engagement. I agreed immediately. I wanted it ended too. But when she handed me the document, I saw it wasn't a mutual agreement. It was a breakup letter, meaning she was dumping me. That was a huge insult. Zhang Yuan sneered that being engaged to me was a disgrace. Liu Hanyin called me useless. I gave them one chance to leave. They didn't take it. Zhang Yuan drew his sword and attacked me with his thunder sword technique. Liu Hanyin smiled, thinking I was about to die. I dodged his strike, appeared beside him, and punched his head. It exploded. The room went silent. Lu Qing turned pale with fear. He grabbed Liu Hanyin, apologized, and tried to leave. I stopped them. I wrote a letter of my own, slapped it on Liu Hanyin's face, and told her we were done forever. If she bothered me again, I'd kill her. Chu Tianyue was worried. Zhang Yuan's family had experts at the 9th level of the true spirit realm, and Lingxiao Pavilion had earth spirit realm cultivators. I told him not to worry. I'd handle it myself. I'd destroy them all if I had to. Then a loud crash came from outside. A middle-aged man in gray was at the training ground, grabbing Chu family disciples and throwing them around. It was Lin Tianqing, Zhang Yuan's master, an inner elder of Lingxiao Pavilion at the 9th level of the true spirit realm. Liu Hanyin had brought him here. I looked at Liu Hanyin coldly. I'd warned her not to provoke me again. Lin Tianqing declared he'd wipe out the entire Chu family. Chu Tianyue dropped to his knees begging. I shot him an annoyed look. The fight hadn't even started and he was already surrendering. Lin Tianqing drew his sword and attacked. His thunder sword technique was far stronger than Zhang Yuan's. I could feel the sword pressure from a distance. I used shadow step to dodge every strike. He carved deep gashes into the ground, but couldn't touch me. Then he thought he'd finally hit me, but I vanished at the last second, reappeared above him, and punched him in the head. It shattered just like his disciples. Everyone went silent after I killed Lin Tianqing. Liu Hanyin screamed that Lingxiao Pavilion would hunt me down. I appeared in front of her and hit her with the Great Annihilation Fist. She flew back, spat blood, and died before she could finish her threat. Lu Qing picked up her body and tried to leave. I struck him from behind and then crushed his head. If someone was my enemy, I didn't leave them alive. Killing them all also bought the Chu family time to escape before Lingxiao Pavilion found out. I told Chu Tianyue to get the family out and hide. He didn't need to be told twice. I sighed to myself. A former supreme emperor, threatened by a small sect from the lower realm. Pathetic. But that's what happens when you're weak. Just as I was heading back to cultivate, a pillar of black energy shot up from the sky in the distance. My body shook. I recognized it immediately. Demonic energy. The same kind from the heavenly demon domain that I'd spent my past life fighting against. I flew toward it. An hour later, I reached the dusk forest, about 50 kilometers outside town. The whole forest was covered in a faint demonic aura. Something had changed here. On the way in, I saved a young man and a girl from a corrupted green tiger. One punch shattered its head. They were stunned. I gave them the beast core and body. I had no time for that. I needed to understand what was happening in this forest. Inside, the monsters had all been corrupted by demonic energy, making them much stronger than before. I found a hidden spot and sat down to cultivate. My chaos technique could absorb this demonic energy and turn it into pure power. In just 1 hour, I broke through to the second level of the spirit realm. The demonic energy here was dozens of times richer than the spiritual energy outside. When I stood up, a woman was watching me. Tall, beautiful, wearing a green dress and a veil. She accused me of practicing a demonic technique. Her tone was cold and full of killing intent. She attacked me with a sword. I dodged with shadow step and tore off her veil. It was Yuan, the saintess of Qinglan's sect, the one my previous body had supposedly spied on while she bathed, which got him blinded, crippled, and expelled. She was at the 9th level of the true spirit realm, but she couldn't touch me. She was confused that I had no demonic aura despite absorbing demonic energy. She admitted she didn't want to kill innocents. She just wanted to know if I was truly practicing evil techniques. I couldn't resist teasing her. I asked if I'd really watched her bathe, because I honestly couldn't remember. She got angry and called me a pervert. I smiled and asked her to help me recall what happened. She was furious, but couldn't catch me no matter how hard she tried. Yuan got even angrier and boosted her power with some secret technique. But she still couldn't touch me. She attacked until she was completely exhausted and had to stop to catch her breath. I couldn't help staring at her. She was stunning. After my time with Mu Qingyao, something had changed in me. I noticed beautiful women now in ways I never did before. She caught me looking and called me a pervert. I teased her more, saying I'd already seen everything last time. She screamed and attacked again. I called her husband just to make her angrier. Finally, she gave up, swore she'd kill me someday, and stormed off. Watching her leave, I felt genuinely happy. In my past life, the nether demon body had killed any interest in women. I'd ignored even my twin disciples' feelings for me. Now, free from that curse, I promised myself I'd never waste that freedom again. I went deeper into the dusk forest, found a spot thick with demonic energy, and cultivated for another hour. I was close to breaking through again. Along the way, I ran into several true spirit realm cultivators who'd come to investigate the demonic energy. They told me to turn back. I ignored them and kept going. I stopped absorbing energy openly since the chaos technique made a big spectacle when pulling in demonic energy. I didn't want attention. After about an hour, I reached the end of the forest, a cliff. Fog covered everything below, and demonic energy was pouring up from the bottom. This was the source. I climbed down carefully for half an hour, about 2,000 meters. At the bottom, it was dark and silent. No plants, but beast tracks were everywhere. I sat down and activated the chaos technique. The demonic energy here was several times thicker than above. In just 3 hours, I jumped from the 3rd level to the 5th level of the spirit realm. With my experience from my past life, I had no bottlenecks. I just needed energy, and there was plenty here. Then a massive demonic turtle the size of an elephant burst out of the ground and attacked me. It was at the 6th level of the true spirit realm. I punched it and sent it flying, but its shell was incredibly tough. My fist went numb and it barely took damage. It charged again. This time I dodged patiently, waiting for the perfect opening to finish it in one strike. I waited for the right moment and punched the turtle's head when it peeked out. One hit, and it was dead. I kept going deeper. I killed a colorful snake at the 8th level of the true spirit realm in 2 punches. Every demonic beast I met, I took down easily. I found a sloping canyon with demonic energy pouring up from below. I sat at the entrance and cultivated. 1 hour later, I reached the 6th level of the spirit realm. The progress was incredible. I went down into the canyon. It was silent and eerie, no beasts at all. that told me something powerful was living at the bottom, scaring everything else away. After 15 minutes, I reached a huge cave. Inside was a 100-meter-long demonic dragon, coiled up with its eyes closed. Behind it, a half-meter crack floated in the air, a space crack connecting to the demon realm. Dark demonic energy was flowing out of it steadily. My heart sank. A crack to the demon realm in the lower world meant the demons might be invading on a massive scale. I had to get stronger and return to the upper realm fast. The dragon sensed me and opened its glowing green eyes. It was at the 9th level of the mystical spirit realm, way above me. But behind where it had been sleeping, I spotted a magic spirit fruit tree with 3 black fruits. Those fruits could massively boost cultivation and were a key ingredient for making divine origin pills. I used Shadow Step to dodge its attacks. My punches barely scratched it. Its defense was too strong. I slowly led it away from the cave, planning to circle back and grab the fruits. Then I heard a familiar voice behind me. Yuan had followed me down here. I told her to leave immediately. She got angry. She'd come to help me fight the dragon. I yelled at her again. She refused to go, saying she wanted to watch the dragon tear me apart. So I tried a different approach. I told her the demonized dragon's breath was full of evil poison, and if she got infected, I'd have to save her in a very personal way. She called me a pervert and a bastard, but she finally started backing away. Once Yuan moved away, I rushed into the cave and grabbed all 3 magic spirit fruits. The dragon went berserk and chased me. I ran back and found Yuan still there. I told her to climb the cliff and escape. She hesitated, asking what I'd do. I told her I had my own way out. I just needed her gone first so the dragon wouldn't turn on her after I disappeared into the Chaos Star Pearl. She started climbing, but then stopped partway up to watch me. I was furious. My spiritual power was running out from dodging nonstop. While I was distracted yelling at her, the dragon's tail smashed into me and sent me flying. But the clotheslinger gave me absorbed most of the hit. I'd thought they were ordinary, but they were clearly a powerful treasure. I got up and kept dodging, screaming at Yuan to leave. She couldn't decide whether to abandon me. Then several people flew down from above. An old woman struck the dragon with one palm, and its head exploded. She was a king realm cultivator, far beyond anything I'd seen in this area. My heart nearly stopped when I saw who was with her. Mu Qingyao, wearing a flowing dress, veiled, beautiful and untouchable as ever. She had people with her, 2 attendants and the old woman as her guard. Yuan climbed down and came to check on me. Mu Qingyao glanced at both of us. I walked over and thanked them for saving me. Then I couldn't resist testing Mu Qingyao. I smiled and said she looked familiar, that I thought we'd met in Twilight City. The air went cold instantly. Mentioning that city brought back the memory of what happened in the ruined temple. The old woman threatened to kill me if I said another word. Mu Qingyao's eyes were like ice. Good. She didn't recognize me. She just hated being reminded of that place. I glanced at Yuan She was glaring at me, angry that I was flirting with another woman. I grinned at her, which made it worse. Then the 2 attendants returned with their report. They said there were only weak, demonic beasts around, and a space crack below the canyon was the source of all the demonic energy. Mu Qingyao's attendants reported finding a damaged magic spirit fruit tree near the space crack. The old woman, Granny Li, got excited. The fruit was a key ingredient for divine origin pills that could create king realm experts. They all looked at me. I told them I'd found 1 black fruit and eaten it on the spot. Granny Li was furious, saying I'd wasted a treasure. But when they pointed out the tree had 3 fruits, I said I didn't know anything about that. I'd already hidden the fruits inside the Chaos Star Pearl. They could search me all they wanted and find nothing. And that's exactly what happened. A pretty attendant searched me thoroughly and found nothing. Mu Qingyao stopped the questioning before it went too far, saying she didn't want to ruin the Yaoqi Holy Land's reputation. She ordered Granny Li to destroy the space crack. A loud explosion later, the demonic energy stopped flowing. I sighed inside. That crack had been my best source of cultivation energy. Mu Qingyao announced they were returning to Central Continent. She'd originally come to the Eastern Wilderness for a year of training, but after what Kong Dai did to her, she'd lost interest and was leaving early. They flew into the sky and disappeared. Yuan watched them go with envy. Then she turned to me with a sly smile and accused me of hiding the fruit somewhere, saying she'd leave once I admitted it. But I'd already sensed something. Granny Lee's spiritual awareness was still locked onto me. She hadn't really left. I knew exactly what she was planning. She'd come back once everyone was gone, force me to reveal the fruits, and then kill me to cover her tracks. I couldn't let Yin Qingying be here when that happened. So I did the only thing that would make her leave fast. I called her a scoundrel and told her she was after the fruit too. I screamed at her to get lost, or I'd kill her. Her face froze. Tears filled her eyes. She called me a bastard, told me never to speak to her again, and climbed the cliff as fast as she could. It hurt to say those things, but it was the only way to protect her. Once she was gone, I walked toward the canyon. Sure enough, Granny Lee appeared right in front of me. She'd been waiting the whole time. Granny Lee threatened to cut off my limbs if I didn't hand over the fruits. I laughed and told her she was worse than the villains she claimed to fight. Then I told her I had a teleportation talisman and disappeared into the Chaos Star Pearl before she could touch me. She searched everywhere but couldn't find me. Eventually she left. Inside the starry world, I took a bath and chatted with Linger. She looked beautiful in a flowing fairy dress. I asked her about the clothes she'd given me. They blocked most of the dragon's attack. She said she couldn't remember what they were. Typical Linger, forgetting everything. Once she confirmed Granny Lee was gone, I went back outside and absorbed the remaining demonic energy at the bottom of the cliff. It wasn't quite enough to break through, which was frustrating. I climbed back up to the dusk forest, but it was full of cultivators now, and the energy was almost gone. People were talking about the beautiful and kind-hearted fairy women who'd destroyed the source. I laughed to myself. Beautiful, sure. Kind-hearted. Granny Lee had just tried to kill me for some fruit. I headed to Shanyang City, the biggest city nearby. I needed to buy materials and an alchemy furnace to refine divine origin pills from the magic spirit fruits. The ingredients were common and easy to find, but no shop in the city sold a furnace high enough for 5th-grade pills. In a backwater empire like Songfeng, most alchemists were only 1st or 2nd grade. I learned about a branch of the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce, the biggest trading organization in the empire. I headed there to look for a proper furnace. On the way, I walked through the busy city center. Suddenly a woman in purple came charging through on a white horse, whipping anyone who didn't move fast enough. In the middle of the street, a little girl sat crying, looking for her mother. The horse was heading straight for her, and the woman didn't care at all. I saw a woman in purple riding a horse straight toward a little girl in the middle of the street. Nobody moved to help. At the last second, I teleported in front of the girl and kicked the horse. It flew 10 meters. The woman, Xiao Zi, tumbled to the ground. People warned me to run. She was the city lord's only daughter and a disciple of Lingxiao Pavilion. Anyone who crossed her ended up dead, along with their family. I told the mother to take the girl and leave. Then I turned to Xiao Zi. She called ordinary people lowly dogs, who deserved to die if they couldn't dodge her horse. I slapped her. She screamed and swung her whip at me. I took it from her and whipped her twice, scarring her face. She threatened to have my family cut apart piece by piece. I paused, appeared in front of her, and punched her head. It exploded. The crowd went dead silent. I wiped my hand and walked toward the Wanbao Trading Company like nothing happened. At the Wanbao Tower, I asked an old shopkeeper named Mu Changhai for a 5th-grade alchemy furnace. It cost 500,000 low-grade spirit stones. I didn't have enough, but I traded the demonic dragon's core for 300,000 stones and covered the rest from my storage ring. A beautiful woman named Shen Qianing was there counting money. She sneered at me, thinking I was broke and showing off. I ignored her. Then the city lord, Xiao Tianhe, surrounded the building with guards, demanding to catch his daughter's killer. I walked out and admitted it. Mu Changhai blocked Xiao Tianhe's first attack, offering to protect me if I could lead them to a 5th-grade alchemist. I refused the help and said I'd handle it myself. Shen Qianing told Mu Changhai to step aside, thinking I was a liar. Xiao Tianhe threatened to torture me and kill my family. I used the Devil's Heart Destruction Palm and killed him with a single strike. Everyone was stunned. I was a whole realm below him. Shen Qianing's eyes went wide. She suddenly realized I might actually be the 5th-grade alchemist I claimed to be. Her father, Shen Wanbao, the guild leader, had been poisoned, and only a 5th-grade pill called the Snow Ginseng Creation Pill could save him. She grabbed my hand and begged for help. I agreed, but on one condition: I'd take 3 treasures from the Shun family vault as payment. She happily accepted. We'd leave for Tianlan City, the capital, tomorrow. Her father was recovering there, but didn't have much time left. The Shun main family had pushed her aside because she was just a concubine's daughter. If her father died, she'd lose everything. That evening, she treated me to dinner and then asked me to prove my skills by making a third-grade ice heart pill. Mu Changhai brought the ingredients. I tossed them all into the furnace at once. Shun Qianing panicked. Every alchemist she'd seen processed ingredients one by one. But I told her to just watch. In my past life, I'd mastered alchemy with my own unique methods. Making a low-grade pill like this was nothing for me. I gathered spiritual fire and started melting the ingredients. Without my special fire from my past life, I could only use ordinary flame, but for a third-grade pill it was enough. 1 minute later, I was done. Shun Qianing and Mu Changhai stared at me like I was crazy. No alchemist finishes a pill in 1 minute. Most take hours or even days. I told them to check the furnace. Mu Changhai opened it, and the rich aroma of Bingxin pill hit him immediately. Then he pulled out the pill and froze. It was top grade, with intricate patterns glowing on its surface. They were speechless. In decades at the Wanbao Trading Company, Mu Changhai had only seen one top-grade pill before, and that was just second grade. Mine was third grade and top quality. I shrugged and said it was just top grade. In my past life, I'd made saint-grade pills. My current low cultivation and lack of special fire were holding me back. Shun Qianing was thrilled. She knew if she brought me to save her father, her standing in the Shun family would rise. I told them to arrange a quiet room. We'd leave for Tianlan City in the morning. Mu Changhai set me up in a luxurious room with 2 beautiful maids. He said they were pure and offered them to me for the night. I refused. The woman I'd be with had to be someone I'd spend my life with. Once everyone left, I closed the door and entered the Chaos Star Pearl. I needed to refine the Divine Origin pill, and the process was too flashy to do outside. I placed 1 magic spirit fruit and the other materials into my new 5th-grade furnace. It took 15 minutes, much longer than the Bingxin pill because of my low cultivation. When I finished, 2 top-quality Divine Origin pills sat glowing in the furnace. Linger appeared behind me, surprised I could make 5th-grade pills. I told her one day I'd make a saint-grade pill for her. She didn't believe me, so I proposed a bet. If I lost, she could do whatever she wanted with me. If she lost, she'd owe me 1 promise. I looked at her in her beautiful moonlight dress and couldn't help thinking mischievous thoughts. Linger glared at me when she saw the look in my eyes. She warned me she was powerful and would stop me if I tried anything. I laughed and said I'd never hurt her. She agreed to the bet but set the terms. 10 years to refine a saint-grade pill. I accepted. If I won, I'd get to ask her for one thing. If I lost, she could decide my punishment. Either way, I didn't mind. After joking around with her, I took one of the Divine Origin pills and cultivated. 2 hours later, I reached the 6th level of the spirit realm. Then I refined the remaining 2 sets of magic spirit fruit materials. One batch gave me 2 top-quality pills, the other gave me 3. 7 Divine Origin pills total. I went back to the outside world. By dawn, I'd taken another pill and reached the 7th level of the spirit realm. I was a little disappointed. My Nanyang body was too ordinary. In my past life, 1 pill could raise me 2 or 3 stages. Now it barely managed 1. Shun Qianing came to wake me and noticed my level had jumped. She was impressed. I told her I'd refined a pill overnight. We ate breakfast and set out for Tianlan City, the capital of the Tsongfeng Empire. I asked for a carriage so I could cultivate during the trip. Over 4 days of travel, I absorbed all my remaining Divine Origin pills and reached the peak of the spirit realm, the extreme stage. But I couldn't break through to the true spirit realm yet. The extreme stage required enormous spiritual energy. Before we arrived, Shun Qianing warned me about her family situation. She was a concubine's daughter. Her father loved her, but the main branch of the Shun family had pushed her away, afraid Shun Wanbao might leave her an inheritance. They wouldn't even let her see him. I told her I was only there to refine pills and collect my reward. Her family drama was her problem, but I also promised I wouldn't be driven away easily. We reached the Shun family estate in the center of Tianlan City. It was enormous and beautiful, like a palace. The guard stopped us at the gate, saying the matriarch had forbidden Shun Qianing from entering. She told them she'd found a 5th-grade alchemist to save her father. If they blocked her and her father died because of it, they'd pay with their lives. Just then, a group approached from outside. A handsome young man at the front overheard her and looked surprised. She'd found a fifth-grade alchemist? Shen Qianning called out to her older brother Shen Qianling, asking him to let us in. But when she said she'd found a fifth-grade alchemist, everyone laughed. They'd brought their own expert, Master Huarong, a fourth-grade peak alchemist, supposedly the closest to fifth grade on the entire eastern wilderness continent. He took one look at me and said no fifth-grade alchemist in the world was this young. He didn't recognize me, so I couldn't be real. Shen Qianling mocked his sister openly. I could tell he wanted their father dead so he could take over the family. Old Lin, Shun Wanbao's loyal servant, got angry at Shen Qianning for finding a fake. Even Shen Qianning started doubting me. They pushed us aside and took Master Huarong inside to attempt the snow ginseng creation pill. I wasn't bothered. I told Shen Qianning to find me a quiet place and wait. Master Huarong was only fourth grade. He couldn't make a fifth-grade pill. When he failed, the Shen family would have no choice but to let me try. She took me to a small courtyard she owned in the city. I used the time to cultivate. I was at the peak of the spirit realm, trying to break through the extreme stage into the true spirit realm. Without enough resources, progress was slow. 7 days passed. I still hadn't broken through, but my foundation grew much stronger. Then Shen Qianning finally came back, looking urgent. The Shen family had agreed to let me refine the pill. Her father didn't have much time left. I went with Shen Qianning to the Shun family estate. The yard was packed. Family members, friends, officials, and even people from the Qinglan sect. I spotted Yuan Qingying in the crowd. I smiled at her. She ignored me. Everyone doubted me the moment they saw how young I was. They called me a fraud, said I was tricking Shen Qianning for money or affection. Shen Qianling mocked his sister for being naive. I cut through the noise. I told them to bring the materials for the snow ginseng creation pill, and I'd refine it right there in front of everyone. Shen Qianling refused, saying I'd waste the precious ingredients. Shen Qianning fired back, accusing him of wanting their father dead so he could take over. Then Shen Yan, the family's eldest uncle and most senior member, stepped in. He'd already agreed to give me a chance after Shen Qianning asked him for help. He ordered Lin De to bring the materials. But then Master Huarong rushed in, panicking. He begged for the materials, claiming he'd found a secret method and would succeed this time. Linda reported the bad news. Out of 20 sets of materials the family had gathered, Huarong had wasted 19. Only one set remained. Shen Yan hesitated. Shen Qianling pushed for Huarong. Shen Qianning fought for me. I spoke up calmly. I told them Huarong was too agitated. Even with 10,000 more sets, he'd fail in this state. A rattled alchemist can't refine anything. Shen Yan looked at me, looked at Huarong, and made his decision. The last set of materials would go to me. Linda handed me the last set of materials with a serious look. Shen Wanbao's life depended on this one attempt. I took out my fifth-grade furnace, opened it, and threw all the ingredients in at once. The crowd erupted in laughter. They said I was making soup, not pills. Every alchemist they'd ever seen processed ingredients one by one. Nobody had ever dumped everything in together. Master Huarong raged about the wasted materials. Shen Qianling blamed his sister for everything. Shen Yan's face went dark. Shen Qianning stood firm. She told them to wait and watch, and if I failed, she'd accept any punishment. I ignored all of them. I gathered the fire and focused on refining. Nearby, the Qinglan sect people were watching too. I heard them whispering about how glad they were to have expelled me. Their grand elder, Li Taiqing, a second-stage Earth Spirit Realm cultivator and Yuan Qingying's master, asked what I'd done wrong. When Yuan Qingying told him I'd peeked at her bathing, he said I should have been killed. Yuan Qingying stayed quiet. I could feel her watching me. She was angry at me, but there was something else mixed in, something she probably didn't want to admit. 15 minutes later, I stopped. The pill is ready, I said calmly. The crowd exploded with laughter again. 15 minutes for a fifth-grade pill? They thought it was the funniest thing they'd ever seen. They were all waiting to see a lump of black waste when I opened the furnace. Shen Qianling mocked his sister for being bewitched by a fraud. Master Huarong shook his head in disgust. Only Shen Qianning believed me. Her eyes were shining with hope. She stepped forward and asked me to open the furnace. I tapped the furnace lid. It flew off, and a glowing pill shot into the air. A rich fragrance spread across the yard. Everyone went silent. Master Huarong stared at the pill with wide eyes. He'd failed 19 times, and I'd done it in one attempt in 15 minutes. His face twisted with frustration. Shun Yin trembled with excitement, repeating, "Good," 3 times. He knew his nephew would be saved. Yin Qingying's mouth fell open. She'd been waiting to watch me fail. The Qinglan sect disciples around her couldn't believe it either. I grabbed the pill from the air and handed it to Shen Qianling. She was overjoyed. Shen Qianling screamed that it was fake. He couldn't accept it. If his father survived, he'd never become family head. Shen Yin told Master Huarong to verify it. Huarong examined the pill carefully, then his eyes went wide. He whispered that it was real, not just a snow ginseng creation pill, but a top-quality one. The entire yard went dead silent. Top-quality 5th-grade pills didn't exist on the eastern wilderness continent. People could barely make mid-grade pills here. What I'd just done was beyond anything they'd ever seen. Then I noticed something interesting. Li Taiqing, the Grand Elder of Qinglan's sect, sent a secret message to Yun Qingying. I couldn't hear it, but from her frozen expression, I could guess. He wanted her to lure me back to Qinglan's sect. The same sect that blinded me, stripped my cultivation, and threw me out. Now they wanted me back because I was valuable. Shen Yin told Shen Qianling to take the pill to her father immediately. She asked Shen Yin to come with her. She was worried the main wife's people might interfere. He agreed without hesitation. After they left, everyone remaining turned to stare at me. Their mocking looks from minutes ago were completely gone. Now their eyes were shining with greed and admiration. I was the best alchemist on the entire eastern wilderness continent, maybe in the whole desolate realm. And suddenly, everyone wanted to be my friend. The moment everyone confirmed the pill was real, they swarmed around me. Princes, sect elders, core disciples, all introducing themselves, begging me to make pills for them. Minutes ago they were laughing at me. Now they couldn't get close enough. Shen Qianling was furious because his father would survive. Master Huarong resented me for stealing his title as top alchemist. I noticed Yin Qingying watching from a distance. Her master Li Taiqing was pushing her to approach me. He wanted her to lure me back to Qinglan's sect, the same sect that blinded me and threw me out. He even told her to use her beauty and become my woman if that's what it took. She looked miserable about it, but agreed. Soon Shen Qianling rushed out with great news. Her father had taken the pill, and the poison vanished immediately. His injuries were healing fast. Everyone's last doubts disappeared. Shen Yin came out laughing and called me a great benefactor. He threw a banquet. People from every powerful group came to toast me. I accepted all their drinks. I announced I'd make pills for anyone over the next few days, but only 1 pill per person, and I'd need just 2 sets of materials per pill. That amazed everyone. Most alchemists needed 5 or 10 sets. With my skill, I almost never failed, and I often produced extra pills from a single batch. My reputation as a 5th-grade alchemist spread across the entire Songfeng Empire and beyond. People flooded into Tianlan City, hoping to find me. The Shen family gave me the best courtyard and sent over more than 10 beautiful maids. I accepted the room, but didn't touch any of them. Days later, Shen Wanbao had recovered enough to see me. Shen Qianling brought me to a grand reception hall. He sat on a large chair, still weak but dignified. His wife Lin Shulan and Shen Qianling stood nearby. He apologized for not coming to me personally and thanked me warmly. His wife bowed politely too. I kept things simple. I'd come to collect my payment, 3 treasures from the Shun family vault. I was eager to see what they had. Shen Wanbao thanked me and told me to name my reward. I asked for the 3 treasures from the vault, as promised. He agreed without hesitation. He asked if I was married, glancing at Shen Qianling. I understood what he meant. But Shen Qianling wasn't beautiful enough and her talent was ordinary. She wasn't qualified to be my woman. I told him I wasn't considering marriage. Shen Qianling's face went pale. Linda took me to the treasure house. Shen Qianling and Shen Qianling both followed. He was worried I'd take something too valuable, and she wanted to help me pick the best items. The treasure house had 5 floors, packed with weapons, armor, pills, herbs, techniques, more than some imperial vaults. I decided to look through everything before choosing. On the 2nd floor, Linger suddenly spoke in my mind. She told me to check the 3rd shelf on the right, 2nd box at the bottom. I opened it and found a small amount of dirt. It looked completely ordinary, but Linger said it was divine soil. The exact thing she'd told me I needed to restore the starry world. Even a tiny amount was incredibly precious. I grabbed it immediately as my first choice. Shun Qianling secretly laughed, thinking I'd wasted a pick on dirt. Shun Qianling looked confused. I told them it was spiritual soil for growing herbs, useful for alchemists. Then I stored it in the Chaos Star Pearl. I spent a full hour going through all 5 floors. Nothing else was as special as the divine soil. For my second pick, I chose the Demon Shadow Sword, a heaven-grade magic sword. Linda warned me it could influence people's minds, but I just smiled and took it. A demonic weapon was perfect for someone like me. For my third pick, I chose a Red Sun Ginseng. It was the key ingredient for the Red Sun Pill, a 5th-grade pill that strengthens the body and boosts cultivation. I'd been stuck at the peak of the spirit realm, unable to break through. With this ginseng, I was confident I could finally reach the true spirit realm. After choosing the 3 treasures, Chu Feng bid farewell and left. Shen Qianling watched him leave silently, wanting to say something but hesitating because of Chu Feng's previous rejection. She suddenly found herself unable to speak. She felt there was an insurmountable barrier between her and Chu Feng. Maybe they were from 2 different worlds, and it was impossible for them to be together. Damn it. He actually took 2 treasures from the 5th floor. Shen Qianluo saw Chu Feng walking away and vented her frustration. She believed that all the treasures in the Shun family's treasure house belonged to her. Seeing Chu Feng take 2 treasures from the 5th floor made her feel very upset. After leaving, Chu Feng returned to the courtyard arranged by the Shen family. It was already dark. He closed his door and entered the starry world. As soon as he entered the starry world, Chu Feng noticed something different. The originally bare ground now had small, tender grass growing on it. A faint aura of spiritual energy filled the air. That tiny bit of divine soil is actually so miraculous. Chu Feng was stunned, his eyes wide. The divine soil is too little. It can only change the environment within a 1-kilometer radius. I have enclosed a 1-kilometer radius with a spiritual array, so the environment inside won't be affected by the outside, and the spiritual energy won't dissipate. Add some spirit stones and medicinal herbs, and the spiritual energy within this radius will become even richer, Linger said with a gentle smile. Great. 1 kilometer should be enough for now. Chu Feng exclaimed happily. He currently lacks resources, and a large area isn't necessary. With this 1 kilometer space, he can improve it carefully, making the spiritual energy abundant. Living and practicing here will no longer be a problem. Chu Feng immediately took out all the medicinal herbs and materials he had obtained from refining pills over the past days and gave them to Linger. Linger waved her small hand, and the medicinal materials instantly shattered, transforming into faint spiritual energy that filled this world. Suddenly, the air became much more vibrant with spiritual energy. Find a way to bring in more spiritual sources, Linger said. Yes. Chu Feng nodded softly. Watching this world gradually improve, Chu Feng felt excited and thrilled. After chatting with Linger for a while, Chu Feng took his leave. As soon as Chu Feng returned to the outside world, a servant came to report. Master Chu, a young lady requests to see you. Chu Feng replied coldly, no? Since revealing he is a 5th-rank pill master, many people have come day and night to seek his help with refining pills. During the day, Chu Feng usually meets with them. At night, he refuses to see anyone. The servant immediately left after hearing this. But after a while, the servant returned again. Master Chu, the young lady said her name is Yuan Qingying. Chu Feng glared at the servant in anger, almost unable to hold back from striking him. He had already said he wouldn't see anyone, and this servant still dared to bother him. He was asking for trouble. In the end, Chu Feng held back his anger and thought about Yuan Qingying's purpose. Last time, he told her to leave, so she should be quite angry. When they met at the Chu family before, she ignored him, which showed she was still upset with him. This time, Yuan Qingying came to see him, probably to ask him to refine a pill or for some other reason. After a moment of thought, Chu Feng ordered the servant to bring Yuan Qingying in. Soon, the servant led Yuan Qingying in and then politely left. Chu Feng sat on a rattan chair and gave her a faint glance. Today, Yuan Qingying wore a long moonlight dress that perfectly highlighted her beautiful figure, making her very attractive. Why is this woman dressing so beautifully late at night? Is she trying to seduce him? Chu Feng wondered silently. Chu Feng quietly looked at Yun Qingying, and Yun Qingying also looked at Chu Feng silently. Neither of them spoke first. After a moment, Chu Feng smiled faintly and asked, I wonder, Lady Yun, why are you visiting so late at night? Chu Feng originally wanted to call Yun Qingying Madam, but he thought that calling her that might be hard to handle, so he quickly changed to a cold expression. Chu Feng, the sect leader wants you to return to the sect, Yun Qingying said directly. After what happened last time, Yun Qingying didn't want to see Chu Feng again. However, her master, Li Taiqing, kept urging her to find Chu Feng, and today the leader of Qinglan's sect also sent someone to deliver an order, insisting she find a way to bring Chu Feng back to the sect. They even said that Chu Feng was expelled from Qinglan's sect because of her, and now she must find a way to get him back. Otherwise, she would lose her position as the sect's saintess. With no other choice, Yun Qingying had to muster her courage and go to see Chu Feng. Just recently, they stripped me of my cultivation and expelled me from the sect. Now they want me to rejoin? What do they think of me? Chu Feng said coldly. Seeing Chu Feng's indifferent expression, Yun Qingying was so angry she almost turned to leave. But remembering her sect leader and master's instructions, she held back her anger and said again, Chu Feng, just tell me what conditions you want. Any conditions? Chu Feng looked at Yun Qingying's stunning figure and suddenly smiled mischievously. You? Just tell me your conditions. As long as they are not too unreasonable, the sect can agree, Yun Qingying replied, feeling uneasy about Chu Feng's mischievous smile, but still wanting to know what he wanted. Chu Feng looked at Yun Qingying with a wicked smile and slowly said, I want you to be my personal maid. When Yun Qingying heard the first few words from Chu Feng, her heart suddenly trembled, thinking that Chu Feng wanted her or wanted her to be his woman. But when she heard that Chu Feng actually wanted her to be his personal maid, her expression instantly froze. You actually want me, the holy maiden, to serve as your maid? Yun Qingying glared angrily at Chu Feng. She is the proud holy maiden of Qinglan's sect and the most beautiful woman in Songfeng Empire, with many suitors. Chu Feng asking her to be a maid feels like an insult to her. In the past few days, Yun Qingying thought a lot. She believed that Chu Feng had seen her body before, so even if he wanted her to be his woman, she decided to agree. But she didn't expect Chu Feng didn't want her as his woman, only as a close personal maid. Being my maid is a blessing you've earned in many lifetimes, Chu Feng said calmly. In his previous life, many talented women, even holy maidens and goddesses, wanted to be his maid, but he refused them. Now, Yun Qingying, a holy maiden from a small sect in a lower world, being his maid is also a blessing she earned over many lifetimes. You bastard! Yun Qingying glared fiercely at Chu Feng and turned to leave angrily. Chu Feng saw this and smiled faintly, not caring about her departure. He didn't truly want her to be his maid. He just wanted to test her. Over the next 2 days, Chu Feng continued refining pills for everyone. Tomorrow, he planned to leave, first returning to the Chu family to check on things, then continuing his journey of experience. The spiritual energy on Donghuan continent was too thin, so Chu Feng planned to go to Zhongzhou. This time, returning to the Chu family, Chu Feng also wanted to say a final goodbye, as he might never come back. At night, Chu Feng was packing his things, preparing to leave the next day. Suddenly, a servant reported that Yun Qingying had come again. Chu Feng was slightly stunned upon hearing this. He didn't expect Yun Qingying to come again. After a moment, Chu Feng asked the servant to invite Yun Qingying in. Holy Maiden Yun, why are you here again? Chu Feng looked at her with a half-smile. Seeing Chu Feng's teasing expression, Yun Qingying's anger flared, but she seemed to think of something and suppressed her fury. Chu Feng, I can agree to be your close maid, but I won't warm your bed, she said softly, biting her lip. Chu Feng was stunned instantly. He didn't expect her to agree to be his maid. He looked at her silently for a moment, then suddenly said calmly, I suddenly don't want you to be my maid anymore. When Yun Qingying agreed to serve as a maid, she also agreed to rejoin the Qinglan sect under his conditions. Chu Feng was about to leave the eastern wilderness continent and had no intention of rejoining the Qinglan sect. Chu Feng, you bastard. Are you trying to humiliate me? I'm going to fight you. Hearing Chu Feng's words, Yun Qingying suddenly drew her sword in anger and charged at him. She had hesitated for a long time before agreeing to be Chu Feng's maid, and now he suddenly changed his mind. It was obvious he wanted to humiliate her. Stop. We can talk again. Chu Feng quickly dodged Yun Qingying's attack and told her to stop. Yun Qingying swung her sword a few more times before she finally calmed down and stopped. Seeing her stop, Chu Feng slowly spoke. I can agree to rejoin the Qingluan sect, but I want to be a guest elder. Chu Feng didn't really want to return to the Qingluan sect. Last time, he suggested Yun Qingying become his personal maid to make her give up. But unexpectedly, Yun Qingying agreed. Chu Feng didn't want to be untrustworthy, so he decided to join the sect with a different identity. Being a guest elder meant he was part of the Qingluan sect. When the sect faced danger, he would need to help. However, guest elders could leave the sect at any time and were not bound by its rules. Chu Feng thought he could stay in the Qingluan sect for a while and then leave. That way, he wouldn't break his promise to Yun Qingying. Plus, the Qingluan sect had a secret spiritual energy valley, filled with abundant spiritual energy, usually only accessible to core disciples. If Chu Feng became a guest elder, he could also enter to cultivate. Thinking of this, Chu Feng felt that staying in the Qingluan sect for a while was not a bad idea. Guest elder, the sect leader said he could approve you as the chief elder of the Pill Hall. Yun Qingying said, surprised. I'm not interested in being the chief elder of the Pill Hall. I'll just be a guest elder. If you agree, I'll accept rejoining the Qingluan sect, Chu Feng said calmly. Don't you want to stay in the Qingluan sect longer? Yun Qingying understood that guest elders were not bound by the sect and quickly realized what Chu Feng wanted. The Qingluan sect is just a small sect. Do you think it can keep a real dragon like me? Chu Feng said lightly. Just you? A real dragon? Yun Qingying scoffed mockingly at his words. Little maidservant, have you forgotten your position? How dare you mock your master? Chu Feng's expression turned cold as he slowly approached Yun Qingying. Go away. The sect hasn't approved your conditions yet. I'm not your maid. Yun Qingying panicked as she saw Chu Feng approaching slowly. I'll leave Tianlan City tomorrow morning. You all should decide quickly, Chu Feng said calmly, stopping his steps and looking at Yun Qingying with a faint smile. All right, I'll go ask for instructions now. Yun Qingying hurriedly left in a panic. Chu Feng watched her hurried retreat and smiled faintly. Suddenly, he thought that having such a maidservant might not be a bad idea. The next morning, Chu Feng's body suddenly trembled as a powerful aura burst out from him. Finally reached the true spirit realm. Last time, Chu Feng obtained the red sun ginseng, refined the red flame pill, and after 2 days of cultivation, he broke through the bottleneck into the spirit realm, advancing to the true spirit realm. After the breakthrough, Chu Feng happily finished his training, got up to wash and have breakfast. When Chu Feng opened the door, he saw Yun Qingying waiting outside. Chu Feng, the sect has agreed to your request, Yun Qingying said as soon as she saw him. Oh, so now you are my personal maid, Chu Feng said with a faint smile. Yun Qingying bit her lips softly and whispered, Chu Feng, can I be your maid in private? Do you mean that in front of others you're still the saintess, but when no one is around, you're my maid? Chu Feng said with a half smile. Yes, Yun Qingying nodded slightly and said, Chu Feng, I will only agree to be your maid if you accept my condition. Chu Feng looked at Yun Qingying calmly, knowing she couldn't let go of her pride as a saintess. But Chu Feng didn't really want Yun Qingying to be his maid, and he would leave Qingluan sect soon anyway. He agreed to her condition and said, I can accept your condition, but in front of others, we will pretend to be a couple so that no one will suspect us when we stay together. Yun Qingying thought for a moment, then bit her lip and agreed. All right, good. From now on, you are my little maidservant, Chu Feng teased. I was unable to properly change my identity and didn't know how to serve Chu Feng. Fortunately, a servant brought water and cleaning supplies, preparing for Chu Feng to wash up. Yun Qingying quickly took the water and tools from the servant and placed them in front of Chu Feng, helping him wash. Chu Feng didn't tease Yun Qingying anymore. He finished washing quickly and then took her to have breakfast. I need to go back to the Chu family first, then head to Qingluan sect, Chu Feng said while looking at Yun Qingying. Okay, I'll go back with you. Yun Qingying seemed a bit worried that Chu Feng might run away, so she wanted to follow him. As my personal maid, of course you should always stay with me, Chu Feng said with a gentle smile. First, Accompany me to meet my master so he knows you've agreed to return to Qinglan's sect, Yin Qingying said. All right, Chu Feng nodded. Soon, Chu Feng packed his things and left. Before leaving, he asked a servant to tell Xin Qianling that he was leaving. Half an hour later, Chu Feng followed Yin Qingying to Qinglan sect's base in Tianlan City. SAINTESS Yuan. At this moment, nearly 10 handsome young men were waiting at the entrance of the base. When they saw Yin Qingying, they immediately greeted her warmly. SAINTESS Yuan, why did you leave so early today? I brought you the most famous breakfast in Tianlan City, said a young man in white with a smile. The others also took out breakfast, seeming to be there to deliver it to Yin Qingying. I told you long ago, I won't accept your gifts, and I already have a partner, so please don't bother me anymore. Yin Qingying suddenly appeared in front of Chu Feng, holding his hand. Chu Feng was slightly surprised by Yin Qingying's action, but he quickly understood that she was trying to use him to drive away her pursuers. Seizing the moment, Chu Feng confidently embraced Yin Qingying's slim waist and said, Qingying is already my woman. You all should stop wasting your effort. Yin Qingying was suddenly embraced by Chu Feng, and her pretty face turned bright red. She had never been so close to a man before and immediately wanted to break free. But Chu Feng held her tightly and whispered in her ear, Don't move. You don't want our relationship to be exposed, right? Yin Qingying immediately stopped struggling when she heard this, allowing Chu Feng to continue holding her. What? How is that possible? Who are you? Why are you worthy of being Yun Xingnu's partner? Everyone looked at Yin Qingying and Chu Feng with disbelief. Yin Qingying had always been single, never having any rumors with anyone. No one expected her to suddenly become Chu Feng's partner. Everyone found it hard to believe this was true. He's a fifth-rank alchemist. Chu Feng. Suddenly, a handsome young man seemed to recognize Chu Feng and softly mentioned his identity. What? A fifth-rank alchemist? Everyone knew that recently, a fifth-rank alchemist appeared in Tianlan City, but they had never met him. Now, that fifth-rank alchemist was said to be Yin Qingying's partner. Everyone looked at Chu Feng with anger, wishing they could tear him apart. But Chu Feng was a fifth-rank alchemist. Although their backgrounds were impressive, they were nothing compared to him. A fifth-rank alchemist was one of the top alchemists on the Eastern Wilderness continent. If he issued a command, many strong fighters would be willing to obey. If they offended Chu Feng, he could destroy them easily. Many powerful people would help eliminate them without Chu Feng needing to lift a finger. After a moment, Yin Qingying, feeling weak from Chu Feng's embrace, quickly broke free in embarrassment and hurried into the Qinglan sect's base. Chu Feng followed her inside. Dreams shattered. My goddess Qingying has forever left me. Ah, damn it, someone stole my goddess. If only I were a fifth-rank alchemist too. Everyone watched the backs of Chu Feng and Yin Qingying leave, their faces full of sadness and sighs. Not long after, Yin Qingying brought Chu Feng to meet Li Taiqing. Master, I brought Chu Feng back. Yin Qingying bowed to Li Taiqing. Good. Li Taiqing looked at Chu Feng excitedly. Chu Feng, welcome back to Qinglan sect. Greetings, Supreme Elder. Chu Feng nodded politely. From Yin Qingying, Chu Feng had learned Li Taiqing's identity. He was the Supreme Elder and Yin Qingying's master. Chu Feng, from now on, I will entrust Inger to you. You must treat her well, Li Taiqing said with a smile. Li Taiqing had just overheard Chu Feng and Yin Qingying outside, and he guessed that Yin Qingying had agreed to become Chu Feng's partner, which is why Chu Feng agreed to return to Qinglan's sect. However, Li Taiqing was happy for Chu Feng and Yin Qingying to become partners. This way, Qinglan's sect would always be connected to Chu Feng. Grand Elder, don't worry. Inger is my woman. I will treat her well and never let her suffer any wrong, Chu Feng said with a light smile. Hearing Chu Feng's words, Yin Qingying immediately glared at him. Chu Feng was about to make her a servant and do all the chores, yet he still said he wouldn't let her suffer any wrong. What a big liar. Good, good, good. Inger is my disciple, but I have always treated her like a daughter. Now that she has found a good partner, I am completely at ease, Li Taiqing said happily. Master. Yin Qingying was touched when she heard Li Taiqing's words. Over the years, Li Taiqing had indeed been kind to her, teaching her carefully and helping her become the saintess of Qinglan sect. After chatting for a while longer, Li Taiqing happily said, Chu Feng, let's set out now to return to Qinglan sect. The sect master will be very pleased to hear you're back. Grand Elder, I need to visit the Chu family first, then go to Qinglan's sect, Chu Feng quickly replied. All right, then Inger will go with you, and you can return to Qinglan's sect together. Li Taiqing seemed worried that Chu Feng might run away, so he wanted Yin Qingying to accompany him. Yes, I already told Inger to go with me back to the Chu family, Chu Feng said softly. Good. Inger, protect Chu Feng well on the way, Li Taiqing instructed Yin Qingying. Yes, master, Yin Qingying nodded in agreement. After speaking, Chu Feng stood up to take his leave, leading Yin Qingying away. Half an hour later, Chu Feng and Yin Qingying rode their spiritual horses out of Tianlan city gates. Suddenly, a woman riding a spiritual horse quickly caught up. Young Master Chu, the woman called out, stopping Chu Feng. The woman was Shen Qianling. She had received a report from her servant and hurried over to see Chu Feng one last time. Chu Feng would not have any romantic involvement with Shen Qianling, so he immediately showed indifference and did not give her any hope. It's nothing. I just heard that young Master Chu is leaving, so I came to see him off. Seeing Zhu Feng's cold attitude, Shen Qianling's mood darkened, but she still forced a smile and said, Yes. Zhu Feng nodded lightly. This young lady is. Are you the Cloud Saintess? Only then did Shen Qianling notice the veiled woman next to Zhu Feng, Yin Qingying. Previously, Shen Qianling had met Yin Qingying a few times at the Shen family, and she had even hosted a banquet for her. But Shen Qianling didn't expect Yin Qingying to be with Zhu Feng. Yes, Miss Shen, Yin Qingying greeted with a gentle smile. How come you are together? Shen Qianling asked in confusion. She didn't know before that Zhu Feng and Yin Qingying knew each other, nor had she seen them together. I am now Zhu Feng's partner, Yin Qingying said, with a tone that seemed to declare her claim. How is that possible? Shen Qianling looked at Zhu Feng with disbelief, waiting for his response. Yes, we are now partners. I used to be from the Qinglan sect, and I have been pursuing Yin Qingying. Recently, she agreed to become my partner. Zhu Feng gave Yin Qingying face, claiming he was the one pursuing her. Oh, congratulations to you both. Shen Qianling felt a pang of sadness. Yin Qingying was the most beautiful woman in the Zongfeng Empire and the saintess of the Qinglan sect. Shen Qianling felt she could never compare to her. All right, Miss Shen, we are leaving now. After speaking, Zhu Feng bid farewell to Shen Qianling and left with Yin Qingying. Once out of Shen Qianling's sight, Yin Qingying suddenly looked at Zhu Feng and asked, Zhu Feng, do you like me? You're so beautiful that any man would like you. Of course I like you, Zhu Feng said with a faint smile. Yin Qingying was stunning, a rare beauty even in the upper world, and her appearance perfectly matched Zhu Feng's taste. Brat, you like me and still want me to be your maid? Yin Qingying was instantly angry and glared at Zhu Feng when she heard his words. Liking you and making you my maid. What's the conflict? Zhu Feng replied with a light smile. Of course, if you like me, shouldn't. Yin Qingying wanted to say that Zhu Feng liked her, so he should pamper her. But that sounded a bit too suggestive, so she quickly stopped herself. I don't want to talk to you, Yin Qingying said angrily. Yin Qingying felt that Zhu Feng was just trying to annoy her. She rarely got angry before, but since knowing Zhu Feng, she would get mad every time they met. Zhu Feng didn't say anything after hearing this. Suddenly, he realized someone had been following them. Someone is watching us. Maybe your admirers found out I became your partner and want to get rid of me. Zhu Feng looked at Yin Qingying and chuckled softly. They wouldn't dare do that. Maybe you offended someone? Yin Qingying said irritably. That's hard to say. Don't underestimate a man's madness when he loses someone he loves. But no matter who it is, if they come to kill me, they will have to die. Zhu Feng's face turned cold, and a murderous look appeared in his eyes. Zhu Feng, should I send a signal for help? We're not far from Tianlan City. If I send a signal, my master can come quickly. Yin Qingying was worried that their pursuers might be too strong for them to handle. No need, Zhu Feng replied calmly. Now that Zhu Feng had broken through to the true spirit realm, even if the Earth Spirit Realm fighters came, he could fight them. Moreover, there are very few Earth Spirit Realm cultivators in the Zongfeng Empire, and no one at the Heaven Spirit Realm, so Zhu Feng wasn't afraid. He also wanted to test his strength after breaking through to the true spirit realm. Be careful later. If you can't handle it, run immediately, Yin Qingying said with some concern. Zhu Feng nodded lightly. The two continued riding for half an hour until they reached a valley. Yun Qingying wanted to warn that there might be an ambush in the valley, but Chu Feng had already charged into it. Seeing this, Yun Qingying could only follow him into the canyon. As soon as they entered, Chu Feng sensed many powerful energies. Chu Feng, this valley is dangerous. We should leave quickly, Yun Qingying hurriedly said as she caught up. It's too late to leave now, Chu Feng said calmly. Just after he finished speaking, a group of masked men in black appeared on both sides of the valley, surrounding Chu Feng and Yun Qingying. Spirit realm? Earth spirit realm? Yun Qingying discovered that among the masked men in black, there were several powerful experts at the profound spirit realm, including one at the second layer of the earth spirit realm. She instantly became very frightened. Experts at the earth spirit realm are rare in the Songfeng Empire, and they are all top fighters from the three major sections. Yun Qingying didn't expect the earth spirit realm experts to come and attack them. She was suddenly overwhelmed with fear and didn't know what to do. They are now far from Tianlan City. Even if they send a signal for help now, Li Taiqing wouldn't arrive in time. Moreover, with so many strong people attacking them, even if her master Li Taiqing came, he might not be able to handle it. We are from the Qinglan sect. If you don't want to die, move aside quickly. Yun Qingying tremblingly drew her sword, trying to scare the others with the name of her sect. Ha ha ha. You are the most beautiful woman in the Songfeng Empire, the saintess of Qinglan sect, Yun Qingying. Unexpectedly, you came to kill Chu Feng, and there's an unexpected surprise. Today, I will enjoy the taste of the Empire's #1 beauty. Ha ha ha. The man in black at the second layer of the earth spirit realm looked at Yun Qingying and laughed evilly. Master, after you play with us, please let us have a turn too. A small, black-clad man nearby echoed wickedly. Don't worry. Today, you all can taste what it's like to be the Empire's #1 beauty. The black-clad man at the earth spirit realm sneered loudly. You, comma. Yun Qingying heard the black-clad man's words and immediately backed away in fear. She was not afraid of death, but if so many black-clad men insulted her, it would be much worse than death. Chu Feng, I will hold them off for a while. You find a chance to escape. With your speed, maybe you can get away. Yun Qingying remembered Chu Feng's quick movement when he avoided the demonic dragon at the bottom of the dusk forest cliff. She felt she had no chance to escape now. She decided to block the enemies for a moment, giving Chu Feng a chance to run. Then she would sacrifice herself. Chu Feng was slightly surprised when he heard this and looked at Yun Qingying. He had been making Yun Qingying angry, thinking she hated him enough to wish him dead. But now, in such a dangerous situation, Yun Qingying was willing to risk herself to block the enemies for him. Suddenly, Chu Feng felt a little more fond of Yun Qingying. Don't worry, I will handle everything, Chu Feng said softly, holding Yun Qingying's hand to comfort her. Chu Feng's words instantly eased Yun Qingying's heart, but she still didn't believe Chu Feng could handle so many enemies. Chu Feng, if we can't escape later, you must kill me. I don't want to be humiliated. Yun Qingying tightly held Chu Feng's hand and said, Haha, even at the moment of death, you're still calling each other sweet names. Chu Feng, later I will let you see your loved one being humiliated by us, and then I will kill you. Hee hee. The black-clad person from the earth spirit realm looked at Chu Feng and Yun Qingying holding hands, and suddenly a wicked idea formed. Master, your idea is wonderful. That scene will make Chu Feng suffer terribly. I can't wait. Hee hee. The small black-clad man nearby laughed evilly. Clang. Suddenly, the sound of a sword being drawn from its sheath rang out. Immediately after, a sharp sword aura appeared, slicing through the small black-clad man's head like lightning. In an instant, the small black-clad man's head flew up, separating from his body and dying. The surrounding black-clad people saw this, and all retreated in fear. Yun Qingying also looked at Chu Feng with shock. Just now, she saw Chu Feng suddenly draw a sword, and then, in an instant, the small black-clad man's head and body separated. The speed was so fast, it was almost seamless. Is that sword intent? Or a perfected sword intent? The black-clad person from the earth spirit realm looked at Chu Feng with amazement. Sword intent is a realm that sword cultivators dream of. Among hundreds of thousands of sword cultivators, very few can comprehend sword intent. Usually, only cultivators with higher realms can understand sword intent. The black-clad person from the earth spirit realm couldn't understand why Chu Feng, only at the true spirit realm first level, could comprehend sword intent, and a terrifying perfected sword intent at that. Qingying, retreat over there. Watch how I eliminate the enemies. Chu Feng told Yin Qingying to hide behind a mountain crack. In his previous life, Chu Feng was extremely skilled in swordsmanship. In this life, although he hadn't practiced sword much, the moment he picked up a sword, Chu Feng felt a connection with the sword's intent and could unleash a perfected sword intent. Kill. Upon hearing the command from the earth spirit realm black-clad man, the surrounding black-clad men charged at Chu Feng. Chu Feng, be careful. Yin Qingying saw so many black-clad men rushing toward Chu Feng and felt worried immediately. Ghost Shadow Sword. Chu Feng, unfazed, gently swung his shadow demon sword, using his famous sword technique from his past life, the Ghost Shadow Sword. When he uses the Ghost Shadow Sword, the sword's shadow is faint and ghostly, like a spirit from the underworld, making it hard to defend against. The sword's strike can also disturb the mind. Chu Feng uses the Ghost Shadow Step, combined with the Ghost Shadow Sword, like a soul-capturing messenger from the underworld. Almost every strike takes down a black-clad man. He is also skilled in sword control. When dodging attacks with the Shadow Step, the ghostly sword continues to spin in the air, cutting down the surrounding enemies. Some black-clad men try to escape, but Chu Feng's sword energy cuts them down. Others who try to capture Yin Qingying to threaten Chu Feng are also slain by his sword. In a short time, only the black-clad men at the earth spirit realm second level remain. Chu Feng also slashes a wound across the chest of one of the black-clad men. If he weren't wearing a high-grade spiritual armor, he might have already died. How can you be so strong? The black-clad man from the earth spirit realm looks at Chu Feng with disbelief. His cultivation level is more than 2 major realms higher than Chu Feng's, yet he is not Chu Feng's match and can't even hurt him. This is a huge shame for him. He must kill Chu Feng, or else if this gets out, he won't have any face to live in this world. It's because he wants to kill Chu Feng to avenge his humiliation that he hasn't run away. Otherwise, he would have escaped long ago. It's not that I'm strong, it's that you're too useless, Chu Feng said calmly. Today, either you die, or I do. Hearing Chu Feng call him useless, the black-clad man from the earth spirit realm suddenly became furious and charged at Chu Feng. Chu Feng avoids a direct confrontation with the black-clad man, using the shadow step to dodge while continuously attacking with his sword. Ice-cold palm. Chu Feng, multitasking, attacks with his sword while also unleashing the ice-cold palm. The ice-cold palm carries freezing energy that slows down enemies and also has deadly energy attacks that can severely injure opponents instantly. At this moment, the black-clad person in the earth spirit realm seemed to be attacked from 2 sides at once. Besides Chu Feng's punches and kicks, an invisible person kept attacking with a sword. Soon, the black-clad person in the earth spirit realm couldn't dodge anymore. His thigh was badly cut by the demon shadow sword, blood flowing freely. After the injury, his speed was no longer enough to avoid Chu Feng's attacks. He was quickly beaten down and left barely alive. Chu Feng, you are so strong. Yin Qingying saw Chu Feng defeat the black-clad person and whispered in shock. She had thought she would die today and might even be humiliated by others. But unexpectedly, Chu Feng seemed like a divine being, quickly killing the black-clad person without leaving a trace. It felt like a dream. Chu Feng, only at the first level of the true spirit realm, had killed dozens of people stronger than him, including a few at the mystic spirit realm and one at the second level of the earth spirit realm. No one would believe this if told. They would say she was dreaming or still half asleep. I have even stronger skills. If I get the chance, I will show you someday. Seeing Yin Qingying's shocked face, Chu Feng teased. Okay, Yin Qingying nodded foolishly. Haha. Chu Feng couldn't help but laugh at her reaction. Yin Qingying was confused, but already completely stunned by Chu Feng. Chu Feng, just at the first level of the true spirit realm, was so powerful. How terrifying would he become as he advanced? After a moment, Chu Feng turned to look at the dying black-clad person in the earth spirit realm on the ground. Speak. Why did you come to kill me? Who ordered you? Chu Feng asked coldly. The black-clad person in the earth spirit realm didn't respond, seeming to be waiting for death. Just as Chu Feng was about to kill him, Yin Qingying suddenly spoke. Chu Feng, let's see his face first. I feel like I've seen this person before. Hearing this, Chu Feng used his sword to lift the black cloth covering the person's face. Zui Yushan, Yin Qingying was surprised when she saw the face of the black-clad person in the earth spirit realm. Do you know him? Chu Feng asked Yin Qingying. Yes, he is the Grand Elder of Lingxiao Pavilion, Zui Yushan, Yin Qingying explained. Upon hearing this, Chu Feng's gaze turned cold as he looked at Zui Yushan lying on the ground. He said sharply, "Did Lingxiao Pavilion send you to kill me?" Knowing Zui Yushan's identity, Chu Feng guessed that perhaps his previous actions, killing Lingxiao Pavilion disciple Zhang Yuan and the inner elder Lin Tianqing, had been exposed. Zui Yushan remained unmoved after hearing Chu Feng's words. The Grand Elder of Lingxiao Pavilion dares to come after me. If that's the case, I will destroy Lingxiao Pavilion, Chu Feng said coldly. No, it wasn't Lingxiao Pavilion that sent me. Zui Yushan finally responded weakly and haltingly when he heard Chu Feng talk about destroying Lingxiao Pavilion. Then who sent you? I know your identity now. If you don't want your family and friends to get hurt, you'd better tell the truth, Chu Feng said coldly. It was Master Huarong. I owed him a favor before. Not long ago, he contacted me and asked me to kill you to repay his kindness, Zui Yushan said with difficulty. Master Huarong? Chu Feng frowned slightly. Chu Feng, do you have a grudge against Master Huarong? Yin Qingying asked as she approached Chu Feng. No, Chu Feng replied thoughtfully. He didn't have a serious feud with Huarong. They just met before at the Shin family. If there was any offense, it was only because he took the last piece of snow ginseng creation pill material from the Shin family and made a pill that embarrassed him. He never expected Huarong to be so narrow-minded, to send someone to kill him over such a small matter. If he dared to send someone to kill him, Chu Feng would make Huarong pay a painful price. Where is Master Huarong now? Chu Feng asked coldly. No, I don't know. He might have already left Songfeng Empire, Zui Yushan replied weakly. Anyone who dares to try to kill me, even if they run to the ends of the earth, I will find and kill him, Chu Feng said coldly. Knowing the mastermind, Chu Feng suddenly swung his shadow demon sword. A sharp sword aura sliced through Zui Yushan's neck, separating his head from his body. After killing Zui Yushan, Chu Feng began searching the many black-clad men around him. Currently, Chu Feng's cultivation level was low, and he lacked resources for cultivation. Any resource he could find was valuable. Not only does he need cultivation resources, but his chaotic starry world also requires a large amount of spiritual energy. Therefore, Chu Feng does not want to miss any resource now. Soon, Chu Feng finishes gathering supplies. Let's go? We continue our journey. Chu Feng turns to Yin Qingying and says, Oh, okay. Yin Qingying has been staring blankly at Chu Feng. It is only when Chu Feng calls her that she comes back to herself. Today, Yin Qingying is truly shocked by Chu Feng. She was only slightly surprised when she learned Chu Feng was a 5th-rank alchemist. But today, seeing Chu Feng kill many high-level cultivators with his true spirit realm, she is completely amazed. Even if his master, Li Taiqing, came, he couldn't handle so many people. If Chu Feng can fight so many, he is stronger than his master. Chu Feng is so young and already so powerful. It's hard to imagine how terrifying Chu Feng will become in the future. After a moment, Yin Qingying quickly catches up to Chu Feng. The previous fight scared away their spiritual horses, so now they can only walk to the next city and buy new horses. My realm is still too low, Chu Feng mutters to himself. If his cultivation reached the heavenly spirit realm, he could fly on a sword and even take Yin Qingying with him. Chu Feng, what kind of cultivation technique are you practicing? It's so powerful, Yin Qingying asks excitedly as they walk. Really? You want to learn? Chu Feng smiles faintly. Yes, Yin Qingying nods eagerly. Since Chu Feng is only at the 1st level of the true spirit realm, his technique must be very strong. If Chu Feng agrees to teach her, she definitely wants to learn. Call me young master to hear how it sounds, Chu Feng teases. Young master, Yin Qingying calls sweetly. Your voice sounds very nice. Chu Feng chuckles softly, stops talking, and continues walking. Young master, I called you. Hurry up and teach me. Yin Qingying quickly catches up and asks when she sees Chu Feng suddenly ignoring her. I didn't say I would teach you. Chu Feng replies with a light smile. Idiot. Then why do I have to call you young master? Yin Qingying instantly becomes angry. You are my maid. Isn't calling me young master what you should do? Chu Feng says with a faint smile. Chu Feng, you bastard. Don't expect me to call you young master anymore, Yin Qingying says angrily. Qing Feng was clearly teasing her, even though she had just looked at him with hopeful eyes. Yin Qingying angrily looked at Qing Feng's back, wishing she could poke holes in it. Haha. Qing Feng saw Yin Qingying's angry face and found it funny. For some reason, Qing Feng just liked seeing Yin Qingying get mad. Idiot, you're still laughing. I will strangle you. Seeing Qing Feng laugh out loud, Yin Qingying suddenly became furious and grabbed his neck from behind. Qing Feng quickly turned around and tightly hugged Yin Qingying, smiling mischievously. He said, You dare to disobey me. Should I punish you? Qing Feng. What do you want to do? Seeing Qing Feng's bad intentions, Yin Qingying struggled hard, trying to break free from his embrace. Of course, I want to punish my little maid, Qing Feng said with a wicked smile. Suddenly, he lightly slapped Yin Qingying's rounded bottom. Yin Qingying's face froze in shock, as if struck by lightning. Idiot, you dare to hit me. I will fight you. After a moment of stunned silence, Yin Qingying snapped out of her shock, angrily drew her sword, and stabbed at Qing Feng. A woman's private area is a place only her husband can touch. Qing Feng had hit her bottom, and Yin Qingying was instantly furious, wanting to fight him. Qing Feng moved lightly, easily dodging Yin Qingying's attack. Yin Qingying kept attacking Qing Feng desperately, but she couldn't touch him. Suddenly, after Qing Feng dodged her attack, he again slapped her bottom. Ah, idiot, just kill me. I can't live anymore. Tears welled up in Yin Qingying's eyes as she crouched on the ground, looking heartbroken. Seeing how sad Yin Qingying looked, Qing Feng realized he had gone too far. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have hit you. To make it up, how about I teach you a holy level footwork? Qing Feng quickly apologized. Holy level footwork? Yin Qingying looked up with a sad face, her eyes full of disbelief. The levels of martial arts techniques are yellow, profound, earth, heaven, holy, divine, and imperial. As the top sect of Songfeng Empire, Qinglan sect's strongest footwork is only at the profound level. Now, Chu Feng surprisingly said he would teach her a sacred level footwork, and Yin Qingying was instantly a bit surprised. That's right. I can teach you the sacred level footwork, the illusion fairy step, Chu Feng said with a gentle smile. Chu Feng's shadow step isn't very suitable for Yin Qingying, but the illusion fairy step is the famous technique of his enemy from his past life, Huan Shining. Huan Shining was a top expert in the upper realm, and in his past life, Chu Feng was killed in a surprise attack, and she also took action. The illusion fairy step is a technique Chu Feng learned by chance, and it fits Yin Qingying's training very well. Suddenly, Chu Feng wanted to pass the illusion fairy step to Yin Qingying. You're not trying to trick me, are you? Yin Qingying slowly stood up, gently wiping away tears from her eyes. Don't worry, I won't lie to you this time. I'll teach you right now, Chu Feng assured her. After saying that, Chu Feng slowly recited the formula for the illusion fairy step, while demonstrating and explaining it to Yin Qingying. Seeing Chu Feng demonstrate the illusion fairy step, Yin Qingying's spirits lifted instantly. She forgot about Chu Feng teasing her earlier and focused entirely on practicing with him. After practicing for half an hour, Yin Qingying roughly mastered the illusion fairy step. Chu Feng, this illusion fairy step is amazing, she said excitedly, her steps moving constantly as she floated around Chu Feng, practicing the technique. The illusion fairy step is light and ethereal, like a fairy. Its shadow is seen but not its form, making it a top-tier movement technique for attack or travel. You're just starting now. Keep practicing, and you'll improve even more, Chu Feng said with a smile. With this illusion fairy step, you'll be able to fight opponents of higher levels more easily. Even if you face much stronger enemies, you can escape, he added. Yes, Chu Feng. Thank you. Yin Qingying stopped and looked at Chu Feng with gratitude. You're not angry anymore, right? Chu Feng asked with a gentle smile. Hearing this, Yin Qingying suddenly remembered how Chu Feng had teased her earlier. She wasn't angry now, but she still pouted at Chu Feng and said, Humph. Now that I have the illusion fairy step, you won't be able to bully me anymore. When I practice the illusion fairy step to perfection, I'll be the one teasing you. Even if Yin Qingying practices the illusion fairy step to perfection, he can still bully her. However, Chu Feng doesn't want to crush Yun Qingying's confidence, so he lets her feel proud for now. Hee. You can't take back what you've said now. I've memorized all the spells and steps. From now on, just wait to be bullied by me. Yun Qingying excitedly imagines the future scenes of bullying Chu Feng. Alright, I look forward to being bullied by you. Seeing Yun Qingying so happy, Chu Feng also feels cheerful. Honestly, having a woman you like around makes life much more fun. Just wait until I beat you up and you run around wildly. Yun Qingying giggles. Chu Feng and Yun Qingying playfully tease each other for a while before continuing their journey toward Qingfeng Town. Qingfeng Town, Chu family. Chu Tianyue has already sent out the elite disciples of the Chu family to hide. Now, only some ordinary qualified disciples and servants remain in the Chu family. Chu Tianyue considered sending all the Chu family disciples away, but if Lingxiao Pavilion found no one at the Chu family, they would search everywhere for the disciples. So, Chu Tianyue keeps some average disciples at home, planning to apologize to Lingxiao Pavilion if they are discovered. Even if Lingxiao Pavilion kills them all, the elite disciples outside can still be protected. Patriarch, it's not good. The Han family has come in with people. Chu Tianyue and Chu Wenshan were discussing when suddenly a disciple hurriedly ran in to report. The Han family. Chu Tianyue frowned slightly, unsure why the Han family had come to their Chu family. Last time at the spiritual mine in Qingfeng Town, Chu Tianyue agreed to the Han family's sharing plan. 80% for the Han family, 20% for the Chu family. Apart from that, there was no conflict between the two families. Chu Tianyue couldn't figure out why the Han family had sent people to their door now. Patriarch, the young master of the Han family, is a disciple of Lingxiao Pavilion. Do you think the Han family discovered something and sent people from Lingxiao Pavilion? Chu Wenshan guessed worriedly. Earlier, Chu Tianyue wanted Chu Wenshan to go out and avoid trouble, but Chu Wenshan insisted on staying in the Chu family. He has no children or family, and the Chu family is his only concern. He doesn't want to leave. No matter what it is, we must face it. Let's go and take a look first, Chu Tianyue said seriously. After a moment, Chu Tianyue and Chu Wenshan arrived at the Chu family's training ground. At this time, Han Xingqiao, the head of the Han family, was waiting with a large group of people in the training ground for Chu Tianyue. Not far away, more than 10 Chu family disciples were lying on the ground, all badly injured and crying out in pain. Seeing the injured Chu family disciples on the ground, Chu Tianyue was angry and asked Han Xingqiao, "What do you mean, Han family head?" Chu Tianyue, "Where have you taken Zhang Yuan, the young master of the Zhang family, and Elder Lin from Lingxiao Pavilion?" Han Xingqiao asked coldly. Chu Tianyue was slightly surprised but pretended to be unaware and said, "How would I know where they went? Last time, they just stayed at our Chu family for a while and then left." Chu Tianyue, don't try to deny it. We have solid evidence that they entered your Chu family and haven't left since. Today, Elder Zhou Qian from Lingxiao Pavilion and Elder Zhang Ding from the Zhang family are also here. Hand over the people now, or your Chu family will be destroyed today, Han Xingqiao said coldly. Hearing this, Chu Tianyue looked at the two elders beside Han Xingqiao. One was in the 3rd level of the mystic spirit realm, and the other was in the 9th level of the true spirit realm. They were probably Elder Zhou Qian from Lingxiao Pavilion and Elder Zhang Ding from the Zhang family. Seeing that strong experts from Lingxiao Pavilion and the Zhang family had arrived, Chu Tianyue felt worried. Their strength was too powerful for the Chu family to resist. Now, Chu Tianyue could only insist that he didn't know anything. Suddenly, Han's people dragged in 2 Chu family disciples from outside. "Master, they have confessed. Young Master Zhang Yuan and Elder Lin from the Zhang family have been killed by the Chu family, and their bodies are nowhere to be found," Han's people reported. What? Elder Zhou Qian and Elder Zhang Ding immediately glared at Chu Tianyue with anger. Your Chu family is so bold, daring to kill young Master Zhang and Elder Lin. Han Xingqiao was a bit surprised that Chu Tianyue was so bold, but he saw an opportunity to use Lingxiao Pavilion and the Zhang family's power to destroy the Chu family and let Han family dominate Qingfeng Town. Traitor, you have betrayed the Chu family. Chu Tianyue angrily looked at the 2 people dragged in by Han's men. We used to be loyal to the Great Elder. You killed the Great Elder, so we are just taking revenge for him. One person laughed loudly. Chu Tianyue immediately felt regret. Earlier, Chu Feng suggested he kill all the members of the Great Elder's lineage. He only killed the main people and let some minor ones go. Now, he didn't expect that the Chu family would be betrayed by those he had spared, leading to their destruction. Speak. Why did your Chu family kill my elder Lingxiao Pavilion's elder? Zhou Qian demanded angrily. I wanted to kill him, so I did. Why do I need a reason? Chu Tianyue said loudly. Today, the Chu family was doomed to be destroyed. Chu Tianyue was no longer afraid and openly admitted to killing people, hoping this would save Chu Feng and the other Chu family members who had escaped. Today, I will show you what it means to wish you were never born. After saying that, Zhou Qian fiercely struck Chu Tianyue with a palm. Bang! Chu Tianyue immediately spat blood and was thrown 10 meters away. Clan leader, Chu Wenshan saw this and rushed over to help Chu Tianyue up. Wenshan, today the Chu family is going to be destroyed. As clan leader, I can't avoid blame, Chu Tianyue said sadly. Chu Tianyue had always wanted to make the Chu family great, but in the end, it was destroyed. Although the main reason was blamed on Chu Feng, as clan leader, Chu Tianyue also bore responsibility for the family's downfall. Clan leader has done very well. Chu Wenshan softly comforted him. He knew the Chu family was doomed, but he had no attachments and was not afraid of death. Everyone attack. Destroy the Chu family. Zhang Ding, furious after learning Zhang Yuan was killed, ordered everyone to attack and destroy the Chu family. Suddenly, screams of horror filled the scene. At this moment, Chu Feng and Yun Qingying had just returned to Qingfeng Town. As soon as they entered Qingfeng Town, Chu Feng sensed the killing intent coming from the Chu family in the distance. Let's go? Something's wrong with the Chu family. Chu Feng used the shadow step and quickly flew toward the Chu family's territory. Yun Qingying saw this and immediately used the illusion fairy step to follow. At this moment, Chu Tianyue was badly injured and collapsed on the ground, unable to move. He could only helplessly watch the Chu family members being killed around him. Stop killing. Hang them up. I want to cut them into pieces. Zhou Qian suddenly ordered to halt the slaughter. Yes, Han Xingqiao immediately ordered his men to stop, then instructed them to hang up Chu Tianyue, Chu Wenshan, and some other surviving Chu disciples. Senior Zhou, today the elite disciples of the Chu family are not here. Chu Tianyue probably had them hide earlier, Han Xingqiao said suddenly to Zhou Qian. If anyone dares to kill an elder of Lingxiao Pavilion, even if the Chu family hides in the farthest corners of the world, our pavilion will find them and punish them severely. Zhou Qian snorted coldly. Han Xingqiao, you will not have a good ending. Chu Tianyue, hearing the conversation between Han Xingqiao and Zhou Qian, felt like the sky was falling. Chu Tianyue, to eliminate the root, I won't hold back. If you want to blame someone, blame your Chu family for daring to kill an elder of Lingxiao Pavilion. Han Xingqiao sneered maliciously. Daring to kill an elder of Lingxiao Pavilion. Today, I will make your Chu family taste what it feels like to be unable to save yourself or die easily, Zhou Qian said fiercely. If you have the guts, just kill me with one strike. Chu Tianyue glared at Zhou Qian angrily. Want to die? No rush. First, I want you to feel what it's like to have your flesh torn off piece by piece. Zhou Qian cackled wickedly, slowly approaching with his sword. Chu Tianyue looked desperate, ready to bite his tongue and commit suicide. But just as he was about to do so, Zhou Qian moved faster and grabbed his mouth. Thinking of biting your tongue to end your life? Dream on, Zhou Qian sneered. Crack. With force, Zhou Qian shattered the bones in Chu Tianyue's mouth. The intense pain made Chu Tianyue scream in agony. Yes, just like that. I love hearing that kind of sound, Zhou Qian said loudly with a wicked smile. After that, Zhou Qian swung his sword, preparing to cut off chunks of Chu Tianyue's flesh one by one. Suddenly, a shadow like a ghost appeared swiftly in front of Zhou Qian. The shadow grabbed Zhou Qian's hand, which was about to cut Chu Tianyue, and twisted it forcefully. Crack! Zhou Qian's arm was twisted a full 360 degrees, and the bones connecting his arm to his body snapped. The excruciating pain caused Zhou Qian to scream loudly. Following that, a dark figure kicked hard at Zhou Qian's back, knocking him over 10 meters away. Zhou Qian's back was deeply dented, and it seemed like his ribs were broken. Ah, Zhou Qian cried out in pain again. Don't you like hearing that sound? I'll let you hear more of it, the dark figure said coldly, looking at Zhou Qian. Bastard, who are you? Old Zhou is an elder of our Lingxiao pavilion. If you hurt him, our pavilion won't let you go. The disciples nearby saw the dark figure quickly knock Zhou Qian into a coma and were frightened. They hurriedly used the name of Lingxiao Pavilion to try to scare the dark figure away. Lingxiao Pavilion? That's nothing, the dark figure said coldly. Chu Feng? At this moment, Chu Tianyue and Chu Wenshan looked up in disbelief when they heard the dark figure's voice. Patriarch, I'm sorry. I was late to return, Chu Feng said with regret. This incident was caused by Chu Feng killing Zhang Yuan and Lin Tianqing. Now, seeing so many Chu family members dead, Chu Feng felt very guilty. If he had returned half a day earlier, these people in the Chu family wouldn't have died. Chu Feng, you shouldn't have come back. There are many powerful cultivators in Lingxiao Pavilion. You've exposed yourself. They won't let you go, Chu Tianyue said weakly. Patriarch, don't worry. This time, I will handle everything thoroughly, Chu Feng said softly to reassure. Currently, Chu Feng was a 5th-rank alchemist and a guest elder of Qinglan's sect. Lingxiao Pavilion wouldn't dare to attack him recklessly. Moreover, with Chu Feng's current strength, he wasn't afraid of Lingxiao Pavilion. In fact, if he wanted, he could even destroy Lingxiao Pavilion. After speaking, Chu Feng gave Chu Tianyue and Chu Wenshan the 3rd-rank healing pills he had previously prepared. Are you Chu Feng of the Chu family? At this moment, Han Xingqiao looked at Chu Feng with disbelief. Han Xingqiao had seen Chu Feng before, but wasn't Chu Feng stripped of his cultivation by Qinglan's sect? How did he manage to injure Zhou Qian, who was in the 3rd level of the mystic spirit realm, just now? Did you bring people to kill someone in the Chu family? Chu Feng didn't answer Han Xingqiao's question, but asked coldly. It's a misunderstanding. Han Xingqiao broke out in cold sweat under Chu Feng's pressure. Boom. Chu Feng instantly teleported in front of Han Xingqiao and kicked him, sending him flying over 10 meters. Boy, did you kill Zhang Yuan from my Zhang family? Suddenly, Zhang Ding coldly asked Chu Feng. Zhang Ding could see that Chu Feng's level was only at the true spirit stage 1st level. Although he didn't understand how Zhou Qian was injured by Chu Feng earlier, Zhang Ding's level was nearly a whole stage higher. As long as he was careful in the fight, he believed he could defeat Chu Feng. People from the Zhang family, Chu Feng looked coldly at Zhang Ding. That's right, kid, kneel and beg for mercy. I might let you die quickly, Zhang Ding said boastfully. Ah. Chu Feng chuckled softly, then suddenly turned serious. He drew his magic shadow sword sharply. Clang. Everyone heard the sound of a sword being unsheathed, and saw Zhang Ding's head suddenly fly up into the air. He was killed instantly with one sword. Even though he was at the 9th level of the true spirit stage, everyone looked at Chu Feng in shock, unable to believe what they saw. Chu Feng, Chu Tianyue, and Chu Wenshan also stared at Chu Feng with disbelief. They knew Chu Feng was very strong, but they didn't expect him to kill Zhang Ding with one sword. Zhang Ding was a well-known expert for many years, almost unbeatable at the true spirit stage. At this moment, Han Xingqiao was so scared he was trembling. The strongest person in the Han family was at the 4th level of the true spirit stage. Now that Chu Feng could kill Zhang Ding at the 9th level, it meant that if Chu Feng wanted to destroy the Han family, it would be very easy. In an instant, Han Xingqiao regretted getting involved in today's events. Earlier, Lingxiao Pavilion only asked the Han family to help investigate, but seeing a chance to destroy the Chu family, Han Xingqiao took the initiative to join in, bringing most of the elite disciples of the Han family to attack the Chu family. Now it was too late to regret. They had killed so many people from the Chu family, and Chu Feng definitely wouldn't let the Han family go. Han Xingqiao quickly thought about how to escape the impending disaster of total destruction. Suddenly, he saw a stunningly beautiful woman appear in the scene. Fairy Yuan, save us quickly. Chu Feng is a terrible demon. He wants to kill us all. Han Xingqiao recognized Yuan Qingying. Seeing her appear, he immediately falsely accused Chu Feng of being a demon and begged Yuan Qingying to help fight Chu Feng. Impressive, Chu Feng is truly a great villain. Fairy Yuan, we are from Lingxiao Pavilion. Chu Feng wants to harm us. Please help us by removing this villain, The disciples of Lingxiao Pavilion immediately accused Chu Feng of being a villain after hearing Han Xingqiao's words. Fairy Yuan, don't listen to their lies. Chu Feng is not a villain. Chu Tianyue also knows Yun Qingying. When he hears Han Xingqiao's false accusations against Chu Feng, he quickly steps forward to defend him. Previously, Chu Feng was expelled from Qinglan's sect for secretly watching Yun Qingying bathe. Chu Tianyue worries that Yun Qingying might have a bias against Chu Feng, so he directly assumes Chu Feng is a villain. That's right. I am indeed a villain, Chu Feng openly admits with a wicked smile. In his past life, Chu Feng was the underworld demon lord, often called a villain by many. He's used to the label. Chu Feng, don't talk nonsense. Chu Tianyue and Chu Wenshan are anxious and try to stop him when they hear Chu Feng's words. Villains are troublemakers for the world. If Chu Feng is labeled a villain, everyone might want to kill him, and even the Chu family could be implicated. Stop talking nonsense. Yun Qingying scolds Chu Feng with a look of annoyance, then turns to the crowd and loudly declares, Chu Feng is not a villain. He is currently a guest elder of Qinglan's sect, and he is also our saintess's partner. What? How is that possible? Chu Feng was expelled from Qinglan's sect not long ago. How did he become a guest elder? And how did he become the partner of Fairy Yuan? Everyone looks at Yun Qingying with disbelief, then at Chu Feng. Is this true? That's wonderful. Chu Tianyue, Chu Wenshan, and the surviving disciples of the Chu family are overwhelmed with excitement upon hearing Yun Qingying's words. They never expected Chu Feng to become a guest elder of Qinglan's sect, and also to be Fairy Yuan's partner. Just a short while ago, Chu Feng was expelled from Qinglan's sect for secretly watching Yun Qingying bathe. This change is simply unbelievable. Chu Tianyue and Chu Wenshan stare blankly at Chu Feng, pondering how he managed to do it. Could it be that Chu Feng convinced Yun Qingying, causing her to agree to be his partner and even help him secure the position of guest elder in Qinglan's sect? The two kept imagining all sorts of possibilities, believing this was the most likely one. At the same time, they greatly admired Chu Feng's skills, as he managed to win Yun Qingying and became a guest elder of Qinglan's sect. Why is this happening? Han Xingqiao sat on the ground in despair, muttering to himself. When Yun Qingying appeared earlier, Han Xingqiao thought a savior had arrived. But it turned out that the savior was not Yun Qingying, but Chu Feng's helper. Now, Chu Feng had become a guest elder of Qinglan's sect and Yun Qingying's partner, leaving Han's family with no hope of survival. Suddenly, a terrifying figure rushed in from outside the Chu family. Second elder, you're here. A disciple in black from Lingxiao Pavilion saw the visitor and shouted excitedly. The visitor was Ji Feiyong, the second elder of Lingxiao Pavilion, at the Earth Spirit Realm, first level. Ji Feiyong had come to Qingfeng Town with others from Lingxiao Pavilion earlier. He thought he didn't need to act against a small Chu family, so he was drinking at a tavern, waiting. When Zhou Qian was injured and unconscious after being beaten by Chu Feng, Lingxiao Pavilion's disciple immediately sent a distress signal. Ji Feiyong saw the signal and hurried over. What's going on? Ji Feiyong asked, frowning as he looked at the Lingxiao Pavilion disciple. He didn't expect that a small Chu family would cause Lingxiao Pavilion's disciple to send a distress signal. Second elder, Elder Zhou Qian, is almost dead after being beaten by this demon. Please kill this demon to avenge Elder Zhou Qian, the black-clad disciple pleaded. Ji Feiyong looked at Zhou Qian lying motionless on the ground and saw his serious injuries. His anger instantly surged. A small Chu family dared to hurt their inner elder of Lingxiao Pavilion. This was reckless. Furious, Ji Feiyong turned to the direction the disciple pointed and prepared to teach the attacker a harsh lesson, making everyone see the price of offending Lingxiao Pavilion. But when Ji Feiyong saw Chu Feng, the expression on his face froze instantly. You, Master Chu, why are you here? Not long ago, Ji Feiyong had come to Tianlan City to refine pills with Chu Feng. He had even wanted to invite Chu Feng to join Lingxiao Pavilion, but Chu Feng had refused. He never expected Chu Feng to appear here and to have injured someone from Lingxiao Pavilion. I am from the Chu family in Qingfeng Town. Is there anything strange here? Actually, your Lingxiao Pavilion brought people to our Chu family and even killed many of us. What do you want? Master Chu, there must be some misunderstanding. Ji Fiying quickly apologized. After speaking, Ji Fiying turned to the disciples of Lingxiao Pavilion and angrily asked, "What is going on? Why did you come to the Chu family to kill people?" The black-clad disciple from Lingxiao Pavilion looked pale and said, "Second Elder, we found out that Elder Lin's death was related to the Chu family, so we came to kill." "Nonsense. How could Elder Lin be killed by the Chu family?" Ji Fiying scolded angrily. "Second Elder, I am not lying. We already have evidence that Elder Lin was killed by someone from the Chu family," the black-clad disciple explained quickly. Boom. Ji Fiying suddenly slapped the black-clad disciple, knocking him to the ground and causing him to spit blood and die. Everyone present looked at Ji Fiying with shock, not understanding why he suddenly killed the disciple. But this must be related to Chu Feng. Judging by Ji Fiying's attitude toward Chu Feng, it seems he is afraid to offend him. This made everyone instantly doubt Chu Feng's identity as Master Chu. What kind of master is Chu Feng? He can make Ji Fiying, a cultivator at the Earth Spirit Realm, afraid. Chu Tianyue and Chu Wenshan also looked confused. Like everyone else, they didn't know what Master Chu meant. Some people had heard that recently, a fifth-rank alchemist called Master Chu appeared on the Eastern Wilderness continent. But Chu Feng is too young, and no one believes he is a fifth-rank alchemist. "Master Chu, this person dared to falsely accuse your family. I have already killed him." Ji Fiying looked at Chu Feng with a flattering smile. He said, "He didn't falsely accuse anyone. I killed Elder Lin myself." Chu Feng, wanting to leave soon, aimed to settle the grudge with Lingxiao Pavilion completely and prevent any future trouble for the Chu family. He openly said this to see Lingxiao Pavilion's attitude. If they are friends, everything will be peaceful. If they are enemies, he will destroy Lingxiao Pavilion directly. Chu Tianyue and Chu Wenshan, upon hearing Chu Feng's words, immediately looked tense. They didn't understand why Chu Feng was provoking Ji Feiyang. They knew that Ji Feiyang was a powerful expert in the Earth Spirit Realm. If Ji Feiyang got angry, everyone from the Chu family present would be buried with him. Yun Qingying watched the situation calmly, not worried at all about Chu Feng's safety. Chu Feng had already killed the second layer of the Earth Spirit Realm's Lingxiao Pavilion Elder. She believed Ji Feiyang was probably no match for Chu Feng either. When Ji Feiyang heard Chu Feng's words, his expression changed several times. Finally, he chuckled softly and said, "That must be Lin Tiancheng, that useless fellow who offended Master Chu. Humph. He dared to offend Master Chu, and he deserves to die." Also Zhou Qian and the other disciples of Lingxiao Pavilion. "They just killed so many of my Chu family members. Elder Ji, please handle them." Chu Feng looked calmly at the Lingxiao Pavilion disciples nearby. These people dared to kill Master Chu's relatives. They are really bold. "Master Chu, don't worry. I will deal with them right now." Ji Feiyang's eyes flashed with a fierce look. After speaking, Ji Feiyang struck down the Lingxiao Pavilion disciples present, not even sparing Zhou Qian, who was badly injured and unconscious. Everyone in the crowd was shocked and confused, unsure why Ji Feiyang was so cruel and killed fellow disciples. Ji Feiyang ignored their surprise. After killing them, he respectfully looked at Chu Feng and said, "Master Chu, the people from Lingxiao Pavilion who offended you have all been dealt with." "Yes." "Thank you, Elder Ji," Chu Feng replied calmly. Ji Feiyang was so considerate that Chu Feng didn't want to argue with Lingxiao Pavilion for now. Chu Tianyue and Chu Wenshan stared in disbelief at Chu Feng, unable to believe he could make Ji Feiyang act so decisively. Remember, Ji Feiyang was a strong expert in the Earth Spirit Realm. "Elder Ji, you." Han Xing stared at Ji Feiyang with disbelief. Ji Feiyang was a powerful expert in the Earth Spirit Realm, capable of killing Chu Feng easily. He couldn't understand why Ji Feiyang was so afraid of Chu Feng, even killing Lingxiao Pavilion disciples on his behalf, including a senior elder of Lingxiao Pavilion. Master Chu is a fifth-rank alchemist. They dared to offend him. They deserve to die, Ji Feiyang suddenly explained. "What? Fifth-rank alchemist?" Everyone was stunned, their eyes wide with disbelief as they turned to look at Chu Feng. Chu Feng is so young. Could he really be a fifth-rank alchemist? "Chu Feng, are you a fifth-rank alchemist?" Chu Tianyue and Chu Wenshan looked at Chu Feng with shock on their faces. They had never seen Chu Feng refine pills before and didn't know he could do it. Yes, Chu Feng nodded calmly. Wow, so you're really a fifth-rank alchemist? Seeing Chu Feng nod, Chu Tianyue and Chu Wenshan immediately felt overjoyed. Before, there were no fifth-rank alchemists on the entire Eastern Wilderness continent, but they knew what it meant to be one. In this backward, desolate world, even a third-rank alchemist could make a family rise to the top of the Eastern Wilderness. Now, their Chu family had a fifth-rank alchemist. It meant their family was about to soar and become one of the top families in the entire desolate land. That's wonderful. Our Chu family has a true genius. Everyone still alive in the Chu family cheered excitedly, dancing with joy. No, this can't be. How could Chu Feng be a fifth-rank alchemist? Elder Ji, are you sure you're not mistaken? Han Xingqiao asked loudly, looking unconvinced. I personally sought out Master Chu to refine pills. Many people in Tianlan City have seen Master Chu do it. How could I be wrong? Ji Feiyang said coldly. So, it really is a fifth-rank alchemist, Han Xingqiao muttered in despair. If Chu Feng is a fifth-rank alchemist, then after the Han family killed so many people from the Chu family, how could they still have any hope? Master Chu, do the Han family members offend you? Should I help you deal with them? Ji Feiyang smiled flatteringly at Chu Feng. Then I'll trouble Elder Ji. Chu Feng was too lazy to dirty his hands dealing with the Han family. Since Ji Feiyang was willing to help, Chu Feng decided to accept his kindness and settle the grudge with Lingxiao Pavilion for now. No, please. Lord Chu, I beg you to forgive the Han family. We don't want the spiritual minds from Qingfeng Town anymore. They belong to Chu family now. When Han Xingqiao heard Ji Feiyang and Chu Feng, he was instantly terrified and wanted to seek help from Chu Tianyue. Han Xingqiao, you've finally met your match. Chu Tianyue saw Han Xingqiao begging humbly and felt a little satisfied. But since the Han family had just killed so many people from the Chu family, Chu Tianyue would never let Han Xingqiao go. If you don't remove the roots, the weeds will grow back in spring. The Chu family and the Han family are sworn enemies, and they want to completely eliminate the Han family. Kill. Chu Feng didn't want to waste time and immediately urged Ji Feiyang to act. Ji Feiyang quickly moved, swiftly killing Han Xingqiao and the Han family members present. The Han family members were terrified and ran in all directions, but Ji Feiyang was a powerful cultivator. They couldn't escape his pursuit. The faster they ran, the quicker they would fall. Within half an hour, all the Han family members were killed. Ji Feiyang, covered in blood, came to Chu Feng and said, Master Chu, all the Han family members have been eliminated. Thank you, Elder Ji. From now on, let's forget the past grievances between me and Lingxiao Pavilion, Chu Feng said calmly. Chu Feng didn't want to cause more trouble. If Lingxiao Pavilion didn't bother him in the future, he was willing to let go of past conflicts. Thank you, Master Chu. Ji Feiyang was immediately very happy. A fifth-rank alchemist can not only make medicine, but also command many strong fighters. Earlier, Lingxiao Pavilion's people offended Chu Feng. Ji Feiyang was worried Chu Feng would blame Lingxiao Pavilion, stop helping them with alchemy, or even send fighters to deal with them. So he just now did his best to help Chu Feng, even risking killing Lingxiao Pavilion's people to earn Chu Feng's forgiveness. Now that Chu Feng finally forgave Lingxiao Pavilion, Ji Feiyang was filled with excitement. Yes, Chu Feng nodded slightly in response. Lady Yinsheng, why are you here? Are you here to see Master Chu for alchemy? Earlier, Ji Feiyang was busy dealing with the people from Lingxiao Pavilion and the Han family. Now he had a moment to ask Yin Qingying. Elder Ji, Yin Qingying bowed slightly and smiled. I am Chu Feng's partner. I am here to accompany him home. You and Master Chu are partners. Ji Feiyang's expression froze instantly. He didn't expect Qinglan sect to act so quickly, making Yun Qingying Chu Feng's partner. If he had known Chu Feng liked women, he would have let Lingxiao Pavilion's SAINTESS try to seduce him. But now, everything is too late. Chu Feng has already become a guest elder of Qinglan sect and cannot join their Lingxiao Pavilion anymore. Yes, Yin Qingying nodded lightly in agreement. Lady Yun is truly lucky to have caught Master Chu's favor, Ji Feiyang said with a hint of envy. Chu Feng is a fifth-rank alchemist. If she becomes his partner, she will have no worries about medicines and will be respected by many people. It's a step toward success. Yin Qingying was unsure how to respond when she heard this. Suddenly, She saw Chu Feng looking at her with a teasing smile. She immediately glared at him angrily. Becoming Chu Feng's partner is indeed a good choice. Yun Qingying had also considered it before, but Chu Feng only wanted her to be his personal maid. Thinking about this made Yun Qingying very angry. At this moment, Chu Tianyue arranged for people to handle the bodies around, and then came to Chu Feng's side, excitedly saying, "Chu Feng, I will gather everyone outside the Chu family now." "Yes." Chu Feng nodded slightly. Now, Chu Feng has the strength to protect the Chu family, and the grudges with Ling Shao Pavilion are temporarily settled. No other forces dare to harm the Chu family anymore. Gathering the Chu family members will also help them develop better. Chu Feng plans to make a batch of medicines to quickly improve the strength of the Chu family's younger generation. "Let's first go and destroy the Han family," Chu Feng suddenly said. News of this will soon reach the Han family. Chu Feng worries they might transfer their resources away, so he wants to eliminate the Han family now. "Good." Chu Tianyue immediately nodded. "Master Chu, there's no need for you to do this yourself. The head of the Chu family and I will handle it," Ji Feiyang said quickly, wanting to help. Chu Feng looked at Ji Feiyang with a faint smile and said, "Then I'll trouble Elder Ji." Ji Feiyang wanted to help, and Chu Feng didn't mind owing him a favor. This is also a way to build connections for the Chu family. He will leave soon, leaving some contacts behind to ensure the safety of the Chu family. "It's no trouble." Ji Feiyang was excited when Chu Feng agreed, and he pulled Chu Tianyue to head to the Han family. Soon, Chu Tianyue, Ji Feiyang, and some Chu family members left for the Han family. After Chu Tianyue left, a wounded steward from the Chu family came over and respectfully bowed to Chu Feng, saying, "Young master, young master's wife, everything here needs to be cleaned again. I have someone preparing tea and snacks in the back hall. Please, young master, take young mistress to rest there." "All right." Chu Feng glanced around the training ground, which was stained red from the previous fight. It definitely needed a thorough cleaning. Chu Feng turned to Yun Qingying and teased, "Let's go, young mistress. We'll rest in the back hall." Yun Qingying rolled her eyes at Chu Feng and said through gritted teeth, "Yes, husband." "Sir." Chu Feng chuckled happily and led Yun Qingying slowly toward the Chu family's backyard. "Chu Feng, why don't I see your parents?" Yun Qingying suddenly asked. "They passed away when I was very young," Chu Feng replied calmly. "Oh, I'm sorry," Yun Qingying said with a look of apology. "It's okay," Chu Feng said softly. As they walked, Yun Qingying looked around, wanting to see the place where Chu Feng grew up. "Chu Feng, when did you learn alchemy?" Yun Qingying suddenly asked. She had always wondered how Chu Feng learned alchemy, especially since he was so young and already a fifth-rank alchemist. Chu Feng thought of a ready explanation and spoke slowly. "When I was very young, I met my alchemy master. He was from a higher world. Seeing my talent for alchemy, he took me as his apprentice and taught me. He explained alchemy in simple ways, and his techniques were quite advanced, so I was able to become a fifth-rank alchemist so quickly." Yun Qingying paused, surprised. "A higher world?" "Yes. My master seems to be from a higher realm. I don't remember the details clearly. That realm is many times more advanced than our desolate realm. In that realm, a fifth-rank alchemist is just a beginner," Chu Feng continued, making up a story. "Higher realm?" Yun Qingying's eyes flickered as if she remembered something, and suddenly she fell silent. "Do you know about the higher realm?" Chu Feng noticed her expression and looked a bit confused. "No, I don't know. I'm from a lower world. How could I know about the higher realm? I only just heard you mention it," Yun Qingying denied. Chu Feng looked at Yun Qingying deeply, sensing she was hiding a secret. But since she didn't want to say more, Chu Feng chose not to press. Soon after, Chu Feng took Yun Qingying for a walk around the back hall of the Chu family, then arrived at his small courtyard. "Chu Feng, your little courtyard is quite nice." Yun Qingying looked at the elegant and peaceful courtyard and expressed her admiration. "Yes, we will stay here for a few days. You and I will share a room," Chu Feng said with a teasing smile. "Dream on. I won't share a room with you," Yun Qingying huffed. "We are cultivator partners. Not sharing a room might make others suspicious." Chu Feng chuckled softly. Yun Qingying replied annoyed. "I'm just your maid, not your real partner. If others suspect, let them. Besides, this is your Chu family. Who would gossip? Are you afraid I might hurt someone?" Chu Feng said slowly. Chu Feng gently moved closer to Yun Qingying, wrapping his arm around her slim waist and speaking domineeringly. You are my personal maid. You should take care of me closely. Yuan Qingying's pretty face instantly turned red as she struggled. Let go of me. I can take care of you from the room next door. Her face still flushed. Yuan Qingying looked even more charming and beautiful. Chu Feng watched her heartbeat quicken, his throat unconsciously dry, and his grip on Yuan Qingying became firmer. Chu Feng, let me go now. Yuan Qingying saw his passionate eyes and hurriedly pushed him away. Seeing her resistance, Chu Feng released her and smiled lightly. You can stay in the next room too, but remember to be available whenever I call. Yuan Qingying stepped back angrily and glared at him. Chu Feng, we agreed before. I won't warm your bed. Don't think you can do anything to me. Don't worry, I have no intention of making you warm my bed as a maid, Chu Feng said with a gentle smile. If he really made Yuan Qingying warm his bed, she wouldn't just be his maid anymore. She would be his woman. Soon after, Chu Tianyue returned looking excited. Chu Feng, we have completely defeated the Han family. Their resources now belong to our Chu family, Chu Tianyue said with a big smile. As the largest family in Qingfeng town, the Han family had much more wealth and resources than the Chu family. Now, all those resources belong to the Chu family, including all the spiritual minds in Qingfeng town. Haha, the Chu family suddenly gained so many resources, and with Chu Feng, a fifth-rank alchemist, among them, Chu Tianyue felt that life had never been so wonderful. Thanks to Elder Ji's help, we were able to defeat the Han family so quickly, said Chu Tianyue, turning to Ji Feiyang with gratitude. Chu Feng also looked at Ji Feiyang and smiled faintly, saying, Thank you, Elder Ji. I owe you a favor. If you need help with alchemy or anything else in the future, just come to me. Chu Feng didn't actually owe Ji Feiyang anything, but he wanted to build connections for the Chu family, so he asked Ji Feiyang for help. Master Chu, this is what I should do, Ji Feiyang replied, smiling like a blooming chrysanthemum. Seeing this, Chu Tianyue also laughed happily. Through today's events, Chu Tianyue and Ji Feiyang became more familiar. On the way back, Ji Feiyang promised that he could be contacted for help anytime, which made Chu Tianyue very excited. Ji Feiyang is a powerful expert at the Earth Spirit realm and the second elder of Lingxiao Pavilion. His influence is huge, and having a good relationship with him is very beneficial for the Chu family's growth. Soon, Chu Tianyue arranged a banquet to host Chu Feng and Ji Feiyang. Over the next few days, Chu family members kept returning from outside. When they learned that Chu Feng was a fifth-rank alchemist, they were all very excited and couldn't hide their happiness. During these days, Chu Feng also made many pills to improve cultivation and gave them to Chu Tianyue, so he could train the elite members of the Chu family. As news spread, most forces in the Zhongfeng Empire learned that Chu Feng was from the Chu family in Qingfeng town. Many forces came to visit, hoping to establish connections with him. Lingxiao Pavilion also sent a gift to apologize because Lin Tianqing and Zhou Qian had previously offended Chu Feng. The Zhang family also brought most of their wealth to seek Chu Feng's forgiveness. As for Lu Hanyan's Lu family, upon learning that Chu Feng was a fifth-rank alchemist, they deeply regretted their actions. They came crying, claiming they never intended to break the engagement, and it was Lu Hanyan who took the initiative to call it off. The Lu family also wanted Lu Ruyun, Lu Hanyan's sister, to fulfill the previous marriage agreement and marry Chu Feng. However, Chu Feng ignored the Lu family and directly ordered his people to drive them away. Chu Feng was already generous in forgiving the Lu family, but they still wanted to marry into his family. Their wish was unrealistic. Chu Feng stayed in the Chu family for 10 days, helping to entertain various forces and raising the family's reputation to its peak. Afterward, Chu Feng bid farewell to everyone in the Chu family and set out with Yuan Qingying for Qinglan sect. Qingfeng town is over 200 kilometers from Qinglan sect. Chu Feng and Yuan Qingying ride spirit horses and can arrive in half a day. However, Chu Feng is not in a hurry to go to Qinglan sect. Instead, he rides slowly with Yuan Qingying. Qingying, when will we have a noble child? Chu Feng teases. When they parted from Chu Tianyue and others earlier, Chu Tianyue specifically told Chu Feng and Yuan Qingying to work hard and have a noble child soon. Yuan Qingying blushed shyly. Chu Feng finds this amusing and decides to tease Yuan Qingying further. Come on, let's have a child now. Yin Qingying glares at Chu Feng with annoyance. Recently, Chu Feng often teases and playfully mocks Yin Qingying whenever he has time, making her very angry. Yin Qingying once thought that after learning the illusion fairy step, Chu Feng wouldn't bully her anymore. But she didn't expect that Chu Feng's shadow step was higher than her illusion fairy step, so she couldn't avoid his teasing. However, over time, Yin Qingying has almost gotten used to Chu Feng's teasing and doesn't even mind it anymore. She doesn't know why this is happening, but she always keeps her boundaries and doesn't let Chu Feng cross the line. Really? That's great. Then let's have a child now. Chu Feng pretends to be excited and continues teasing Yin Qingying. Go to hell. Yin Qingying, furious, pulls out her sword and stabs at Chu Feng. What Yin Qingying just said was only a threat. She didn't expect Chu Feng to take it seriously. What does Chu Feng think of her, having children on this official road? Does he think she's that shameless woman? Just joking. Don't be angry. Chu Feng quickly apologizes when he sees Yin Qingying's anger. Chu Feng, do you really think I'm a shameless woman? Yin Qingying suddenly tears up. These days, Chu Feng acts as if he considers her shameless, teasing her casually. This makes Yin Qingying feel angry and sad inside. Inger, I would never tease a woman I don't like, Chu Feng says seriously, looking at her. Through their time together, Chu Feng confirms that he truly likes Yin Qingying and wants to be with her forever. That's why he teases her. Chu Feng's personality is like that. He wouldn't bother women he doesn't like. Once you provoke someone, it means they like the other person and want to be with them. Yin Qingying was stunned when she heard Chu Feng's sudden confession. Her expression froze, and her mind went blank. Qingying, let's become true partners. Chu Feng approached Yin Qingying's spirit horse, took her hand, and spoke sincerely. Idiot, you wish. If you want me to be your partner, I will be. Yin Qingying quickly pulled her hand away from Chu Feng. Hearing Chu Feng say he liked her made Yin Qingying feel happy inside. She also had feelings for Chu Feng, or she wouldn't tolerate him teasing her all the time. But thinking about how Chu Feng had annoyed her before and made her serve as his personal maid, Yin Qingying felt angry again. In the past, when she wanted to become Chu Feng's partner, he made her serve as his personal maid. Now that Chu Feng wants her to be his partner, she plans to tease him for a while and make him feel what rejection is like. Qingying, I am sincere. Seeing Yin Qingying refuse, Chu Feng's face looked a bit unhappy. Who knows if you're sincere or just pretending? Yin Qingying said irritably. Should I show you my heart? Chu Feng asked helplessly. Only a fool would look at your heart. After saying that, Yin Qingying urged her spirit horse to run quickly. Chu Feng saw this and immediately chased after her. After a while, Chu Feng and Yin Qingying arrived outside the City of Twilight. The City of Twilight is very close to Yuan's sect. Chu Feng was expelled from his sect earlier and was thrown into the City of Twilight. Chu Feng looked at a small hill in the distance, and his thoughts drifted away. He remembered that he and Mu Qingya had fought in the ruins of a small temple on that hill. Last time, if it weren't for Mu Qingya, Kong Dai wouldn't have found Chu Feng. Given Chu Feng's situation back then, he would have died soon. It was also because of Mu Qingya that Chu Feng's cultivation was restored. You could say Mu Qingya is Chu Feng's savior. Ah, Chu Feng, I only asked the sect to expel you. I never wanted to kill you. Yin Qingying quickly explained when she heard Chu Feng's words. It's okay, the past is the past. No need to bring it up again, Chu Feng said calmly. At that time, Yin Qingying only ordered someone to expel Chu Feng from the sect, but some people in the sect were angry because Chu Feng insulted their goddess. They stripped Chu Feng of his cultivation and severely injured him. Chu Feng's eyes were blinded by the attack, and he couldn't save himself, so he ultimately died in Dusky City. However, this gave Chu Feng a chance for rebirth through soul attachment. Chu Feng, I'm sorry. I was just angry back then and asked someone to expel you. I didn't think it would cause such serious consequences for you. Seeing Chu Feng's indifferent expression, Yin Qingying hurriedly came over and kept apologizing. You caused me so much harm back then. Shouldn't you compensate me? Chu Feng said softly. What do you want as compensation? I'll agree to anything, Yin Qingying quickly replied. Come here, Chu Feng signaled calmly. Yin Qingying was confused, but still guided her horse closer to Chu Feng. When she got close, Chu Feng suddenly pulled her from her spiritual horse, embraced her, and quickly pressed his lips to hers. kissing her passionately. Ugh! Yin Qingying's beautiful eyes widened as she struggled desperately, but Chu Feng held her tightly, making it impossible to break free. After a moment, Yin Qingying's body went limp, and she gave up struggling, letting Chu Feng do as he pleased. After a while, Chu Feng slowly released her, looked at her delicate and beautiful face, and said domineeringly, "From now on, you are my woman." Yin Qingying took a long time to recover. However, she didn't agree to become Chu Feng's woman just because of his words. Instead, she immediately broke free from his embrace and scolded, "Chu Feng, you bastard." Yin Qingying hadn't finished teasing Chu Feng and didn't want to let him have his way so quickly. After that, Yin Qingying flew back to her spiritual horse and quickly rode into the city. Seeing Yin Qingying angrily leave, Chu Feng smiled softly. Although Yin Qingying has not yet agreed to become his woman, he believes he will win her over soon. Yin Qingying is very beautiful and has a great figure. Chu Feng is already imagining a happy life with her. After a moment, Chu Feng catches up to Yin Qingying. At this time, Yin Qingying is being stopped and spoken to by a young man in white. The young man in white is handsome and has a noble aura. His cultivation level is the 3rd stage of the mystic spirit realm. Behind him stands an old man in gray. 1st stage of the sky spirit realm. Chu Feng observes the gray-clad old man with a serious look. Suddenly, Chu Feng is a bit curious about the identity of the young man in white. The Tsongfeng Empire does not have strong cultivators at the sky spirit realm, so the fact that this young man has a powerful protector shows he is someone important. Seeing the young man in white bothering Yin Qingying, Chu Feng quickly walks over. "Inger, who is he?" Chu Feng leans close to Yin Qingying, acting like he is claiming her. The young man in white turns to look at Chu Feng. "Who are you?" he asks. "Chu Feng, don't." Yin Qingying seems about to stop him. But Chu Feng quickly grabs her hand and loudly declares, "I am Inger's partner." "Partner? Yin Holy Maiden. You have a partner now?" The young man in white looks excited and gazes at Yin Qingying with a strange expression. Seeing Chu Feng say this, Yin Qingying no longer argues and admits directly, "Yes, he is indeed my partner. Let me introduce you. Chu Feng, my partner, is a 5th-rank alchemist. Chao Kuan, the young master of the Chao family, the largest family in the Tianluo Empire." Chu Feng's eyes narrow slightly upon hearing this. The Tianluo Empire is the strongest empire on the eastern wilderness continent. The Chao family is the biggest family there and one of the top forces on the continent. No wonder Chao Kuan has a sky spirit realm expert protecting him. He is the young master of the Chao family. 5th-rank alchemist? Are you the famous Master Chu on the eastern wilderness continent? Chao Kuan asks with a serious look after hearing Yin Qingying's introduction. The old man in gray behind Chao Kuan also looks at Chu Feng. 5 great alchemists are now capable of threatening the Chao family, which naturally draws the attention of both parties. Chu Feng nodded calmly. "So, Brother Chu is a 5 great alchemist. No wonder he has caught the favor of Lady Yuan. Congratulations to Lady Yuan. The two of you are truly a perfect match," Chao Kuan said with a smile. Chu Feng was a bit confused by Chao Kuan's random words. He could see that Chao Kuan was coveting Yin Qingying, but Chao Kuan's congratulatory words sounded sincere. "Thank you, Lord Chao. Lord Chao. Chu Feng and I have something to do. We will take our leave now," Yin Qingying said quickly, pulling Chu Feng to leave. Chu Feng was a little puzzled, but followed Yin Qingying away. Chao Kuan stared intently at Yin Qingying's departing figure, his eyes filled with evil intent. "Young master, Lady Yun's partner, is a 5 great alchemist. It's better not to have any thoughts about her," the old man in gray warned. "Living 5 great alchemists are indeed a threat, but once they die, who dares to oppose us and the Chao family for them?" Chao Kuan said with a cold smile. But the old man in gray wanted to speak further, but Chao Kuan interrupted. "Don't worry. If I want to play with Yin Qingying, I will first control Chu Feng. Afterwards, I will kill him to prevent any future trouble for the Chao family," Chao Kuan said calmly. The old man in gray could only sigh helplessly, worried that Chao Kuan's strange hobbies might eventually bring disaster to the Chao family. At this moment, Yin Qingying and Chu Feng had already distanced themselves quite far from Chao Kuan. "Are you afraid of Chao Kuan?" Chu Feng asked, noticing Yin Qingying's worried expression. "Yes. Chao Kuan has a strange hobby. He only plays with others' partners. If they are not his partners, he won't bother, Yun Qingying explained. I saw Chao Kun once before. He was already coveting me then, but I didn't have a partner at the time, so he didn't do anything. Now that he knows I have a partner, he will definitely have bad intentions toward me, but luckily, you're a 5th-grade alchemist. I hope he respects your status and doesn't have bad thoughts about me, Yun Qingying said with deep concern. She was worried because Chao Kun had powerful allies. If he truly had bad intentions, she wouldn't be able to resist. Faced with Chao Kun's insult, she could only accept death. Chu Feng's face grew colder as he heard this. He didn't expect to find someone with such a strange obsession. Chu Kun's treatment of others didn't concern Chu Feng, but if Chao Kun ever had bad intentions toward Yun Qingying, he would definitely destroy Chao Kun's entire family. Don't worry, I will protect you. Chu Feng saw Yun Qingying's worried face, so he tightly held her hand to comfort her. Yun Qingying felt a little more at ease after hearing Chu Feng. Let's go. We must return to Qinglan's sect immediately. Yun Qingying believed that even if Chao Kun was reckless, he wouldn't dare attack her at Qinglan's sect. Once they returned, she would be safe. Okay. Chu Feng nodded gently. Half an hour later, Chu Feng and Yun Qingying arrived at Qinglan Mountain. Qinglan's sect is located at the top of Qinglan Mountain, where clouds and mist swirl, making it look like a fairyland. At the foot of the mountain, a few guards stand watch. Only disciples of Qinglan's sect and visiting guests are allowed to enter. SAINTESS, a few guards saw Yun Qingying from afar and bowed respectfully. Yun Qingying nodded lightly in response and led Chu Feng up the mountain. Is the person next to the SAINTESS Chu Feng? It seems so, but didn't he sneak a look at the SAINTESS bathing and get expelled from the sect? Why is he still with the SAINTESS now? I don't know. Maybe the SAINTESS thought the punishment for Chu Feng was too light last time and wants to bring him back to teach him a lesson. No way, the SAINTESS isn't like that. Could it be that the incident of him peeking was a misunderstanding, and that's why the SAINTESS brought Chu Feng back to the sect? Maybe. I just can't understand why the SAINTESS would bring Chu Feng back. After Yun Qingying and Chu Feng left, the guards began to discuss among themselves. 15 minutes later, Chu Feng and Yun Qingying reached the gate of Qinglan's sect. The gate was tall and majestic, with the words, Qinglan's sect, carved in bold, powerful strokes. Beyond the gate was a wide bluestone road. On both sides of the road, various exotic flowers and plants grew, filling the air with a sweet fragrance from afar. Farther ahead was a vast martial arts field, where many Qinglan sect disciples were practicing and fighting. In the distance of the martial arts field, grand palaces and pavilions were scattered across the mountainside, arranged beautifully like jade buildings. Yun Qingying walked slowly across the training ground with Chu Feng. SAINTESS, the disciples of Qinglan's sect on the training ground see Yun Qingying and immediately bow respectfully. Everyone also notices Chu Feng beside Yun Qingying and wonders how he has returned to the sect. But since Chu Feng was brought back by Yun Qingying, no one dares ask too many questions. Junior sister Qingying, you're back? Suddenly, an excited voice sounds. A handsome young man in blue quickly approaches from afar. The young man in blue looks at Yun Qingying with excitement and admiration in his eyes. Chu Feng glances at the young man and recognizes who he is. The young man in blue is a core disciple of Qinglan's sect, Lan Yangyao. Lan Yangyao has always admired Yun Qingying, which everyone in Qinglan's sect knows. Senior brother Lan, Yun Qingying greets politely. Junior sister Qingying, why did you come back so late? Why didn't you return with the Grand Elder and the others? Lan Yangyao continues to ask. I had some personal matters, Yun Qingying responds calmly. Personal matters? Lan Yangyao suddenly notices Chu Feng beside Yun Qingying and becomes furious. Chu Feng, you useless person, why are you still alive? How dare you come back? Boom. Before Lan Yangyao can finish, Yun Qingying suddenly appears in front of him and slaps him away with her palm. Junior sister Qingying, what are you doing? Lan Yangyao gets up from the ground, looking at Yun Qingying with disbelief, unable to understand why she suddenly attacked him. Chu Feng is now my partner. I won't allow anyone to insult him, Yun Qingying says coldly. What? Partner? No. Junior sister Qingying, how can you be with someone like him? Lan Yangyao shouts in disbelief. Lan Yangyao has chased Yun Qingying for a long time, and everyone in Qinglan's sect thought they would become a couple. But now, Yun Qingying says she has a partner. And this partner is Chu Feng, who previously peeked at Yun Qingying bathing and was expelled from the sect. Lan Yangyao cannot accept this reality. Chu Feng has become the saintess's partner. How is that possible? How could the saintess choose Chu Feng as her partner? Chu Feng is incredible. He was expelled from the sect for peeking at the saintess bathing, and now he has suddenly become her partner. At that moment, the disciples of Qinglan's sect around them were shocked when they heard Yun Qingying say that Chu Feng was her partner. They started to discuss loudly. Chu Feng was a little surprised and turned to look at Yun Qingying. He didn't expect her to attack Lan Yangyao for him and to publicly declare that he was her partner. Seeing Yun Qingying speak like that, it was clear she also liked him. Suddenly, Chu Feng happily went to Yun Qingying's side, gently put his arm around her waist, and playfully looked at Lan Yangyao. In his memory, the last time he secretly watched Yun Qingying bathe, Lan Yangyao had strongly punished him. In the end, Lan Yangyao arranged for someone to beat him badly and throw him out of Qinglan's sect. Now, he had a chance to annoy Lan Yangyao, and Chu Feng definitely wouldn't miss it. Wow, is it really true? Everyone saw Yun Qingying not resist when Chu Feng held her waist, so they believed they were truly partners. No, that's impossible. Chu Feng, did you give Sister Qingying some kind of confusing medicine? Lan Yangyao was furious, glaring at Chu Feng. He thought Chu Feng must have given Yun Qingying some kind of mind-altering drug, or she wouldn't have become his partner. If you think so, then fine, Chu Feng said with a calm smile. Yun Qingying glared at Chu Feng when she heard this, then turned to Lan Yangyao and said softly, Brother Lan, I said a long time ago that we're not suitable. Now I already have a partner, so please don't bother me anymore. No. Sister Qingying, you just took Chu Feng's medicine. I will find a way to help you get the antidote. Lan Yangyao still couldn't believe Yun Qingying liked Chu Feng. Yun Qingying ignored Lan Yangyao and turned to Chu Feng. She said, Chu Feng, I will take you to see the sect leader. Then she pulled Chu Feng to walk around Lan Yangyao, trying to leave. Chu Feng, I will kill you. Seeing Yun Qingying leave with Chu Feng, Lan Yangyao suddenly went crazy and attacked Chu Feng. Bang! Chu Feng kicked him hard, sending Lan Yangyao flying more than 10 meters. How is this possible? Lan Yangyao fell to the ground, bleeding from his mouth, and looked at Chu Feng in shock. He couldn't believe Chu Feng had kicked him so far away. The disciples of Qinglan's sect around them were also stunned. Knowing that Lan Yangyao's realm is only at the first level of the mystic spirit stage, he is one of the top young talents of Qinglan's sect, even higher than Yun Qingying's level. Unexpectedly, Chu Feng easily kicked Lan Yangyao 10 meters away. This made everyone find it hard to believe. Lan Yangyao, Chu Feng is my partner. If you hurt him again, don't blame me for being harsh, Yun Qingying said coldly to Lan Yangyao. Although Yun Qingying refused Chu Feng not long ago, she already considered him her partner deep in her heart. Otherwise, she wouldn't let Chu Feng bully her. Since Chu Feng is her partner, she won't allow anyone to hurt him. Junior sister Qingying. Seeing Yun Qingying's cold expression, Lan Yangyao immediately felt like he had fallen into an icy pit. What happened? Suddenly, a commanding voice came from afar, followed by an old man in purple robes walking slowly over. Sect leader, please save junior sister Qingying. She has been drugged with a confusing potion by Chu Feng. Hearing the old man's voice, Lan Yangyao's face lit up with joy. He quickly turned to look at the old man and eagerly asked for help. Chu Feng, the old man in purple robes, saw Chu Feng and immediately laughed loudly. Chu Feng, welcome back to Qinglan's sect. Sect leader, Chu Feng bowed slightly to the old man. The old man in purple robes is Gu Qiuyang, the sect leader of Qinglan's sect, at the third level of the Earth Spirit stage. Yun Qingying and the disciples on the training ground all respectfully bowed to Gu Qiuyang when they saw him. Chu Feng, we've been waiting for you for a long time. Finally, you have returned to the sect, Gu Qiuyang said excitedly, laughing loudly. Earlier, Li Taiqing said Chu Feng had agreed to return to the sect, but Chu Feng hadn't truly come back yet. Gu Qiuyang was still uncertain. Now that Chu Feng has returned, Gu Qiuyang can finally relax. Sect leader, Chu Feng drugged junior sister Qingying. Lan Yangyao saw Gu Qiuyang warmly welcoming Chu Feng and suddenly felt confused. He quickly interrupted. But before he finished, Gu Qiuyang scolded sharply. Nonsense. If you keep talking rubbish, I will expel you from the sect. Hearing Gu Qiuyang's words, Lan Yangyao's face instantly froze as if struck by lightning. He is a core disciple of Qinglan's sect. Gu Qiuyang has always taken good care of him before. He couldn't understand why Gu Qiuyang was acting like this now. After a moment, Master Li Taqing, Yin Qingying's master, and some senior members of Qinglan's sect appeared one after another. They warmly welcomed Chu Feng. Chu Feng respectfully greeted and bowed to each of them. The disciples of Qinglan's sect nearby looked confused, wondering why so many high-ranking officials from the sect came to greet Chu Feng. Suddenly, Gu Qiuyang signaled everyone to be quiet, then loudly announced, "From now on, Chu Feng will be our Qinglan sect's guest elder, equal in rank to the 10 great elders. The 10 great elders are core elders of Qinglan's sect, responsible for important sect departments, holding high status and power." Chu Feng, guest elder, is the sect leader confused? How could they make such an unreasonable appointment? Strange. The sect leader announced such an unusual appointment, yet none of the core elders objected? I don't know, but something must have happened to Chu Feng that we don't know about. Otherwise, the sect leader and elders wouldn't make him a guest elder. The surrounding disciples of Qinglan's sect heard Gu Qiuyang's order and discussed in shock, puzzled about how Chu Feng could become a guest elder. Why is this happening? Lan Yongyao was stunned when he heard Gu Qiuyang's appointment. Moreover, I must announce something important. From now on, Qinglan's sect has a 5th-rank alchemist. Gu Qiuyang continued with a smile. A 5th-rank alchemist? I think the sect leader is really confused. How could a 5th-rank alchemist join Qinglan's sect? Exactly, 5th-rank alchemists are top tier in the entire Huangyi realm. It's impossible for them to join our sect. Could it be that Chu Feng is actually a 5th-rank alchemist? I think you're the confused one. How old is Chu Feng? How could he be a 5th-rank alchemist? That's right. Chu Feng definitely isn't a 5th-rank alchemist. Hearing Gu Qiuyang's words, the disciples of Qinglan's sect erupted into heated discussions again. Gu Qiuyang smiled as he looked at the surrounding disciples. After a moment, he calmed everyone and continued. Some disciples have already guessed that Chu Feng is a 5th-rank alchemist. This is very hard to believe. When I first heard this news, I also couldn't believe it. However, the Great Elder, the Holy Maiden, and several disciples have all personally seen Chu Feng refine a 5th-grade pill. Now, let's warmly welcome Elder Chu back to our Qinglan sect. Everyone, upon hearing Gu Qiuyang's words, looked at Chu Feng with great surprise. Some people who knew Chu Feng before stared at him intently, unable to believe he was a 5th-grade alchemist. But Gu Qiuyang and many elders had already confirmed Chu Feng was a 5th-grade alchemist, so they had no choice but to believe it. A 5th-grade alchemist, Lan Yongyao looked at Chu Feng and muttered to himself. At this moment, Lan Yongyao finally understood why Yin Qingying chose Chu Feng as her partner. Chu Feng responded to everyone's welcome with a gentle smile and loudly announced that in the future, anyone wanting to refine pills above the 3rd grade could come to him. 2 sets of materials for 1 pill. Everyone present immediately became excited. Previously, the strongest alchemist in Qinglan's sect could only refine 3rd-grade pills, but the failure rate was very high. Sometimes, 10 sets of materials wouldn't produce a single pill. Now, Chu Feng promised to produce a pill with just 2 sets of materials. Everyone was eager and couldn't wait to find Chu Feng to refine pills. Everyone, don't be anxious. Elder Chu is part of our Qinglan sect. As long as Elder Chu is available, you can come to him anytime to refine pills. Gu Qiuyang saw the enthusiastic crowd and quickly told them not to crowd around Chu Feng. After speaking, Gu Qiuyang led Chu Feng inside the sect slowly, arranging for a banquet to properly entertain him. Suddenly, a disciple hurried over and reported. Sect leader, Chao Kuan, the young master of the Chao family from the Tianluo Empire, requests to see you. Chao Kuan, why would he come to our Qinglan sect? Gu Qiuyang frowned upon hearing this. He had met Chao Kuan before and knew about his peculiar habits, but he couldn't think of why Chao Kuan would suddenly visit their sect. At this moment, Yin Qingying's face suddenly turned pale when she heard Chao Kuan was coming. Inger, don't worry. I will protect you. Chu Feng saw her reaction and stepped beside Yin Qingying, holding her hand to comfort her. At the same time, a fierce light flashed in Chu Feng's eyes. The Chao family is powerful. Chu Feng shouldn't confront them now. But if Chao Kuan dares to have improper thoughts about Yin Qingying, he must be killed. Master, when we returned earlier, Chu Feng and I met Chao Kuan in Dusky City. I was worried about him. Yin Qingying hesitated to speak. Gu Qiuyang immediately understood what Yin Qingying was worried about. Li Taiqing, standing nearby, also became angry and scolded Chao Kuan for being reckless, as he had chased them all the way to Qinglan's sect. Other senior members of Qinglan's sect looked worried upon hearing this. Yin Qingying is now Chu Feng's partner. If Qinglan's sect cannot protect her, Chu Feng might be upset with the sect or even leave it. After thinking for a moment, Gu Qiuyang said to Yin Qingying, "Qingying, you should take Chu Feng back to your Moonshadow Palace. We will tell others that you have been in seclusion for these days and haven't seen any visitors." Yin Qingying nodded immediately and said, "Okay." Afterward, Yin Qingying took Chu Feng and left for her Moonshadow Palace. Chu Feng wanted to say something, but Yin Qingying interrupted him and pulled him away. He could only follow helplessly. Soon, Yin Qingying and Chu Feng arrived at a beautiful and elegant palace. The palace was surrounded by bright, exotic flowers and plants, with a strong, pleasant fragrance. A small stream flowed gently in front of the palace, with a wooden bridge winding over it, covered in strange vines. Everything looked like a fairyland, making people feel peaceful and relaxed. "Your Moonshadow Palace is quite nice," Chu Feng praised. "Many parts of the Moonshadow Palace are arranged by me personally," Yin Qingying said. After acquiring the palace, Yin Qingying spent a lot of effort decorating it, making it so beautiful. "Lady," it seemed that Chu Feng and Yin Qingying's conversation was heard. A pretty woman quickly came out of the palace and bowed respectfully when she saw Yin Qingying. "She is my maid, Lin Xiaoer. We've known each other for many years," Yin Qingying introduced to Chu Feng. "Chu Feng, what kind of pervert are you to be here?" Lin Xiaoer saw Chu Feng and immediately scolded angrily. "Xiaoer, don't be rude. From now on, Chu Feng is my partner," Yin Qingying said coldly. Lady, how can Chu Feng? Wasn't he expelled from the sect?" Lin Xiaoer was stunned when she heard Yin Qingying's words. "Chu Feng is now a guest elder of the sect. My relationship with Chu Feng as a partner is known to the sect leader and all the elders," Yin Qingying said. Lin Xiaoer was stunned and looked at Chu Feng with disbelief, wondering how Chu Feng managed to turn things around. Initially, Chu Feng was shamefully expelled from the sect. Yet, not long after, he became a guest elder of Qinglan's sect and even married Yin Qingying. This was hard to believe. "All right, go quickly and arrange a room for Chu Feng," Yin Qingying said. "Yes." Lin Xiaoer immediately obeyed, but she looked at Chu Feng deeply before leaving slowly. "Don't blame Xiaoer. She is very loyal to me. When she blinded your eyes, she was only thinking of me," Yin Qingying pleaded as she watched her leave. "It was her who blinded my eyes. I always thought you did it," Chu Feng said with slight surprise. "I checked and saw you had fainted completely, so I didn't do anything to you," Yin Qingying explained. If I had known you were pretending, I would have finished you with a sword to stop you from always scolding me," Yin Qingying snorted. Chu Feng smiled slightly upon hearing this. He hadn't seen Yin Qingying bathing before, but he wouldn't explain now. Instead, this became a strange bond between them. "Don't worry. I will only pamper you in the future and won't make you angry," Chu Feng promised with a smile. I hope you keep your word," Yin Qingying replied with a smile. They entered Yin Qingying's palace. Chu Feng looked around and then accompanied her to have a meal. Soon after, Gu Qiuyang sent a message saying that Chao Kuan would stay at Qinglan sect for a few days and asked Yin Qingying not to leave the Moonshadow Palace. Yin Qingying was slightly surprised upon hearing this. Chao Kuan staying in Qinglan's sect meant he was still not giving up on her. "Inger, don't worry. I will protect you and keep you safe," Chu Feng quickly comforted her when he saw her anxious expression. At the same time, Chu Feng's eyes flashed with a fierce look as he thought about how to kill Chao Kuan. The Chao family was powerful. Killing Chao Kuan would surely provoke revenge. Chu Feng had the Chaos Star Pearl and was not afraid of anyone. But if the Chao family found out he was the one who killed Chao Kuan, the Qinglan sect and Chu family's members would face unimaginable retaliation. "I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that request." Soon, with Yin Qingying's painful cry, the room was filled with the sound of continuous crashing waves. The next day, the sun was high in the sky. Chu Feng reluctantly got up from Yun Qingying's warm and soft embrace. At this moment, Yun Qingying was already asleep, exhausted. Chu Feng looked at Yun Qingying happily, feeling proud inside. Yun Qingying finally belonged completely to him. Although Yun Qingying was worried about being taken away by Chao Kuan, they already had feelings for each other before. Chao Kuan's appearance was just a chance for them to deepen their relationship. He stared at Yun Qingying for a while, then sat nearby to meditate and practice. His current level was still too low. He needed to become stronger quickly to protect Yun Qingying. After 2 hours, Yun Qingying slowly woke up. She opened her sleepy eyes and saw Chu Feng beside her, looking a little surprised. But then she immediately remembered what happened last night, and her face turned bright red. Bastard, thinking about Chu Feng's teasing and the embarrassing scenes from last night, Yun Qingying clenched her teeth in anger. Qingying, you're awake? Chu Feng heard her and stopped practicing, turning to look at her. Seeing Yun Qingying biting her lip, Chu Feng looked puzzled and asked, "What's wrong?" "Bastard. How can you ask me that? Last night, you humiliated me like that." Yun Qingying angrily grabbed Chu Feng's hand and bit him hard. "I was showing you affection, not bullying you." Chu Feng laughed loudly. Bastard. Yun Qingying was furious when she saw Chu Feng's proud expression. It was all her fault for being impulsive last night and throwing herself at Chu Feng, who took advantage of her. But it seemed that from now on, Chu Feng would keep teasing her. After a moment, Yun Qingying dressed and got up to have breakfast with Chu Feng. During this time, Yun Qingying asked Xiaoer to find out about Chao Kuan's whereabouts in Qingluan's sect. Soon, Xiaoer returned and said Chao Kuan had been staying in a palace arranged for him within the sect, with no signs of unusual activity. Yun Qingying thought for a moment and decided, Chao Kuan must be planning something. "Chu Feng, I want to enter the sect's Lingyun Valley secret realm and hide for a while. You come with me." The secret realm of Lingyun Valley can only be entered by cultivators below the Earth Spirit realm. Once we enter the secret realm, we won't fear Chao Kuan. All right. Chu Feng had previously promised to return to Qingluan's sect, mainly to practice in Lingyun Valley for a while. Now, Yun Qingying wants him to accompany her into Lingyun Valley, which gives him a good chance to train there. Soon after, Yun Qingying and Chu Feng leave the Moon Shadow Palace. As soon as they step out, Chu Feng feels a spiritual sense lock onto them. This spiritual sense belongs to the Heaven Spirit realm. Chu Feng immediately knows it's the Heaven Spirit cultivator beside Chao Kuan. Chao Kuan has sent that Heaven Spirit realm expert to watch them, clearly intending to attack Yun Qingying. Chu Feng's face turns cold, and a murderous look flashes in his eyes. Yun Qingying is now his woman. If Chao Kuan dares to covet her, he will pay with his life. "Chu Feng, what's wrong?" Yun Qingying notices Chu Feng's unusual expression and turns to look at him. "Nothing. You're so beautiful. I was just stunned for a moment." Chu Feng replies with a gentle smile. He doesn't want Yun Qingying to worry about these things, so he casually makes up an excuse. "You bad guy?" Yun Qingying's face flushes slightly, and she glares at Chu Feng in annoyance. But deep down, she's also happy that Chu Feng can say such things. "All right, let's go quickly," Chu Feng says with a faint smile. Yun Qingying nods softly and continues leading Chu Feng toward the secret realm of Lingyun Valley. Chu Feng glances back in the direction from which they came, a cold smile on his face, then catches up with Yun Qingying. Meanwhile, inside a palace deep within Qingluan's sect, the Heaven Spirit Realm Guard, Su Zhu, suddenly looks serious as he speaks to Chao Kuan. "Young sect leader, that Chu Feng is not simple. We'd better not provoke him." Just now, Su Zhu sensed that Chu Feng had already discovered their surveillance. A cultivator in the early true spirit realm detecting a Heaven Spirit Realm's spying shows Chu Feng has hidden strength we don't know about. Moreover, Chu Feng is a 5th-rank alchemist. If we attack him and fail to kill him, it could cause big trouble later. So, Su Zhu believes it's best not to provoke Chu Feng if possible. "No, I must get Yun Qingying," Chao Kuan replies coldly. He's already set his mind. If he can't have her, he won't give up. Soon after, Chu Feng and Yun Qingying arrive at the deep rear of Qingluan's sect's mountain. In a deep mountain valley, tall trees on both sides are full of yellow leaves, and the path through the canyon is also covered with fallen yellow leaves. From afar, it looks like a golden road. The secret realm of Lingyun Valley is at the end of the valley. The founding ancestor of Qinglan's sect discovered this place and established the sect here. A dozen Qinglan sect disciples guard the entrance, and only qualified disciples can enter the Lingyun Valley secret realm. Chu Feng senses a strong earth spiritual energy in the shadows, showing that Qinglan sect values this secret realm. They have secretly sent powerful earth spiritual experts to guard it. SAINTESS, Elder Chu. The guarding disciples see Yuan Qingying and Chu Feng and immediately bow respectfully. Yesterday, Chu Feng became a guest elder, and news has spread throughout Qinglan's sect. Everyone knows that Chu Feng not only became a guest elder, but also is the partner of SAINTESS Yuan Qingying. Many disciples envy him. Now, seeing Chu Feng and Yuan Qingying together and close, everyone recognizes Chu Feng. Yes, Elder Chu and I are going into the secret realm, Yuan Qingying said softly. Yes, as the SAINTESS, Yuan Qingying can enter the secret realm anytime. Chu Feng, as a guest elder, holds the same status as the top 10 elders and can also enter at any time. The guarding disciples immediately step aside, allowing Chu Feng and Yuan Qingying to enter. Yuan Qingying leads Chu Feng slowly into the canyon, walking deeper inside. Suddenly, the scenery around them changes dramatically. In an instant, Chu Feng and Yuan Qingying find themselves in an unfamiliar space. This space isn't very large, but the spiritual energy is incredibly rich, filled with vibrant plants and towering trees. Chu Feng, this is the Lingyun Valley secret realm. The spiritual energy is dense, right? Yuan Qingying smiles lightly and looks at Chu Feng. Yes, Chu Feng nods gently. The spiritual energy here is comparable to the upper world, but since the upper world has endless spiritual sources, this secret realm is small and the spiritual energy is limited, making it easy to run out. This is probably why Qinglan's sect only allows core disciples to come here for cultivation. Chu Feng, I will take you somewhere where the spiritual energy is extremely abundant. Whenever I enter the secret realm, I always cultivate there, Yuan Qingying says happily, looking at Chu Feng. Yes, Chu Feng nods. Soon after, Yuan Qingying took Chu Feng to a beautiful water pond. The water was very clear, and the surroundings were peaceful. The spiritual energy here was much richer than in other places. It was a great place for cultivation. This place is really nice. Chu Feng said. Yes, Chu Feng, let's practice here. I want to become stronger quickly so I can control my own future, Yuan Qingying said seriously. After speaking, Yuan Qingying sat down and began to use her cultivation technique to absorb the spiritual energy around her. Inger, what kind of technique are you practicing? What level is it? Chu Feng asked suddenly. I practice the Qingfeng technique from the Qinglan sect. It's a spiritual level technique. Yuan Qingying looked at Chu Feng with confusion, not understanding why he suddenly asked. Inger, I have a holy level technique, and I even have a technique above that level. Chu Feng smiled. Yuan Qingying's current technique was too low level. Chu Feng wanted to give her a better one. Holy level? Above that? Yuan Qingying's eyes widened in shock, looking surprised and a little scared. Yes, the chaos technique I'm practicing now is probably above the holy level. But this technique requires starting from the body refining stage. If you want to practice it, you'll need to give up your current cultivation and start over. I also have several other holy level techniques. You can practice these without giving up your current cultivation. Think about it and decide which one to learn. The chaos technique has a high limit, but it's more complicated because you have to start over. Chu Feng watched Yuan Qingying's surprised expression and couldn't help but find it funny. Chu Feng, is this true? Yuan Qingying stood up, grabbed Chu Feng's hand, and asked excitedly. She couldn't believe Chu Feng had techniques above the holy level. Of course. Don't you remember I taught you a holy level footwork before? Chu Feng said with a smile. Great. Teach me quickly, Yuan Qingying said excitedly. With a holy level technique, she could become stronger fast, control her own future, and not be threatened by others. All right. Think about whether you want to learn the chaos technique or a holy level technique first, Chu Feng said with a light smile. Yuan Qingying hesitated for a moment, then said, I'll choose a holy level technique. Giving up her current cultivation and starting over was too troublesome and would take a long time. In the end, Yuan Qingying decided to choose a holy level technique. You can choose a divine level technique. Your body is a water spirit body, and I have a divine level skill called Water God Technique, which is very suitable for your practice. Last night, after merging with Yun Qingying, Chen Feng truly understood her physique. In the previous life, Chu Feng accidentally obtained the Water God Technique, a top-tier skill for water spirit bodies. This Water God Technique is incomplete, but it is still a divine level skill. A complete Water God Technique would definitely be above divine level. Yun Qingying is a water spirit body, so her potential for learning the Water God Technique is very high. That's why Chu Feng didn't force her to learn the Chaos Technique. Maybe in the future, they will find the full Water God Technique, and Yun Qingying's potential will be limitless. Water God Technique. Chu Feng, teach me quickly, Yun Qingying said excitedly. Chu Feng smiled and said, don't worry. You are now my woman, and I will give you everything I have. I also have some divine-level spiritual skills, and I will pass on the one suitable for you. Chu Feng, you are so kind. Yun Qingying's eyes were dreamy, full of love as she looked at Chu Feng. You are my woman, so I will treat you well. Chu Feng smiled slightly. All right, I will now teach you the Water God Technique. After saying that, Chu Feng slowly explained the practice method of the Water God Technique to Yun Qingying. Half a day later, Yun Qingying finally memorized the incantation and various cultivation methods of the Water God Technique. Try running the Water God Technique in practice, Chu Feng said to her. Okay. Yun Qingying nodded and immediately started practicing the Water God Technique. Instantly, the spiritual energy within several miles rapidly gathered around Yun Qingying and was slowly absorbed into her body. Chu Feng, this Water God Technique is amazing. Yun Qingying looked excited. The speed at which she absorbed spiritual energy using the Water God Technique was dozens of times faster than before with the Breeze Technique. It was truly incredible. Is this the terrifying power of a divine-level skill? This Water God Technique has some flaws. If it can be fully completed, it would definitely be above divine level. You practice first. I will help you find the missing parts later, Chu Feng softly said. Even if I can't find them, I'll be satisfied. This is a divine-level skill. Yun Qingying said happily. The current Water God Technique is enough for you to practice. I will also teach you a divine-level sword technique, Frost Sword Technique. This Frost Sword Technique, combined with your Water God Technique and Illusion Fairy Step, is enough to handle many enemies, said Chu Feng. Saint-level Sword Technique, Frost Sword Technique. Yun Qingying was speechless and just stared blankly at Chu Feng. The skills, sword techniques, and steps Chu Feng taught her are all at the saint level. He was so generous to her that she didn't know how to thank him. Seeing Yun Qingying's dazed look, Chu Feng couldn't help but smile and gently pinch her cute face. All right, focus on practicing now. You can thank me properly later, Chu Feng said with a light laugh. Yes, Yun Qingying nodded shyly. She didn't have much to repay Chu Feng with, so she could only serve him well in the future. A day later, Chu Feng fully taught Yun Qingying all the moves and skills of the Frost Sword Technique. All right, I've taught you everything I can. The rest depends on your own practice, Chu Feng said with a smile as he looked at Yun Qingying. Yes, husband. Thank you. Yun Qingying suddenly threw herself into Chu Feng's arms and whispered shyly. What did you just call me? Chu Feng was slightly surprised. Husband, Yun Qingying called out shyly again. Chu Feng happily embraced Yun Qingying tightly. In past and present lives, Yun Qingying was the first woman to call him husband, and also his first true woman. They hugged for a while before reluctantly letting go. Let's continue practicing. The spiritual energy here is dense, and Chu Feng also wanted to quickly improve his cultivation to face Chao Kuan and the Chao family. Yes, Yun Qingying nodded softly. Our skills are too advanced, and the spiritual energy here might not be enough for both of us. I'll go to the other side of the secret realm to practice. Chu Feng's Chaos Technique and Yun Qingying's Water God Technique are top-tier skills. Both of them activated their techniques to absorb spiritual energy, but the surrounding energy was probably insufficient for both. Suddenly, Chu Feng wanted to separate and practice alone on one side, so as not to disturb each other's cultivation. Good, Yun Qingying agreed, hugging Chu Feng for a while longer before letting him go. Soon after, Chu Feng found a place farther from Yun Qingying with richer spiritual energy and began practicing his Chaos Technique. One day later, what's going on? Why has the spiritual energy in the secret realm become so thin? A few core disciples of the Qinglan sect, who were practicing deep inside the secret realm, suddenly noticed that the spiritual energy in the realm had become very thin. Most of the spiritual energy had been absorbed by Chu Feng and Yun Qingying, especially Chu Feng. His chaos technique was like a giant whale swallowing water, greedily taking in the surrounding spiritual energy. After a day of practicing, Chu Feng's cultivation level increased by one small stage, reaching the second level of the true spirit realm. Yun Qingying's water god technique, while not as powerful as Chu Feng's chaos technique, was also very effective at absorbing spiritual energy. She had been stuck at the 9th level of the true spirit realm for some time. After a day of practicing, her level suddenly broke through to the 1st level of the mystic spirit realm. Breaking through to the 1st level of the mystic spirit realm made Yun Qingying very excited. She had 3 holy grade techniques. Now that she had reached the 1st level of the mystic spirit realm, she felt confident that she could fight even against powerful experts at the earth spirit realm. Seeing that the spiritual energy around them was becoming very thin, Yun Qingying immediately stood up, ready to find Chu Feng and tell him the good news about her breakthrough. At this moment, Chu Feng also stopped practicing and was about to go look for Yun Qingying. Suddenly, Linger's voice sounded in Chu Feng's ear. Chu Feng, there might be a hidden world deeper inside this secret realm. Follow my guidance and go take a look. Okay. Chu Feng was slightly surprised upon hearing this, but he quickly agreed to go. Soon, Chu Feng headed toward the deeper part of the secret realm following Linger's instructions. Not long after, Chu Feng arrived in front of a huge mountain. Here, Chu Feng looked a little confused. He felt that this mountain was the barrier of the secret realm, and beyond it was impassable. Try the river nearby. Go underwater and take a look, Linger suggested. Chu Feng looked toward a small river not far away. The river flowed slowly, with its source at a small hole at the foot of the mountain. The water was flowing out from there. All right. Chu Feng sensed that the water was full of spiritual energy. He immediately submerged himself and entered the water hole at the foot of the mountain. The water hole was dark and narrow, barely big enough for one person to pass through. Chu Feng held his breath and swam upstream. As he kept moving forward, he felt the spiritual energy in the water becoming more and more concentrated. Most of the spiritual energy in the secret realm should be spilling out from this water hole. Chu Feng swam through the dark, narrow water hole for half an hour until he finally saw a bright light ahead. With the light in sight, he guessed that the end of the water hole was nearby, but he didn't know what lay beyond. After a moment, Chu Feng finally swam out of the water cave and entered a large pond. He swam straight up and broke the surface of the water. Above the water was a huge waterfall, pouring down from a mountain over 100 meters high. The scene was very spectacular. Such rich spiritual energy. Chu Feng took a deep breath, feeling refreshed and clear-headed. This space was much smaller than the outside secret realm, like a smaller secret realm inside the larger one. But the spiritual energy here was several times denser than outside. A mid-grade spiritual vein. Chu Feng, there is a mid-grade spiritual vein here. Suddenly, Linger's excited voice sounded in Chu Feng's ear. A mid-grade spiritual vein. Chu Feng was overjoyed upon hearing this. If he could have a mid-grade spiritual vein, his cultivation speed would greatly increase, especially since he had the Chaos Starry Pearl. As long as he put the spiritual vein into the Chaos Starry Pearl, he could cultivate inside it at any time. However, with his current level, it seemed he couldn't take this spiritual vein away. Could he have to stay here and cultivate forever? Chu Feng was feeling conflicted when Linger spoke again. Chu Feng, follow my instructions to reach the eye of the spiritual vein. I will help you put this spiritual vein into the Chaos Starry Pearl. Linger, can you take this spiritual vein? Chu Feng asked excitedly. Of course. Do you even know who I am? Linger said proudly. Who are you? Chu Feng teased. You don't need to know who I am. Just know that I am very powerful, Linger replied. Chu Feng chuckled softly, no longer teasing Linger. He slowly followed her guidance to a flat, open area. This was the place where the spiritual vein's core was located, and the spiritual energy here was much denser than elsewhere. Suddenly, the Chaos Starry Pearl in Chu Feng's palm emitted a strange light that shot into the ground. Soon after, a large, glowing spiritual vein was slowly pulled out and flew toward the chaos starry pearl in Chu Feng's hand. As soon as the spiritual vein appeared, the surrounding spiritual energy instantly thickened and rained down, falling softly. In a moment, the entire huge spiritual vein was pulled into the chaos starry pearl. Seeing this, Chu Feng immediately entered the pearl. At this time, Linger was waving her hands in the air, carefully guiding the spiritual vein into the area they had enclosed with a formation about a kilometer wide. Once the spiritual vein entered the ground, the plants on the surface burst with vitality and grew rapidly. At the same time, the spiritual energy in the air became incredibly rich. All right, from now on, you can come in to practice anytime. Linger clapped her hands happily. Everything was settled. Yes, Chu Feng showed a happy smile. With this mid-grade spiritual vein, his training speed will greatly improve, and it will also significantly shorten the time to return to the upper world. When he reaches the Emperor realm, he will be able to travel through space and return to the upper world. All the mid-grade spiritual veins are compressed within a 1-kilometer radius, making the spiritual energy in this space even denser. Now that the spiritual energy here is so rich, Chu Feng thought about letting Yun Qingying come here to practice as well, so the two of them can stay together. Linger, can you bring the buildings inside? Chu Feng wanted Yun Qingying to live here, so he planned to build a house for her, allowing them to rest after practicing. What kind of building do you want? I can build it for you, Ling said. You can still build houses? Chu Feng looked surprised. Linger replied impatiently. I'm the spirit of the Chaos Star Pearl, and I am the ruler of this world. A house is just a small thing. I can easily build one for you. Tell me what kind of house you want, and I can build it right now. Chu Feng's face lit up with joy, saying, I'll decide after I think about it. He wanted to wait until Yun Qingying came in to decide what kind of house to build. Yun Qingying's Moon Shadow Palace was well designed, so he planned to build the house according to her ideas. Then let me know when you've decided, Linger said. Okay. Chu Feng nodded gently. After saying that, Chu Feng bid farewell to Linger and returned to the outside world. Once outside, Chu Feng continued searching around, wanting to see if there was anything else valuable. Meanwhile, in the secret realm outside, Yun Qingying searched for Chu Feng for half a day but couldn't find him. She suddenly became very anxious. If Chu Feng had left, he wouldn't have failed to tell her. Now that she couldn't find him, something must have happened. Unable to find Chu Feng, Yun Qingying decided to leave the secret realm first and asked the disciples outside if Chu Feng had left earlier because of something. Suddenly, a person dressed in black appeared in front of Yun Qingying. With a quick grab, he tried to catch her. Yun Qingying was very surprised. She immediately used the illusion fairy step to dodge the attack, just in time. What kind of move is that? The man in black asked, surprised that Yun Qingying had evaded him. It's you. Master Lin, help me. Yun Qingying immediately recognized the man in black as Su Zhu, Chao Kuan's protector. She loudly called for help from Elder Lin Wu, who was guarding the secret realm. At the same time, Yun Qingying quickly ran away. Although no one in Qinglan's sect could match Su Zhu, Yun Qingying hoped that Su Zhu would hold back, not daring to attack her openly in front of others. But in an instant, Su Zhu appeared right in front of her and quickly subdued her. Yun Qingying was only at the mystic spirit realm, 2 levels below Su Zhu, so she couldn't escape his control in her panic. Let me go. Yun Qingying was terrified after being caught. She imagined the terrible fate of being handed over to Chao Kuan. Suddenly, an old man in blue appeared. He was Elder Lin Wu, the protector of the Ling Yun Valley secret realm of Qinglan's sect. Following him were more than 10 disciples of Qinglan's sect, also guarding the secret realm. Elder Lin, save me. Yun Qingying shouted desperately when she saw Lin Wu. Who are you? How dare you break into Qinglan's sect's secret realm? Release the Saintess immediately, Lin Wu shouted angrily upon seeing Su Zhu. Since you saw everything, I can't be blamed, Su Zhu said coldly, glancing at Lin Wu and the disciples behind him, with a murderous look in his eyes. After speaking, Su Zhu suddenly disappeared and appeared behind Lin Wu. Boom. Su Zhu waved his hand, releasing a terrifying force that struck the disciples behind him. The difference in strength was too great. In just one palm, the dozen or so disciples of Qinglan's sect were instantly killed. Spirit realm. Lin Wu was shocked by the terrifying power Su Zhu unleashed. He immediately turned to run. But Su Zhu didn't give him a chance. With one palm, he knocked Lin Wu back. Die. Su Zhu showed no mercy and attacked Lin Wu with all his might. Lin Wu fought hard, but he couldn't withstand Su Zhu's attack. In just 2 moves, Su Zhu killed him. Chu Feng, where are you? Yin Qingying saw Lin Wu and more than 10 disciples of Qinglan's sect dead, and she immediately felt completely hopeless. Where is Chu Feng now? Su Zhu asked sharply. Chao Kuan's order to Su Zhu was to catch Yin Qingying and Chu Feng. Now only Yin Qingying was captured. Su Zhu wanted to find out Chu Feng's location from her. Let me go quickly, or Chu Feng won't forgive you, Yin Qingying said coldly. Now Yin Qingying could only hope that Su Zhu would hesitate because of Chu Feng's status as a 5th-grade alchemist, so he wouldn't act rashly. If you don't tell me, I already know Chu Feng is in the secret realm. I'll wait at the entrance and catch him when he comes out, Su Zhu said with a cold smile. The fact that Chu Feng was a 5th-grade alchemist could make many strong people fear him, and indeed, he posed a threat. But if they waited at the secret realm's entrance to catch Chu Feng and then killed him afterward, no one would blame the Chao family for killing a dead 5th-grade alchemist. Let Chu Feng go, and I will go with you, Yin Qingying urgently said. Chu Feng must die. No matter who comes, they can't save him, Su Zhu said coldly. Hearing this, Yin Qingying looked devastated. She had just truly been with Chu Feng, and she never expected such cruelty from fate, which brought Chao Kuan into their lives and ruined their bright future. I will never let you go, even if I die, Yin Qingying shouted sadly. Die? If you want to die, wait until the young master has finished playing, Su Zhu said with a cold smile. Suddenly, a graceful middle-aged woman appeared suddenly in the scene. Qingying, is that you? The middle-aged woman looked at Yin Qingying with excitement. Yin Qingying saw the woman and immediately froze in shock, her face showing disbelief. She said trembling, You are my aunt. Qingying, it's really you. Your aunt finally found you, the woman said emotionally. Aunt, I thought you. Yin Qingying was overwhelmed with emotion, tears filling her eyes. Yin Qingying was originally the legitimate daughter of the Yuan family, a small family from the upper world. When she was only 6 years old, 15 years ago, a member of the Yuan family offended the young master of the upper world's great power, Tianshui Pavilion, which led to the entire Yuan family being besieged by Tianshui Pavilion. At that time, the Yuan family scattered in all directions. Yin Qingying's aunt, Yin Yin, took her and jumped into a space crack to escape. The space crack was filled with chaotic space-time currents, which randomly transported them to different parts of the universe, eventually bringing them to the desolate realm. After arriving in the deserted realm, Yin Yin was worried about the safety of the Yuan family. She handed Yin Qingying to the kind-looking Li Taiqing and hurried back to the upper world to rescue the others from the Yuan family. Many years passed, and Yin Yin never appeared again. Yin Qingying thought she had met misfortune after returning to the upper world. Unexpectedly, she has now reappeared. Qingying, I'm sorry. Aunt hasn't come to see you all these years, Yin Yin said emotionally, holding Yin Qingying's hand. At this moment, Su Zhu slowly stepped back, trying to leave quietly. Yin Yin was so terrifying that Su Zhu felt like he was less than an ant in front of her. Aunt, kill him. He just tried to hurt me. Yin Qingying saw Su Zhu trying to escape and immediately asked Yin Yin to kill him. An insignificant thing like you dares to hurt Qingying. Die for me. Hearing Yin Qingying's words, Yin Yan's face instantly darkened with anger. She struck Su Zhu with a palm. Bang! Yin Yan's cultivation was at the 2nd level of the respect realm. Su Zhu couldn't withstand her attack and instantly turned into a cloud of blood mist. Qingying, you've suffered so much these years. Yin Yin turned to look at Yin Qingying, who now only had the cultivation of the 1st level of the mystic spirit realm. She sighed softly. In this lowest world of the deserted realm, spiritual energy was scarce. When Yin Qingying was young, she hadn't practiced Yin family's techniques, so her cultivation was so low. I'm not suffering, Yin Qingying said softly, shaking her head. She looked anxiously at Yin Yin and asked, Aunt, are my parents okay? Your parents didn't survive. Yin Yan's eyes darkened. Father, mother, Yin Qingying cried sadly. Qingying, don't be sad. Your parents sacrificed themselves for the Yuan family. Everyone in the Yuan family will remember them forever. Yun Yin comforted her. Yun Qingyin cried quietly for a while before lifting her head to look at Yun Yin and asked again, "Aunt, what is the situation of the Yuan family now?" Hearing this, Yun Yin suddenly looked happy and said, "Qingyin, the Yuan family has been rebuilt, and we're no longer afraid of Tianshui Pavilion. This is all thanks to your fiancé. Do you remember Mu Yan, whom you were betrothed to since childhood? Mu Yan is now a core disciple of the Heavenly Path sect. The Heavenly Path sect is much stronger than Tianshui Pavilion. It was Lin Yin who helped us escape from Tianshui Pavilion, and it was with his help that the Yuan family was able to rebuild. Qingying, once you are married, you must take good care of Mu Yan." Mu Yan? Yun Qingying was stunned when she heard Yun Yin speak. She had just confirmed her relationship with Chu Feng and was now his person. Hearing Yun Yin mention Mu Yan, who was promised to her since childhood, Yun Qingying felt lost. Many years ago, Yun Qingying thought the Yuan family had been destroyed. She never expected to return to the upper world, and she had long forgotten about the marriage promise with Mu Yan. Now, just after becoming Chu Feng's woman, Yun Yin came to find her. How could she face this? "What's wrong? Are you too happy?" "Let me tell you, Mu Yan is now a top talent in the upper world and the dream lover of many women. But Mu Yan still remembers your marriage promise and has been waiting for you. This time, Mu Yan specifically asked me to find you and bring you back. He wants to marry you when you return," Yun Yin said with a smile. "Auntie, Yun Qingying didn't know how to explain her relationship with Chu Feng. Suddenly, a few disciples from Qinglan's sect rushed over from afar. They had heard noise from the secret realm and came to investigate. Seeing the disciples of Qinglan's sect on the ground, those previously killed by Su Zhu, they immediately thought Yun Yin had done it. They shouted angrily at Yun Yin, "Who are you? How dare you intrude on Qinglan's sect? Like ants, die." Yun Yin saw these people recklessly disturbing her and Yun Qingying's conversation. She swung her hand fiercely, and in an instant, the disciples burst into death. Auntie, don't kill them. They are all my fellow sect members." Yun Qingying quickly stepped forward to stop her when she saw Yun Yin kill, without hesitation. "They are just low-level ants. If they die, they die." Yun Yin coldly glanced at the Qinglan sect disciple she had just killed, then turned to Yun Qingying and asked, "Qingying, what were you about to say just now?" "It's nothing." Yun Qingying saw how cold Yun Yin was and dared not mention Chu Feng anymore. Yun Yin came specifically to find her and marry Mu Yan. If she found out she was already Chu Feng's woman, Yun Yin would definitely kill Chu Feng. No, she couldn't let Yun Yin know about Chu Feng. Otherwise, Chu Feng would surely die. "Auntie, take me back to the upper world now." Cloud Qingying looked longingly toward the Moon Shadow Palace in the distance, then turned to glance at the secret realm behind her. She didn't know where Chu Feng was now. She could only return to the upper world with Yun Yin first, and later find a way to look for Chu Feng. If Yun Yin discovers Chu Feng's whereabouts, Chu Feng will definitely be in danger. "All right, Auntie will take you back to the upper world now." Yun Yin smiled upon hearing this. She took Cloud Qingying's hand and soared into the sky, heading straight for the heavens. The journey from the desolate legacy realm to the upper world is long. Yun Yin needs to reach a nearby medium-level realm, use a teleportation array to transfer multiple times, and finally cross the endless void to return to the upper world. Cloud Qingying looked down at Qinglan Mountain, which was getting smaller and smaller. Her heart was filled with sadness. This time, she didn't know if she would have another chance to return to the desolate legacy realm, or if she would see Chu Feng again. At this moment, Chu Feng had just finished searching the small secret realm. The small secret realm was full of rare flowers and herbs. Chu Feng transplanted all the valuable ones into the Chaos Starry Pearl. The environment inside the Chaos Starry Pearl had changed greatly and was now very suitable for growing various rare plants. These beautiful flowers and herbs could also decorate the environment when transplanted into the Chaos Starry Pearl. Chu Feng thought about improving the environment of the Starry World. When that happens, Yun Qingying would surely like it. After exploring the small secret realm and taking everything valuable, Chu Feng dove back into the water pool, found the small water cave where he had entered, and quickly swam out. Half an hour later, Chu Feng emerged from the water cave and returned to the secret realm outside. Then, Chu Feng began searching for Yun Qingying inside the secret realm. However, after a long search, Chu Feng couldn't find Yun Qingying. Did she leave? Chu Feng thought Yun Qingying might have left because she couldn't find him. Suddenly, a wave of worry rose in his heart. Yun Qingying leaving the secret realm might mean she was captured by Chao Kuan's people. Thinking of this, Chu Feng quickly flew toward the exit of the secret realm. Not long after, Chu Feng stepped out of the secret realm and saw a large group of Qing Lan sect disciples gathered outside. Among them were the sect master Gu Qiuyang and Yun Qingying's master, Li Taiqing. What's going on? Chu Feng saw more than a dozen Qing Lan sect disciples lying dead on the ground and felt a sudden sense of unease. Chu Feng, you're out. Where's Inger? Why didn't she come out with you? Li Taiqing hurried over when he saw Chu Feng. Have you seen Inger? Chu Feng was very surprised to hear this. No, she's not in the secret realm. Li Taiqing also felt something was wrong. I couldn't find Inger in the secret realm, so I came out to look for her, Chu Feng said urgently. What happened here? Who killed these disciples? We don't know who killed them. Even Lin Wu, a senior elder in the earth spirit realm who guards the secret realm, was killed, Li Taiqing said angrily. Lin Wu was a good friend of Li Taiqing for many years. He never expected Lin Wu to die inside their own sect. This made Li Taiqing very angry. All the elders in the earth spirit realm have been killed. Chu Feng suddenly thought of Chao Kuan's protector, Su Zhu, who is in the heaven spirit realm. Now, only Su Zhu in the sect is in the heaven spirit realm. The only one who can silently kill elders in the earth spirit realm must be a strong person in the heaven spirit realm. Thinking of this, Chu Feng's unease grew stronger. Could it be that Su Zhu sent people to guard the secret realm entrance, kidnapped Yun Qingying, and then, when the guards and elders found out, Su Zhu killed them all? Where is Chao Kuan now? Chu Feng asked anxiously. Chao Kuan should still be in the small courtyard at the back hall. What's wrong? Do you think Chao Kuan did this? Gu Qiuyang also came over and asked suspiciously. Take me quickly. Qingying might have been kidnapped by him. Chu Feng shouted anxiously. What? Li Taiqing was shocked. Thinking about Chao Kuan's strange habits, he believed Chao Kuan might really do such a thing. He immediately flew with Chu Feng toward Chao Kuan's residence. Gu Qiuyang saw this and also hurried to follow. If Chao Kuan really did something to Yun Qingying, Chu Feng and Chao Kuan would definitely be enemies, even risking their lives to fight. At that time, the sect might be caught in the middle and not know how to handle it. Helping Chu Feng deal with Chao Kuan might invite the Chao family to attack, which could lead to the destruction of the sect. Not helping Chu Feng would mean Chu Feng would definitely leave the sect. At this moment, Chao Kuan was waiting for Su Zhu to bring Yun Qingying and Chu Feng back so he could deal with them. He had already decided how to handle Yun Qingying and Chu Feng. He planned to humiliate Yun Qingying in front of Chu Feng and then kill Chu Feng afterward. As for Yun Qingying, he could keep her around until he got bored and then kill her. Chao Kuan was fantasizing about this. Suddenly, the door outside was forcefully kicked open. Chao Kuan frowned and turned to look, only to see a figure rushing toward him like lightning. Chu Feng? Chao Kuan recognized the face and was suddenly shocked. The person he sent to catch Chu Feng and Yun Qingying hadn't returned yet. How did Chu Feng get in? Chao Kuan, where did you hide Qingying? Chu Feng moved like lightning, grabbing Chao Kuan's neck and shouting angrily. Chao Kuan was stunned. His cultivation level was much higher than Chu Feng's, yet he was caught off guard and grabbed by the neck. As the proud young master of the Chao family, no one had ever dared to grab him like this. He immediately became furious. Chu Feng, let me go now, or I will destroy your family. Where is Qingying? Chu Feng tightened his grip on Chao Kuan's neck. I don't know. Chao Kuan's face turned red, and he was struggling to breathe. Chu Feng, let go of young Master Chao first. At this moment, Gu Qiuyang arrived and saw Chu Feng holding Chao Kuan tightly. Worried Chu Feng might hurt Chao Kuan, he quickly shouted, Let go, Chu Feng. Chu Feng ignored Gu Qiuyang. He took out the demon shadow sword from his storage ring and stabbed it into Chao Kuan's thigh, fierce and cold. Speak or not? Chu Feng, if you dare to hurt me, you're doomed. Chao Kuan endured the pain, glaring at Chu Feng with hatred. Since he was a child, Chao Kuan had rarely been hurt. Now, Chu Feng dared to injure him like this, and Chao Kuan wished he could tear Chu Feng apart immediately. Chu Feng's face was icy. He struck again, stabbing Chao Kuen's other thigh, causing him to scream in pain. Seeing Chao Kuen couldn't escape anymore, Chu Feng finally released him. Chao Kuen's legs were pierced, and he collapsed to the ground. "Where is your protector, Su Zhu?" Chu Feng noticed Su Zhu was missing and immediately thought he had taken Yun Qingying away and hidden somewhere. "I don't know." Chao Kuen shouted angrily through the pain. He also wanted to know where Su Zhu was. At this moment, Chao Kuen was full of resentment towards Su Zhu. He had sent Su Zhu to capture Chu Feng, but Su Zhu failed and even let Chu Feng come to hurt him. He was furious that Su Zhu hadn't come to save him all this time. "Don't know? Did you send Su Zhu to kidnap Qingying?" Angrily, Chu Feng stabbed another sword into Chao Kuen's thigh. At the same time, Chu Feng felt a deep sense of guilt. Yun Qingying was his woman, and he had failed to protect her, allowing her to be kidnapped. This was a terrible mistake. If he had stayed close to Yun Qingying earlier, this wouldn't have happened. Everything was his fault. Yes, it was I who sent Su Zhu to kidnap Yun Qingying because I wanted to play with her. Chu Feng, you must kneel and kowtow now, or Yun Qingying will surely die. Chao Kuen looked at Chu Feng with hatred and admitted it was he who ordered Su Zhu to take Yun Qingying. Hearing Chao Kuen's words, Chu Feng immediately swung his sword angrily at Chao Kuen. In an instant, a sharp sword light cut across Chao Kuen's left arm. Chao Kuen's left arm was cut off, and he let out a terrible scream. Chu Feng, how could you cut off Chao's arm?" Gu Qiuyang saw Chu Feng cut off Chao Kuen's arm and was instantly shocked. Because Chu Feng hurt Chao Kuen so badly, there was no chance for reconciliation. Qinglan's sect had to choose: stand with Chu Feng, stay out of it, or directly capture Chu Feng and hand him over to the Chao family. "Chu Feng, don't act yet. First, find out where Inger is." Li Taiqing hurried forward to stop Chu Feng from hurting Chao Kuen further. "Chu Feng, you're doomed. You're doomed." Chao Kuen rolled on the ground in pain, cursing Chu Feng. "Chao Kuen, I give you 10 breaths. If you don't tell me where Qingying is, I will cut off your right arm too." Chu Feng looked coldly at Chao Kuen on the ground, his voice full of deadly intent. Gu Qiuyang also sensed the strong killing aura from Chu Feng and quickly said, "Chu Feng, don't be impulsive. If you hurt Chao Kuen like this, the Chao family won't let you go." Chu Feng ignored Gu Qiuyang and stared coldly at Chao Kuen, waiting for his answer. "Chu Feng, you'll never see Yun Qingying again. I've already played with her and disposed of her." Chao Kuen laughed madly. Hearing this, Chu Feng was furious. He drew his sword again and cut off Chao Kuen's right arm. Gu Qiuyang wanted to stop him, but Chu Feng's sword was too fast. He couldn't stop it. At this moment, Gu Qiuyang realized how terrifying Chu Feng's strength was. Such a fast sword. He might not be able to resist. "Great Elder, please send someone to check around Qinglan Mountain to see if you can find traces of Qingying or Zhu." Seeing Chao Cunning refuse to reveal Yun Qingying's whereabouts, Chu Feng had no choice but to ask Li Taiqing to send people to search nearby for the two. Understood. Li Taiqing had only one disciple, Yun Qingying, for many years. He treated her not just as a disciple, but also like a daughter. Now that Yun Qingying was in trouble, Li Taiqing was eager to find her. After speaking, Chu Feng quickly left and returned to the entrance of the secret realm. He planned to go back inside to look again, hoping Yun Qingying might still be inside, having an adventure and not yet come out. Chu Feng hoped Yun Qingying was having an adventure inside the secret realm, not that she had been taken somewhere by Su Zhu. When Chu Feng reached the entrance, some disciples of Qinglan's sect were cleaning up the bodies on the ground. Some of them were preparing to fill a deep hole. This deep hole, I don't know who made it, but it's so deep, so scary. What kind of powerful person could create such a huge, deep hole? I heard it was made by a strong expert from the Heaven Spirit realm who visited our sect before. This deep hole was probably caused by him. Is a Heaven Spirit realm expert really that terrifying? Hey, there's a storage ring here. Maybe it belongs to a slain senior brother or sister. Chu Feng was about to enter the secret realm when he suddenly overheard their discussion. He immediately turned and walked toward them. "Chu Elder." The disciples, upon seeing Chu Feng, quickly bowed respectfully. Chu Feng nodded faintly in return and then jumped into the deep hole to check. Chu Feng sensed a faint, terrifying aura inside the hole, and he was greatly shocked. This faint aura of terror was definitely not from someone in the heaven spirit realm. It must be from someone at the peak of the sect realm or at the respected realm. Chu Feng had already learned about the desolate waste realm. There were no strong experts at the peak of the sect realm or at the respected realm in the entire desolate waste realm. Why would such a powerful person appear here? Chu Feng wondered with great confusion. Hand over the storage ring. Chu Feng spoke to the disciple who had just found the ring. Yes. The disciple hesitated a bit, but under Chu Feng's sharp gaze, he had no choice but to reluctantly hand it over. Chu Feng took the storage ring and immediately used his spiritual awareness to check the items inside. The ring contained many spirit stones, cultivation resources, and some daily use items. Among them, there was also a token engraved with the character Chao. This is a Chao family token. Is this ring Su Zhu's? Chu Feng was surprised. He quickly took out the clothes from the ring to examine. It really is Su Zhu's. After a moment, Chu Feng found a piece of clothing and confirmed that the ring belonged to Su Zhu. This clothing was what Chu Feng saw Su Zhu wearing when he first met Chao Kuan and Su Zhu in Dusky City. It seems Su Zhu is dead. That explains why he didn't appear when I injured Chao Kuan earlier, Chu Feng thought, feeling relieved. At the same time, Chu Feng wondered why Su Zhu was killed here by that terrifying strong person. Could it be that Su Zhu was trying to capture Yun Qingying and was seen by that powerful person, who then killed him? Did that strong person also take Yun Qingying away? Chu Feng quickly considered all possible scenarios. After a moment, Chu Feng entered the secret realm of the Lingyun Valley again. No matter what, he had to check the secret realm once more to see if Yun Qingying was inside. 2 hours later, Chu Feng carefully searched every corner of the secret realm but found no trace of Yun Qingying. He also left the secret realm and asked some disciples to help search, but still found nothing. In the end, Chu Feng had to accept that Yun Qingying was not in the secret realm. At the same time, Li Taiqing ordered people to look for Yun Qingying and Su Zhu on Qingluan Mountain, but there was no result. It seems Su Zhu forcibly took Yun Qingying at the entrance of the secret realm and was killed by an unknown powerful person. Yun Qingying was also taken away by that person, Chu Feng guessed. However, Chu Feng was puzzled why Yun Qingying didn't leave him any message. He thought about it for a long time, but couldn't figure it out. Still, he was now sure that Yun Qingying was not in the Chao family's hands. This was a huge relief for Chu Feng. After a while, Chu Feng found Li Taiqing to ask about Yun Qingying's background. Last time, Chu Feng and Yun Qingying mentioned that her master was from the upper realm. When Yun Qingying heard about the upper realm, her expression changed, and Chu Feng felt she knew about the upper realm. Someone from the lowest level of the world couldn't possibly know about the upper realm. Yun Qingying's background might be more complicated. Suddenly, Chu Feng wanted to ask Li Taiqing about Yun Qingying's background. Yun Ying's background? Actually, I don't know much about her family. When Chu Feng asked about Yun Qingying's origins, Li Taiqing looked surprised. Hearing this, Chu Feng realized that Yun Qingying's background was probably complicated and continued to ask, "So, how did you come to take her as your disciple? 15 years ago, I met Yuning by chance. I learned she had lost her aunt, so I took her with me to help find her. But we never found her aunt," Li Taiqing explained. "Eventually, I had no choice but to bring her back to Qingluan sect. Later, I saw that Yuning had great talent in cultivation, so I decided to accept her as my disciple." Li Taiqing slowly told the story of how he became Yun Qingying's master. At that time, Yun Yin thought the Yun family might be in serious trouble, so he wanted Yun Qingying to grow up safely as an ordinary person in the lower world. Seeing that Li Taiqing was kind, Yun Yin quietly left Yun Qingying with him, trusting that Li Taiqing would take care of her. Finally, seeing that Li Taiqing accepted Yun Qingying as his disciple, Yun Yin felt at ease and returned to the upper world. "Your aunt? Did Yuning ever tell you anything about her aunt or her parents?" Chu Feng wanted to learn more about Yun Qingying's family, especially her aunt, to find her. "No, she was very upset at the time and kept saying her aunt didn't want her anymore. After that, she never mentioned her aunt or her parents again," Li Taiqing replied with a shake of his head. "Oh," Chu Feng said, feeling a little disappointed. Without any information about Yun Qingying's background, it would be very difficult to find her. Now, he could only try to find her based on her surname. But in this vast world, there are countless realms. Finding Yin Qingying would be like searching for a needle in a haystack. It seems he must become stronger quickly, return to the upper world, harness the power of his past life, and send people to search across different realms for Yin Qingying. Chu Feng, when you asked about Yin Ying's background, did you find out anything? Li Taiqing asked anxiously. Yining probably wasn't kidnapped by Chao Kuan, but I have no idea where she is now, Chu Feng replied. Li Taiqing relaxed slightly and said, as long as she wasn't taken by Chao Kuan's people, she should be safe now. Chu Feng, you need to plan ahead. If you hurt Chao Kuan, his family won't let you or your family go easily. Sigh. This time, the entire sect might also be affected. Li Taiqing sighed softly. He didn't expect things to develop this way. Previously, Yin Qingying and Chu Feng became partners, and Chu Feng was a 5th-rank alchemist. Li Taiqing thought that Yin Qingying would have someone to rely on in the future, and she could live peacefully in the later years. But unexpectedly, the appearance of Chao Kuan changed everything. Great Elder, don't worry. I will take full responsibility and won't involve the sect, Chu Feng said firmly. Great Elder, I am leaving now. Take care of yourself. If I find her later, I will bring her back to see you. Chu Feng, where are you going? Li Taiqing asked with concern when he heard Chu Feng's words. Li Taiqing treats Yin Qingying like a daughter. Since Chu Feng is her partner, he is almost like her son-in-law. He doesn't want Chu Feng to get into trouble. Don't worry, I will be fine, Chu Feng replied calmly. Then he immediately took his leave. Not long after, Chu Feng found Gu Qiuyang. At this moment, Gu Qiuyang was busy trying to save Chao Kuan, helping him reconnect his arms. Chu Feng, why are you here? Gu Qiuyang asked worriedly, fearing Chu Feng might want to continue questioning or harming Chao Kuan. Sect leader, I am leaving the sect, and I will take Chao Kuan with me, Chu Feng said plainly. Then you just announced to everyone that I forcibly took Chao Kuan, and you will be expelled from the sect, he added. Gu Qiuyang was slightly stunned. Chu Feng's actions showed he wanted to bear the blame for hurting Chao Kuan himself. Earlier, Gu Qiuyang was worried Chu Feng might use moral pressure to force the entire Qinglan sect to help him deal with the Chao family. But now, Chu Feng was willing to bear everything alone. Chu Feng, on behalf of all the disciples of Qinglan sect, I thank you, Gu Qiuyang said gratefully. Chu Feng replied calmly, no need. This was my fault. I will take full responsibility. Rest assured. Chao Kuan's protector, Su Zhu, has already died. I will take Chao Kuan out of the Zongfeng Empire and deal with him there. I won't involve Qinglan's sect. After speaking, Gu Qiuyang left to arrange for the sect members not to interfere with Zhu Feng. Zhu Feng looked toward the distant main hall, where the doctors of Qinglan's sect had just sewn Chao Kuan's severed arms back on. After a moment, Zhu Feng slowly entered the hall. Zhu Feng, what do you want to do? Chao Kuan's arms had just been sewn up when he saw Zhu Feng walk in with a stern face. He was immediately startled. The stitching looks good. I wonder if pulling them off again would be more painful, Zhu Feng said coldly, looking at Chao Kuan's repaired arms. Hearing this, Chao Kuan was shocked and quickly threatened, Zhu Feng, don't be reckless. I tell you, sect leader Gu has promised to protect me. If you hurt me, sect leader Gu won't let you go. Do you think I'm afraid? Zhu Feng sneered. Then, Zhu Feng walked straight up to Chao Kuan, seized him, and dragged his legs out as if dragging a dead dog. He wanted to grab Chao Kuan's hand, but thought that since his arms had just been sewn, pulling might break them again, so he chose to drag his legs instead. Bang, bang, bang. Chao Kuan was controlled and could only let Zhu Feng drag him, his head hitting the doorframe and stairs with a crisp sound. Sect leader Gu, save me, Chao Kuan shouted desperately, attracting many disciples of Qinglan sect to watch. However, Gu Qiuyang did not speak, and no one went to rescue Chao Kuan. Zhu Feng dragged Chao Kuan for a while, then suddenly heard Gu Qiuyang's voice from deep within Qinglan sect. Zhu Feng, let go of Chao Shengzi immediately. Hearing this, Zhu Feng quickly pulled Chao Kuan up and sped toward the foot of Qinglan Mountain. Soon, Gu Qiuyang appeared and loudly announced, Zhu Feng has committed a serious mistake and kidnapped Chao Shengzi. I now declare that Zhu Feng is expelled from Qinglan sect. Everyone, go after him. We must save Chao Shengzi. The disciples of Qinglan sect around were momentarily stunned, surprised that Gu Qiuyang would directly expel Zhu Feng from the sect. But upon hearing Gu Qiuyang's order, everyone immediately chased after Zhu Feng. Zhu Feng used the shadow step to quickly leave Qinglan Mountain with Chao Kuan. The powerful sect members did not pursue. Only some ordinary disciples chased after them, but they couldn't catch Zhu Feng at all and soon lost his trail. Zhu Feng carried Chao Kuan at high speed until they were far from Qinglan Mountain, then knocked Chao Kuan out and stored him inside the Chaos Starry Pearl. Linger, this person is my enemy. I am temporarily imprisoning him here. When he wakes up, you should knock him out. Do not let him see what is happening here, but also do not let him die, Zhu Feng instructed Linger. Okay, then throw him outside. Linger signaled to Zhu Feng to toss Chao Kuan beyond the 1-kilometer radius of their enclosure. Got it, Zhu Feng replied. He then grabbed Chao Kuan and threw him outside. Chao Kuan was thrown to the ground and woke up in pain, but Zhu Feng quickly knocked him out again. After finishing this, Zhu Feng said goodbye to Linger and returned to the outside world. Zhu Feng now had to hurry back to the Chu family to explain the situation and tell them to hide for a while. He traveled at full speed for half a day and finally reached the Chu family. It was already dark, but the Chu family still had many guests. The guests were all from major nearby forces, each hoping to establish connections with the Chu family and Zhu Feng. Zhu Feng quietly entered the Chu family and went to his small courtyard. He secretly asked someone to find Chu Tianyue. Zhu Feng, why are you back? Chu Tianyue was very excited when he saw Zhu Feng. Because of Zhu Feng, the reputation of the Chu family had reached an all-time high. During this time, Chu Tianyue enjoyed the feeling of being flattered by many people. Patriarch, the young master Chao Feng from the top family Chao in the Tianluo Empire, is coveting Yun Qingying. I and the Chao family are now mortal enemies. The Chao family will probably send people to kill me soon. They definitely won't let the Chu family go either. You must arrange for the Chu family members to hide, Zhu Feng said seriously. What? Chu Tianyue was shocked like a thunderbolt. He was still dreaming of a bright future for the Chu family and didn't expect disaster to strike so suddenly. Chu Tianyue had never heard of the Chao family, but he knew that the Tianluo Empire was the strongest empire on the eastern wilderness continent. As a top family in the Tianluo Empire, the Chao family must have countless strong fighters. They were no match for the Chu family. Patriarch, I am currently too weak to protect you from the Chao family's pursuit. But rest assured, I will destroy the Chao family within a year, Zhu Feng promised. Earlier, Zhu Feng had already inquired about the Chao family's strength from Gu Qiuyang. The Chao family had 5 experts at the Tianling realm and 1 at the Wang realm. Zhu Feng's current cultivation was only at the True Spirit realm 2nd level, so it was difficult for him to deal with so many strong enemies from the Chao family. However, Zhu Feng believes that within a year, his strength will greatly improve, and he will then destroy the Chao family. Good. I will arrange for the Chu family members to leave, Chu Tianyue said firmly when he heard Zhu Feng's plan. Previously, because of Lingxiao Pavilion, the Chu family had already gone into hiding once. Now, once again fleeing and hiding doesn't seem to bother Chu Tianyue. He sees it as another training opportunity for the Chu disciples. Yes, this time, I will prepare some disguise pills for you all. Zhu Feng had made some disguise pills before, but not many. He immediately asked Chu Tianyue to gather the materials and prepare to make more overnight for the Chu disciples. Disguise pills are 2nd-grade pills, and their materials are easy to find. The Chu family's treasure vault contains many materials. In just 2 hours, Zhu Feng made hundreds of disguise pills and handed them to Chu Tianyue. Patriarch, you should now arrange for everyone to leave. It was late at night now. All the guests had already left. Zhu Feng told Chu Tianyue to quickly organize the departure in batches. All right, Zhu Feng, you must protect yourself, Chu Tianyue said seriously. Zhu Feng is the future hope of the Chu family. If anything happens to him, the Chu family will have no future. Don't worry, I won't get into trouble. Patriarch, I promise to make the Chu family the top family in the desolate ruins realm someday. When Zhu Feng returns to the upper world in the future and controls the power of his past life, it will be very easy to support the Chu family. Yes, Zhu Feng, we are waiting for you to lead us to the top of the desolate ruins realm, Chu Tianyue said with hope in his eyes. After saying this, Chu Tianyue took his leave to arrange for Zhu Feng's departure. The next day, some powerful groups came to visit the Chu family, but they found the house empty. Everyone had already left. This puzzled everyone. They didn't know what had happened to the Chu family. Everything was fine yesterday, but overnight, everyone disappeared. Chao Kuan from the Chao family killed his partner, Yin Xingying. Anyone who kills a member of the Chao family can come to him for free help with alchemy. Soon, many powerful groups were shocked when they heard this news. Chu Feng, a fifth-rank alchemist, is fighting against the top forces of the Tianluo Empire, the Chao family. Who will win? Many people are just watching to see what happens. After 10 days, Chu Feng finally reached the largest empire on the eastern wilderness continent, the Tianluo Empire. The Tianluo Empire is located on the far west side of the continent, separated from the central plains by a foggy sea. The foggy sea is covered in mist all year round, and many dangerous sea creatures live there. Most ships cannot pass through the foggy sea. Only some large forces or major trading ships can cross it. Even these special ships don't always succeed. Many ships are destroyed trying to cross. Soon, Chu Feng arrived at a small border town called Bishui Town in the Tianluo Empire. He released Chao Kuan from the Chaos Starry Pearl. Chao Kuan was still unconscious, but not seriously hurt. Along the way, Chu Feng fed Chao Kuan a special pill to keep him from starving and changing shape so he wouldn't be recognized. Chu Feng dragged Chao Kuan's leg and pulled him into Bishui Town. The pain from being dragged made Chao Kuan wake up immediately. Chu Feng, let me go. I won't dare to touch the holy maiden Yuan again. Whatever you want in return, I can give it to you. Chao Kuan, who had been knocked out and scared for days, was now begging for mercy, knowing Chu Feng wouldn't care about his status and just wanted him to let go. It's too late, Chu Feng said coldly, continuing to drag Chao Kuan into the town. The rough ground caused blood to seep out from Chao Kuan's wounds, staining the road. People on the street saw Chu Feng's brutal actions and were shocked, whispering in fear. But no one wanted to get involved, so they just watched from afar and talked quietly. In Bishui Town, Chu Feng found a tall, noticeable place in the busy area and hung Chao Kuan up with a rope. This man is Chao Kuan from the Chao family, known for harming his partner. Today, I will do justice and punish this wicked man. Chu Feng stood high above and loudly told the crowd watching below. What? This man is Chao Kuan from the Chao family. Chao Kuan was a famous person in the Heavenly Net Empire. Many people had heard his name, even if they had never seen him. Everyone was surprised that Chao Kuan was captured and treated like this. Save me. Anyone who helps me, my Chao family will thank you greatly. Chao Kuan shouted to the crowd below. Suddenly, Chao Kuan let out a loud, terrible scream. Everyone saw Chu Feng draw his sword and swing a blade that cut across Chao Kuan's lower body. Immediately, a small worm fell down. Chu Feng, you crazy person. I will cut you into 1,000 pieces and tear you apart. Chao Kuan covered his lower body and shouted angrily. This person actually castrated Chao Kuan. Who is this person? How dare he do this to Chao Kuan? Does he want to die? The onlookers were all talking in shock. Suddenly, two middle-aged men looked at each other and quickly rushed toward Chu Feng. Both of them were at the 3rd level of the mystic spirit realm. Seeing that Chu Feng was only at the 2nd level of the true spirit realm, they thought to rescue Chao Kuan and go to Chao's house to get a reward. Chu Feng saw this and smiled coldly. He suddenly swung his sword at the two men. In an instant, a sharp sword energy shot toward the two middle-aged men rushing at him. Bang! The two men were instantly cut in half at the waist, blood spraying out as they fell. The crowd below hurriedly dodged in fear. How can this person, who is only at the 2nd level of the true spirit realm, be so terrifying? He killed 2 3rd-level mystic spirit realm experts with one sword. Some people who had wanted to help Chao Kuan and go to Chao's house for a reward now saw Chu Feng's power and dared not act again. Chu Feng looked coldly at the crowd around him. Seeing no one else moving, he turned his gaze to Chao Kuan. Suddenly, Chu Feng waved his long sword again. 3 sword lights shot fiercely toward Chao Kuan's arms and legs. Chao Kuan let out a terrible scream. At this moment, Chao Kuan's limbs had already been cut off, blood pouring out wildly. Now, all 5 of Chao Kuan's limbs had been cut off by Chu Feng. The terrifying scene stunned the onlookers. Some people were so frightened they fainted. Chao Kuan, I hope you can truly become a good person in your next life, Chu Feng said coldly as he looked at Chao Kuan. After speaking, Chu Feng drew his sword again and swung it across Chao Kuan's neck. In an instant, Chao Kuan's head shot up into the sky, as if he were about to die completely. I am the 5th-grade alchemist Chu Feng. Today, I am here to uphold justice and kill Chao Kuan, Chu Feng loudly declared to everyone. After speaking, Chu Feng quickly flew out of the city. He flew for half an hour and then arrived at a hidden place, where he immediately entered the Chaos Starry Pearl. Chu Feng planned to cultivate carefully inside the Chaos Starry Pearl for a while before going out to destroy the Chao family. Chu Feng, you're so cruel. Won't you treat me the same way in the future? As soon as Chu Feng entered the Chaos Starry Pearl, Linger pretended to look shocked and stared at Chu Feng. What are you thinking about? I only show cruelty to enemies. I will only love and care for you, Chu Feng said with a mischievous smile. Your smile looks so evil. You must have bad intentions. Linger glared at Chu Feng. Haha, don't worry, we are the closest people. I definitely won't hurt you. Chu Feng laughed. Who knows if you're telling the truth? Linger snorted softly. Of course it's true. Chu Feng chuckled softly. They chatted and played around for a while, then Chu Feng said, All right, I'm going to start cultivating now. Okay, call me if you need anything, Linger said, then suddenly disappeared. Chu Feng immediately sat cross-legged on the ground, activated the chaos technique, and began absorbing the spiritual energy around him to cultivate. His current level was too low. He needed to cultivate quickly to improve his strength. Not long after, the news of Chao Kuan's cruel death at the hands of Chu Feng in Bishui town spread throughout the Tianluo Empire and neighboring empires. The Chao family was furious and vowed to find Chu Feng and tear him to pieces. However, the Chao family used all their connections to search the surrounding empires, but found no trace of Chu Feng. Just as the Chao family was about to send people to the Songfeng Empire to look for Chu Feng, he suddenly appeared somewhere else in the Tianluo Empire. Chu Feng would come out of the Chaos Starry Pearl from time to time, revealing his whereabouts and letting the Chao family continue their search. And so, seasons changed, and half a year passed quickly. Phew! Chu Feng took a deep breath, looking excited. After more than a month of hard work, Chu Feng finally broke through the barrier of the true spirit realm and advanced to the first level of the mysterious spirit realm. In half a year, Chu Feng broke through to the 9th level of the true spirit realm in just over 4 months. It took him an additional 1.5 months to reach the peak of the true spirit realm. After reaching the peak, Chu Feng's spiritual veins and energy expanded greatly, and his strength improved significantly. Now, Chu Feng is no longer afraid of those in the heaven spirit realm. He can even fight against experts in the king realm. However, it depends on the opponent's true strength. Some king realm fighters can only battle others at the same level, while some can fight across levels. Chu Feng doesn't yet know the strength of the king realm experts from the Chao family, so he's unsure if he can handle them. But Chu Feng isn't in a hurry to destroy the Chao family. He plans to first target and eliminate their heaven spirit realm experts, then deal with their king realm fighters. At this moment, Linger saw Chu Feng finish his breakthrough and suddenly appeared in front of him. Chu Feng, you can't keep absorbing spiritual energy from the veins without limit. The veins will run out, she warned. Recently, Chu Feng had been forcibly drawing energy from the spiritual veins to break through, damaging their core. All right, I'll wait until the veins recover before I absorb energy again. Chu Feng nodded in agreement. The core of the spiritual veins has already been damaged. Even if they recover, you can't endlessly draw energy like before, Linger said seriously. From now on, your daily training should be limited to less than half a day, she added. Okay, I understand, Chu Feng replied with a nod. Currently, his realm is at the first level of the mystical spirit realm. For now, that's enough to handle most enemies. Later, he can explore the outside world during the day and train inside the Chaos Starry Pearl at night. This way, he won't waste time, can find opportunities, and grow stronger quickly. Soon after, Chu Feng went out into the outside world. It was noon when he stepped out, and he was not far from a large city. Chu Feng showed no hesitation and headed straight toward the city. The city is called Xianyang City, the largest city in the eastern part of the Tianluo Empire. As soon as Chu Feng entered Xianyang City, many people looked at him. For the past 6 months, the Chao family had been unable to find Chu Feng and had offered a high bounty to track him down. There were wanted posters with Chu Feng's face all over Xianyang City, and many recognized him at a glance. However, everyone knew Chu Feng was very powerful and dared not attack him easily. Suddenly, a middle-aged man in blue clothes, at the first level of the Earth Spirit Realm, charged fiercely toward Chu Feng. Clang! Everyone heard the sound of a sword being drawn and saw a flash of sword light. In an instant, the middle-aged man in blue, rushing toward Chu Feng, was cut in half and died instantly. The expert at the first level of the Earth Spirit Realm was killed in one strike by Chu Feng. Chu Feng's realm is only at the first level of the Mystic Spirit Realm. How can he be so terrifying? Fortunately, I held back just now. Otherwise, I would also be dead now. The people around, witnessing how Chu Feng killed the Earth Spirit Realm expert with one sword, were all shocked and started discussing excitedly. Chu Feng paid no attention to their words. He walked straight into a tavern and found a seat by the window. In the past 6 months, Chu Feng had mostly eaten medicinal pills to suppress his hunger and hadn't enjoyed good food. Today, Chu Feng wanted to treat himself well and celebrate his breakthrough to the Mystic Spirit Realm. There were other customers in the tavern, but as soon as they saw Chu Feng enter, they quickly left. The tavern owner also saw what had just happened and knew Chu Feng was not someone to offend. He respectfully ordered good wine and delicious food for Chu Feng. Chu Feng didn't say much. He picked up his wine cup, poured a drink, and drank it all in one go. Soon, exquisite dishes were served one after another. Chu Feng, without hesitation, began to eat heartily. After a moment, a white-haired old man dressed in black suddenly approached Chu Feng. Chu Feng looked up, squinting his eyes at the old man. The old man's realm was at the 7th level of the Earth Spirit Realm, but his aura was somewhat chaotic, as if he had an internal injury. "May I ask if you are Master Chu?" the old man asked as he approached. Chu Feng nodded lightly in acknowledgement. "I am Lin Tai, the sect leader of the Spirit Mystic sect. Many years ago, I was poisoned with a cold toxin that I cannot cure. As a result, I have been unable to break through my realm. Could Master Chu help me refine a sunfire pill? I already have the materials for the sunfire pill. As long as Master Chu is willing to help with the alchemy, I am willing to do anything you ask," the old man said sincerely, looking at Chu Feng. The sunfire pill is a 5th-grade medicinal pill, and its refinement is quite complex. Lin Tai had been searching for someone to help him refine it for a long time. Today, I saw Chu Feng, and Lin Tai immediately came over excitedly to ask Chu Feng for help with refining a pill. "Sure, as long as you kill a direct disciple of the Chao family, I will help you make the yin-yang pill," Chu Feng said calmly. Master Chu, could you change the condition? My Lingxian sect is just a small clan. We can't afford to offend the Chao family. Killing a Chao family disciple might bring trouble to our entire sect," Lin Tai said with a worried look. "I'm sorry, I can't help you then," Chu Feng replied softly, continuing to pour and sip his wine. "Master Chu, please help me just this once." Lin Tai bowed deeply to Chu Feng and begged again. Chu Feng glanced at Lin Tai and said, "You can go now." Lin Tai wanted to say more, but Chu Feng had already turned his head to look out at the street. Seeing this, Lin Tai could only sigh helplessly and then slowly walk away. Lin Tai had thought about capturing Chu Feng to threaten him into making the yin-yang pill, then handing him over to the Chao family for a reward. But he wasn't confident he could catch Chu Feng, and if he failed, the consequences would be terrible. So, Lin Tai could only leave helplessly. Chu Feng relaxed in the tavern for an hour before getting up to pay and leave. After leaving the tavern, Chu Feng didn't stay in Xianyang City. He headed straight outside the city to go to the Chao family to settle his old grudge. As he stepped out of the city gates, suddenly a terrifyingly powerful old man in blue robes flew toward him from afar. Sky Spirit Realm. Chu Feng squinted as he saw the old man flying through the air, a cold light flashing in his eyes. The old man in blue robes was in the 2nd level of the Sky Spirit Realm. His aura was obvious and aggressive, clearly not here for friendly reasons. "Chu Feng, die for me." The old man in blue robes saw Chu Feng at the city gate and immediately shot a palm strike toward him from afar. Suddenly, a huge palm print appeared in the sky, crashing down fiercely toward Chu Feng. The attacker was Chao's 3rd elder, Chao Shao. Chao Shao was nearby, and, Upon learning Chu Feng was in Xianyang City, he rushed over at full speed to intercept him. When he saw Chu Feng, Cao Xiao immediately became furious and struck out with his palm. Recently, because of Chu Feng's matter, the Chao family has been shaken up. They searched everywhere but couldn't find Chu Feng, making the Chao family a joke in the heavenly Luo Empire. Now that they finally found Chu Feng, Cao Xiao was furious and wanted to strike him down with a palm. Seeing this, Chu Feng didn't resist directly. Instead, he used the shadow step to quickly dodge to the side. Boom! Cao Xiao's huge palm struck the city gate, creating a big hole in the ground. Some pedestrians who couldn't dodge in time were shattered into pieces. Nearby, many others were injured by the shock, and screams filled the air. Seeing this sudden accident, the people around were terrified and ran away in all directions. To avoid involving innocent people, Chu Feng quickly moved away from the city gate and ran outside the city. Chu Feng, today you can't escape. Cao Xiao saw this and thought Chu Feng was trying to run away. He sneered and immediately charged at Chu Feng. Who is that? So brutal, killing someone right at the city gate. At this moment, people who had fled looked back at Cao Xiao. That is Cao Xiao, the third elder of the Chao family. I saw him once before. I heard he's ruthless and kills without mercy. Cao Xiao is here to catch Chu Feng. His cultivation is at the second level of the heavenly spirit realm. Chu Feng probably won't escape this time. I heard Chu Feng is a 5th-rank alchemist. It's a pity. The only 5th-rank alchemist on the eastern wilderness continent is about to be killed by the Chao family. Spectators from afar discussed Cao Xiao and Chu Feng excitedly. Lin Tai, who had wanted Chu Feng to help with alchemy earlier, was also watching from a distance. His face was full of worry and sighs. Lin Tai hesitated whether to go help Chu Feng. Helping Chu Feng would surely provoke revenge from the Chao family, and even the Lingxian sect might be destroyed because of it. But if he didn't help, Chu Feng would definitely be killed by Cao Xiao. If Chu Feng was killed, the cold poison in Lin Tai's body would find no one to help him cure it, and he would never be able to break through his cultivation. At this moment, after Chu Feng moved a distance away from the city gate, he suddenly drew his sword and swung it at Cao Xiao, who was chasing from behind. In an instant, a sharp sword aura shot toward Cao Xiao. Cao Xiao saw that Chu Feng's cultivation was only at the first level of the mystic spirit realm and didn't take him seriously. He casually slapped out a palm to block the sword aura. But just as Cao Xiao thought he could easily disperse Chu Feng's sword energy with a palm, suddenly, the sword energy unleashed by Chu Feng instantly dispersed Cao Xiao's palm strike, hitting Cao Xiao like thunder. Boom! Cao Xiao was knocked back dozens of meters and blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Chu Feng is so strong. Isn't he only at the first level of the mystic spirit realm? How did he injure Cao Xiao, who is at the second level of the heaven spirit realm, with just one sword? This is unbelievable. From a distance, onlookers saw Chu Feng's sword repel Cao Xiao and were all shocked and talking excitedly. Lin Tai also looked at Chu Feng with surprise. He had once thought about capturing Chu Feng to force him to refine pills, then handing him over to the Chao family for a reward. Fortunately, he didn't make a move back then, or he would have been dead now. How? How is this possible? Cao Xiao stared at Chu Feng with disbelief. He couldn't understand why Chu Feng, only at the first level of the mystic spirit realm, was so powerful. After practicing for some time, Chu Feng's sword intent was not yet perfect, but it was already complete. The perfect sword intent made his sword energy terrifyingly powerful. Combined with the chaos technique he practiced, his spiritual veins and energy were much stronger than those of ordinary cultivators. Now, the sword energy Chu Feng unleashed with all his strength was enough to make even peak heaven spirit realm cultivators fear. Cao Xiao, only at the second level of the heaven spirit realm, couldn't withstand Chu Feng's full-force sword attack. In an instant, Cao Xiao thought about turning to run, but Chu Feng didn't give him any chance to escape. He immediately launched a deadly sword attack on Cao Xiao. Ghost Shadow Killer Slash. Chu Feng used the deadly move from the Nether Ghost Shadow Sword. In an instant, Chu Feng seemed to split into several ghostly shadows, rushing toward Cao Xiao to attack. Cao Xiao, seeing this, was terrified and desperately tried to defend, but he couldn't withstand it at all. The ghostly shadows cut directly into him. Suddenly, Chao Zhao's body split into several parts and fell to the ground. The scene instantly fell into dead silence. The onlookers from afar stared with wide eyes. First level of the mystic spirit realm, killing a second level of the heaven spirit realm with one sword? How is that possible? No, this can't be real. Everyone was stunned and couldn't believe it for a long time. This was almost impossible to happen, and they couldn't understand how to believe it. Lin Tai stared at Chu Feng with eyes full of disbelief. Chu Feng's strength completely changed his understanding. Chu Feng ignored everyone's shock, picked up Chao Zhao's storage ring, and headed toward the capital of the Tianluo Empire, Hurricane City. The Chao family is the largest family in the Tianluo Empire, and their home is in Hurricane City. Chu Feng plans to go to Hurricane City, eliminate all Chao family disciples, and completely destroy the Chao family. He is heading west all the way. Along the way, Chu Feng did not hide his movements. When the Chao family learned of Chu Feng's whereabouts, they sent many people to kill him, but Chu Feng defeated and killed them all. One of Chao family's guest elders, at the 8th level of the heavenly spirit realm, was killed by Chu Feng, which shocked everyone in the Chao family. They dared not send more people to attack Chu Feng again. 5 days later, Chu Feng arrived at Hurricane City. From the locals, he learned where the Chao family was and headed straight there. Initially, Chu Feng wanted to secretly kill everyone in the Chao family below the heavenly spirit realm, and then deal with the powerful king realm experts. But he thought it was too troublesome and didn't want to bother. Instead, he boldly went to the Chao family, ready to fight for his life. Soon, Chu Feng reached the gates of the Chao family. The gates were tall and majestic, guarded by 6 black-armored guards. Above the gate, there was a large plaque with 2 golden characters, Chao family. Through the gate, Chu Feng could faintly see the scene inside the Chao family. The Chao family land was vast, filled with beautiful, luxurious pavilions, like a palace of jade and pearls. Chu Feng walked straight toward the Chao family gates. When the guards saw him, they immediately questioned who he was. Chu Feng gave no answer, drew his sword, and killed the 6 guards, then slowly entered the Chao family. Once inside, except for women and children, Chu Feng killed everyone he saw. Suddenly, chaos erupted throughout the Chao family. Chu Feng, how dare you come to my Chao family to kill? Suddenly, a terrifying and fierce voice rang out. Chu Feng immediately turned his head to look. When he saw who was calling, Chu Feng was shocked and quickly turned to run away. The first person Chu Feng saw was a young man in purple at the 2nd level of the king realm. The young man in purple looked young, yet he had already broken through to the 2nd level of the king realm, showing he was a rare genius. If he had only seen a young man in white, Chu Feng wouldn't have run. Chu Feng ran away because a beautiful, snow-skinned woman in white was standing beside the young man in purple. The woman in white was tall and graceful, with eyes shining like stars, deep and charming. She just stood quietly, giving off a noble and elegant aura that made people admire her. Behind her, on both sides, stood 2 middle-aged women with very strong and intimidating presence. These 2 women were at the 6th and 8th levels of the king realm. The reason Chu Feng turned to run was because of these 2 women. He didn't feel confident fighting a young man in purple at the 2nd level of the king realm. Now, with 2 more women at higher levels, Chu Feng had to turn and run immediately. Isn't it said that the Chao family only has 1 person at the 2nd level of the king realm? Why are there 2 more at the 6th and 8th levels today? Who is that stunning woman? Is she the young man's partner? Chu Feng wondered as he fled. Suddenly, the young man in purple pulled out a large purple bow and condensed a terrifying spiritual arrow with his spiritual power. Die! He released the arrow, which shot toward Chu Feng with incredible power. Chu Feng felt the arrow's immense force from afar. It was hard to dodge, and even if he did, he would likely be seriously injured. Can it still lock onto a person? Chu Feng changed direction and ran elsewhere, but the spiritual arrow immediately turned and chased after him. Someone at the 1st level of the mystic spirit realm dares to come to my Chao family and act boldly. They're just asking for death. The young man in purple sneered when he saw the arrow approaching Chu Feng. This young man was Chao Jian, the strongest in the Chao family. He had gone to great lengths to invite the woman in white to visit. Unexpectedly, Chu Feng, at the 1st level of the mystic spirit realm, dared to come to the Chao family and cause trouble. Earlier, Chao Jin had told the woman in white that their Chao family was the strongest in the eastern wilderness continent, and no one dared to offend them. But now, Chu Feng, at the first level of the mystic spirit realm, dared to attack the Chao family. It was a direct insult to Chao Jian and embarrassed him in front of the woman in white. Chao Jian was furious and wanted to tear Chu Feng apart immediately, unleashing his strongest attack, the soul pursuit arrow. Soon, Chu Feng saw he couldn't dodge Chao Jian's pursuit arrow, so he quickly hid inside the Chaos Starry Pearl. Where did the person go? Chao Jian was eagerly expecting Chu Feng to be struck down by an arrow, but unexpectedly, Chu Feng suddenly disappeared. He immediately became furious. After losing his target, Chao Jian shot his soul-seeking arrow toward a distant spot, causing a large crater on the ground and injuring several nearby passers-by, who couldn't dodge in time. This person is quite interesting, the woman in white said with a faint smile when she saw Chu Feng escape. Miss, this person seems to have vanished into thin air, the middle-aged woman with the 8th level of the King realm respectfully said to the woman in white. Yes, it's a bit strange. It doesn't seem like he used a teleportation talisman. The woman in white nodded slightly. Chu Feng entered the Chaos Starry Pearl, calmed his mind, and began meditating to cultivate. From Chao Jian's previous arrow, Chu Feng realized that with his current strength, he was no match for Chao Jian, especially since Chao's family still had 2 powerful experts at the 6th and 8th levels of the King realm. Now, Chu Feng could only continue to cultivate, improve his strength, and wait for the right moment to destroy Chao's family. After half a day, Chu Feng stopped practicing. Earlier, Linger suggested that Chu Feng absorbs spiritual energy from the spiritual veins during cultivation, but not for more than half a day at a time. Now, Chu Feng could only follow Linger's advice. It was now late at night outside. Deep in the night, when it was quiet, going out might easily reveal his location. Chu Feng could only rest inside the Chaos Starry Pearl until dawn. When morning came, people started to move outside. Chu Feng asked Linger to observe the situation outside. After confirming there was no danger, he used a disguise technique to change his appearance, then stepped out into the outside world. Once outside, Chu Feng pretended to be a passerby and slowly moved away from Chao's family. He had come to Hurricane City, hoping to wipe out Chao's family in one go. But he didn't expect that Chao's family wouldn't be so easy to defeat. Now, he could only hide his strength for the moment, leave Hurricane City, and come back stronger to destroy Chao's family. Soon after, Chu Feng reached the city gate, saw a tavern, and went straight inside to get something to eat before leaving Hurricane City. At this time, many people were already inside the tavern. Some were preparing to go out of the city to hunt monsters for spiritual stones, while others had just returned from outside that morning. Chu Feng had already changed his appearance and wasn't worried about revealing his identity. He found a seat by the window, ordered some food and drinks, and waited for his meal. The 10-year cycle of the Eastern Wilderness Secret Realm is about to open in 10 days. I wonder if our sect can secure a spot this time. Our sect is too weak. It's probably hard for us to get a place. Yes. The spots for the Secret Realm are always taken by the major powers. Small sects like ours rarely get a chance. It's a pity. The Eastern Wilderness Secret Realm has countless treasures and spiritual medicines, but we have no chance to explore it. While waiting for the food, Chu Feng suddenly overheard a conversation at a nearby table. Secret Realm of the Eastern Wilderness? Chu Feng had some memories of it. The Eastern Wilderness Secret Realm is a huge area filled with countless treasures and legacies. But it's full of risks too. Entering the Secret Realm can be deadly at any moment. If I could get into the Secret Realm, my strength would improve greatly. Chu Feng was thinking about how to get a spot to enter the Secret Realm. The spots are awarded through the Eastern Wilderness Grand Competition, which happens once every 10 years, aligned with the opening of the Secret Realm. The competition is a contest among disciples from various powers across the Eastern Wilderness continent, divided into 4 levels: the Mystic Spirit Realm, the Earth Spirit Realm, the Sky Spirit Realm, and the King Realm. The top 32 in each level earn spots in the Secret Realm. The higher your rank, the more spots you get. The King Realm has the most spots, while the Mystic Spirit Realm has the fewest. However, not everyone can participate. Only those from powers or families established for many years and with some reputation can join. It seems I need to temporarily join a faction, Chu Feng thought to himself. Suddenly, a few people entered the tavern from outside. Among them was Lin Tai, whom Chu Feng had seen in Xianyang City. Lin Tai had previously claimed to be the sect master of the Lingxian sect. Chu Feng wondered if his sect had the qualification to participate in the Eastern Wilderness Grand Competition. Soon, dishes and drinks were served, and Chu Feng began to eat. While eating, he kept an eye on Lin Tai and his companions. Lin Tai was accompanied by two people, a young man in blue and a girl in a green dress. The young man in blue looked handsome, and the girl in green was sweet-looking, a bit cute, but with a great figure. Both of them are at the first level of the mysterious spiritual realm, which makes it seem like they came specifically to participate in the Eastern Wilderness competition. Half an hour later, Lin Tai and his two companions finished eating and left. Chu Feng also stood up and left, following behind Lin Tai and his friends from a distance. Finally, Lin Tai and his companions entered an inn called Yuan to check in. Chu Feng waited for a moment, then also entered the inn and rented a room. Coincidentally, Chu Feng's room was right next to Lin Tai's. After secretly listening, Chu Feng confirmed that Lin Tai was here with two disciples from his sect to join the Eastern Wilderness competition. Learning that Lin Tai's sect could participate in the competition, Chu Feng immediately decided to use Lin Tai's sect to get a spot in the Eastern Wilderness secret realm. Last time, Lin Tai mentioned he needed the Flame Sun pill. Chu Feng could help him make the pill in exchange for a chance to join the competition and get a spot in the secret realm. Soon after, Lin Tai's two disciples seemed to go shopping. After reporting to Lin Tai, they left the inn. Chu Feng quickly went to Lin Tai's room and knocked on the door. After a moment, Lin Tai opened the door. Seeing the unfamiliar Chu Feng, Lin Tai asked with confusion, "Young brother, what can I do for you?" "I want to make a deal with Sect Master Lin," Chu Feng said with a gentle smile. "What kind of deal?" Lin Tai frowned slightly, looking at Chu Feng, who was only at the first level of the mysterious spiritual realm. He wondered what Chu Feng could trade with him. "Let's go inside and talk," Chu Feng said, and walked directly into Lin Tai's room. Lin Tai looked displeased, but decided to hear what Chu Feng wanted to trade. After a moment, Lin Tai closed the door and turned to Chu Feng, saying, "Speak." Chu Feng smiled faintly, then removed his disguise technique, revealing his true face. "Master Chu." Lin Tai was stunned when he saw Chu Feng's real appearance. "I want a spot in the Eastern Wilderness secret realm. You want the Flame Sun pill. Let's trade," Chu Feng said straightforwardly. "My sect isn't sure if we can get a spot in the secret realm," Lin Tai admitted with some embarrassment. "No problem. I can help your sect win first place in the Eastern Wilderness competition. I only need one spot in the secret realm. The rest can go to your sect," Chu Feng said with a gentle smile. "All right." Lin Tai immediately looked excited and agreed. Xiuqing is capable of defeating someone at the second level of the Sky Spirit realm. If Xiuqing can help their sect participate in the Eastern Wilderness Grand Competition, he would undoubtedly be the top contender in the spiritual realm stage. Thinking about how Xiuqing agreed to help him refine the Sun Flame pill and also secured a spot for their sect in the Eastern Wilderness secret realm, Lin Tai was instantly excited and started to dance with joy. Suddenly, Lin Tai remembered something and asked with a hint of worry, "After your disguise, won't the people from the Chow family recognize you?" "No, no one can see through my disguise technique," Xiuqing confidently replied. "His disguise skill is unmatched in the world. No one in the desolate realm can uncover it." "That's great," Lin Tai said happily. "Give me the materials for the Sun Flame pill. I will make the pill for you tomorrow," Xiuqing said, seeing Lin Tai agree, showing he was willing to help him refine the pill first. "Yes, thank you, Master Xiuqing." Lin Tai excitedly took out several sets of materials for the Sun Flame pill from his storage ring and handed them to Xiuqing. Xiuqing took the materials, stored them in his ring, and said, "I am now using the alias Qinfeng. Does your sect have any senior elders? During this time, I will pretend to be a disciple of your sect's elder." Xiuqing didn't want to greet Lin Tai politely all the time. He preferred to act as a disciple of his sect's elder and interact as peers. "I have an uncle master named Li Quan. He has been out training for many years. You can temporarily pretend to be his disciple," Lin Tai suggested after some thought. "Okay," Xiuqing nodded in agreement. After a moment, Lin Tai began to tell Xiuqing about Li Quan's personality traits to prevent his identity from being exposed. Xiuqing also asked about the rules of the Eastern Wilderness Grand Competition and the situation in the Eastern Wilderness Secret Realm. Soon after, there was a knock on the door, accompanied by a clear, melodious voice. "Master, we are back. That's my disciple returning." Lin Tai immediately looked at Xiuqing and said. Xiuqing quickly transformed back into his previous appearance using his disguise technique. Seeing that Xiuqing had disguised himself well, Lin Tai slowly went to open the door. When the door opened, it revealed the young man in green and the woman in a green dress, whom Xiuqing had seen earlier at the tavern. "Master, we bought the red flame grass you asked for," the woman in the green dress said, handing a large bunch of red flame grass to Lin Tai. Consuming the red flame grass can slightly suppress the cold poison in Lin Tai's body. It was Lin Tai who asked the two to buy the red flame grass just now. Suddenly, the woman in the green dress saw Chu Feng in the room and asked with confusion, "Master, who is he?" "He is your Uncle Chun," Lin Tai quickly explained. "Uncle?" The man in blue and the woman in green looked surprised upon hearing this. "Yes, Brother Chun is your great-uncle Li Quan's close disciple," Lin Tai added. Lin Tai turned to look at Chu Feng and introduced the woman and man to him, saying, "Brother Chun, let me introduce you. This is my personal disciple, Qin Shi. This is Han Yuan. He recently joined our sect and is a core disciple. Both of you, please pay your respects to Uncle Chun." "Uncle Chun," Qin Shi immediately bowed respectfully. "Uncle," Han Yuan called out reluctantly, seeing that Chu Feng was younger and only at the first level of the mystic spirit realm. Chu Feng nodded calmly in response. Chu Feng then turned to Lin Tai and said, "Senior brother Lin, I will go back now." After discussing the matter, Chu Feng wanted to return to his room to practice and didn't want to talk more with Lin Tai and the others. "All right," Lin Tai agreed and saw Chu Feng off. Lin Tai followed him out of the room, watched Chu Feng enter the next room, then returned to his own. Qin Shi and the other looked at how much Lin Tai valued Chu Feng and exchanged surprised glances. "Master, why did Uncle Qin come back this time?" Qin Shi was a bit confused about Chu Feng's sudden appearance. "Your Uncle Chun is here to participate in the Eastern Wilderness Competition," Lin Tai said with a light smile. Thinking about how Chu Feng could help their Lingxian sect get a spot in the Eastern Wilderness Secret Realm, Lin Tai's happiness couldn't be hidden on his face. "Master, don't we only have 2 spots in this competition?" Qin Shi was surprised to hear this. Next to them, Han Yuan's face darkened as he looked at Lin Tai. "Yes," Lin Tai nodded calmly, then looked at Han Yuan and said firmly, "Han Yuan, give your spot to Uncle Chun, sect leader. He is only at the first level of the mystic spirit realm. Isn't giving him a spot a waste?" Han Yuan looked angry when he saw Lin Tai wanting to take away his spot. Lin Tai coldly refused. Qin Shi is Lin Tai's direct disciple, while Han Yuan is a new member of the sect. Lin Tai prefers Qin Shi to participate in the Eastern Wilderness Competition. Although neither of them is guaranteed a spot, taking part in the competition allows them to show their strength to the entire Eastern Wilderness continent. This is a rare opportunity. Lin Tai definitely wants his direct disciple Qin Shi to go. Moreover, Lin Tai has never liked Han Yuan, feeling that his joining the sect was suspicious and that he had bad intentions toward Qin Shi. Since Han Yuan joined, he has been arrogant and domineering within the sect, and many disciples have complained to Lin Tai. Previously, Lin Tai thought Han Yuan was talented and wanted him to help secure a spot in the Eastern Wilderness Competition to get a secret realm opportunity, so he tolerated him. Now that Zhu Feng is helping to get a spot in the secret realm, Lin Tai no longer favors Han Yuan. "Sect leader, if I am not allowed to participate in the Eastern Wilderness Competition, I will leave the sect," Han Yuan angrily declared. "Fine. Starting today, you are no longer a disciple of Lingxian sect," Lin Tai replied coldly. Han Yuan stayed in the sect, expecting Zhu Feng to get a spot and share it with him. But now that Han Yuan has chosen to leave, Lin Tai secretly hopes he will not regret it. Good. I hope sect leader Lin won't regret this. Han Yuan didn't expect Lin Tai to really agree to his departure. He was furious and left with a harsh remark. "Senior brother Han." Qin Shi saw Han Yuan leave and wanted to stop him. "No need to bother. This person has bad intentions. It's better if he leaves." Lin Tai immediately stopped her. "Oh." Qin Shi nodded in response. The next day, Zhu Feng handed over the yin-yang pill to Lin Tai. After taking it, Lin Tai quickly eliminated the cold poison that had troubled him for years. His cultivation also advanced by one small level, reaching the 8th level of the Earth Spirit Realm. This made Lin Tai very excited, and he kept thanking Zhu Feng. In the following days, Zhu Feng stayed in his room practicing. During the day, he trained outside, and at night, he entered the Chaos Star Pearl to cultivate. Through this period of training, Zhu Feng's cultivation also reached the 2nd level of the Mystic Spirit Realm. Tomorrow is the day of the Eastern Wilderness competition. At this moment, all the forces across the Eastern Wilderness continent have gathered in Hurricane City, making the city lively and bustling. Recently, Lin Tai has been trying to get Qin Shi to accompany Zhu Feng to go out and explore to strengthen their relationship. However, Zhu Feng keeps refusing, claiming he needs to focus on cultivation. Tomorrow is the Eastern Wilderness competition. Zhu Feng isn't interested in training right now and just wants to go early to see the competition venue. When Lin Tai saw Zhu Feng planning to go out, he immediately told Qin Shi to go along. Qin Shi followed Zhu Feng and asked, "Uncle, where are you going?" "I've been to Hurricane City several times and know it well. I can show you around." Zhu Feng didn't refuse Qin Shi's offer to join, since he wasn't familiar with Hurricane City, and it was a good chance for Qin Shi to lead the way. Soon, Zhu Feng told Qin Shi he wanted to see the venue for the Eastern Wilderness competition. Qin Shi was happy and led the way. Half an hour later, they arrived at the competition venue, the Hurricane Martial Arena. The Hurricane Martial Arena is very large. The seats around it probably hold about 300,000 people. With the open space around, the entire arena could hold over 500,000 spectators. In the center of the arena, there are more than 10 big fighting stages. The competition tomorrow will likely take place on those stages. Zhu Feng looked around for a moment before leading Qin Shi away. Not long after leaving the Hurricane Martial Arena, they saw a few people walking toward them. "Senior Brother Han," Qin Shi called out when she recognized one of them. The person was Han Yuan, whom Zhu Feng had met before. Now, Han Yuan was standing with a beautiful young woman and 2 male disciples. They all wore matching clothes, indicating they belonged to a certain sect. "Qin Shi, I'm not your senior brother anymore, so don't call me that randomly," Han Yuan sneered. "The core disciple of our Tianxian sect now is Han Yuan," the beautiful young woman giggled. She was Zhao Yan, a core disciple of Tianxian sect at the 9th level of the Mystic Spirit Realm. Zhu Feng shot a cold glance at Han Yuan and Zhao Yan, then turned to leave. But Han Yuan immediately stepped in front of Zhu Feng. "Chen Feng, you useless guy. You better hope you don't meet me in the competition, or I'll make you regret it." Han Yuan had been holding a grudge because Zhu Feng took his spot before. He wanted to teach Zhu Feng a lesson. However, since the Eastern Wilderness competition was coming up and Hurricane City didn't allow any fights, he couldn't act now. If he caused trouble, he would lose his spot in the contest. Han Yuan could only hope to meet Zhu Feng during the competition so he could teach him a lesson then. "I'm really looking forward to meeting you." Zhu Feng smiled faintly. Zhu Feng had many ways to quietly eliminate Han Yuan, but with the Eastern Wilderness competition coming soon, he didn't want to cause trouble now. "Chen Feng, I will make sure you suffer a humiliating defeat." Han Yuan was furious when he saw Zhu Feng still dared to provoke him. Qin Shi quickly stepped between Zhu Feng and Han Yuan to stop them. Suddenly, a large group of people appeared from afar. Zhu Feng's eyes sharpened as he saw the newcomers. The person in the middle of the group was the stunning woman Zhu Feng had seen last time at the Chao family. Today, she wore a golden butterfly silk dress that showed off her perfect figure, and her beautiful face made even celestial maidens seem dull in comparison. As soon as she appeared, she drew everyone's attention. Han Yuan's eyes widened as he stared at her, as if he wanted to swallow her whole. Zhu Feng also looked at her blankly, but not because of her beauty. He was curious about her cultivation level. He had only seen her from afar last time and hadn't looked carefully. Now, Zhu Feng realized she was just an ordinary woman with no cultivation at all. This puzzled him. She was always accompanied by 2 guards, one at the 6th level and one at the 8th level of the King Realm, showing her status was not ordinary. Normally, even if she had a weak meridian, she could improve her cultivation later. Zhu Feng didn't understand why she had no cultivation. At this moment, the woman seemed to notice Zhu Feng and the others. She paused slightly, then changed direction and walked toward them. Chu Feng was surprised. Could she have recognized him? With his disguise technique, it was impossible for her to recognize him. The woman's relationship with the Chao family was unusual, and she was guarded by 2 King Realm protectors. If she recognized his identity, Chu Feng would have to hide inside the Chaos Starry Pearl. He steadied himself slightly, wanting to see what she was going to do first. After a moment, the woman approached with her group. Han Yuan, thinking she was coming for him, eagerly stepped forward and said, "Miss, I am Han Yuan from the Heavenly Leisure Sect. Is there anything I can do to help you?" The woman ignored Han Yuan and looked directly at Chu Feng, smiling softly and asking, "May I ask your honorable name, young sir?" Upon hearing this, Chu Feng was a little stunned, not sure what attracted the woman's attention. However, he quickly responded, "I am Chun Feng." "Chun Feng, I understand," the woman replied with a faint smile. "Young lady, Chun Feng is just a waste at the 2nd level of the mystic spirit realm. If you need help, you can find me." Han Yuan stepped between Chu Feng and the woman, shamelessly looking at her and saying. The woman coldly glanced at Han Yuan. Immediately, the middle-aged woman nearby, who was at the 6th level of the King Realm, understood what the woman meant. She waved her hand, and Han Yuan was suddenly thrown to the side. Senior brother Han, Zhao Yin, standing nearby, quickly ran toward Han Yuan. The middle-aged woman didn't hit Han Yuan hard. He only suffered minor injuries. After this, he was so frightened that he dared not speak further. At this moment, the woman suddenly looked deeply at Chu Feng and said, "I hope you can live well." After saying this, the woman turned and left. Chu Feng was a bit confused by the woman's actions. He thought the woman was coming to catch him after discovering his identity, but it turned out she was just asking for his name and then said something strange before leaving. The people around were also a bit confused. The woman's behavior seemed to suggest she was interested in Chu Feng, but since Chu Feng was disguised and not handsome, they couldn't understand why such a beautiful woman would like him. The 2 middle-aged women from the King Realm who followed the woman also looked at Chu Feng deeply before leaving. Based on their understanding of the woman, Chu Feng must have extraordinary talent to attract her interest. Everyone stared blankly as the woman and her companions left, until her figure disappeared from sight. She turned to look at Chu Feng and said with a smile, "Uncle, you are really charming to attract such a beautiful woman. Stop talking nonsense." Chu Feng glared at Qin. He didn't believe the woman liked him. Her coming to ask his name must have had some purpose, but he couldn't guess it for now. After that, Chu Feng and Qin slowly left together. "Chu Feng, when we reach the Eastern Wilderness Grand Competition, I will definitely kill you." Han Yuan looked at Chu Feng's departing figure with a resentful expression. Han Yuan had just been thrown away and lost face in front of everyone. He blamed Chu Feng for everything and planned to take revenge during the competition. The next day, Chu Feng woke up early. After a simple breakfast, he followed Lin Tai and others to the hurricane training ground. Soon, Chu Feng and his group arrived at the training ground. At this time, the area was already full of people. Besides designated seats, all standing areas were crowded. Chu Feng used his spiritual sense to scan around and found that nearly 50,000 people had gathered, and some seats were still empty. If all seats were filled, there would be over 50,000 people. He didn't expect a major competition in the Eastern Wilderness to attract so many cultivators. After a moment, Chu Feng and his group squeezed into the hurricane training ground. Participants in the Eastern Wilderness competition had seats, but the Lingxian sect was a small sect, and their seats were in a remote corner. Fortunately, the competing forces' seats were in the front rows, making it easier for contestants to enter and for spectators to watch clearly. Soon, Lin Tai led Chu Feng and Qin Shi to their seats and waited for the competition to start. Coincidentally, the seat next to them belonged to the Tianxian sect. Han Yuan saw Chu Feng and glared at him coldly for a while. Chu Feng ignored Han Yuan and closed his eyes to cultivate, waiting for the competition to begin. Lin Tai didn't know that Han Yuan had joined the Tianxian sect, but he didn't care which sect Han Yuan belonged to. He just glanced at Han Yuan and then paid no more attention. Not long after, the Eastern Wilderness competition began. The Huatian sect was the largest sect in the Eastern Wilderness continent and the organizer of this event. Before the start, the sect leader, Shi Haoyan, took the stage to give some opening remarks and explain the rules. These rules were the same as in previous years, and Lin Tai had already told Chu Feng about them. The first round of the competition was a 10-to-1 elimination, where 10 contestants competed and the last one standing advanced to the next round. The second round was also a 10-to-1 match. Since there were too many participants, this method quickly determined the final rankings. The second round would select 128 contestants. The subsequent matches were one-on-one until the final winner was decided. After the rules were explained, the competition officially started. Contestants whose names were called stepped onto the stage to compete. Lingxian Sect, Chun Feng, Arena 1. Perhaps due to luck, Chu Feng was the first to be called. Hearing his name, Chu Feng was momentarily stunned, but he quickly stood up and slowly walked onto the arena. This useless person is probably the first to be eliminated in this year's competition. Nearby, Han Yuan saw Chu Feng step onto the stage first and immediately sneered. Participants in the Eastern Wilderness competition are all top experts from different levels. Most of the contestants in the spiritual spirit realm are at the 9th level. Han Yuan thought Chu Feng, being only at the 2nd level of the spiritual spirit realm, would surely be the first to be knocked off the stage and eliminated from the competition. Soon, Chu Feng was the first to walk onto the fighting stage. Everyone saw that Chu Feng's level was only the 2nd level of the spiritual spirit realm, and they were all surprised and sneered. A 2nd-level spiritual spirit realm person dares to compete? Is he just here to fill the spot? He will definitely be the first to fall off the stage. If there's a last place, then this person will be it. This Lingxian sect is really a useless sect. Not even a 9th-level spiritual spirit realm disciple, and they send a 2nd-level disciple to the stage. The crowd was talking loudly, criticizing Chu Feng, and even criticizing the Lingxian sect he belonged to. Chu Feng heard the comments around him, but was not affected at all. He had seen much bigger scenes in his past life. To him, this kind of situation was just a small scene. Now he just wanted to let everyone laugh, because when he finally wins first place in the spiritual spirit realm, it will shock many people. Below the stage, Lin Tai listened to the gossip and kept a calm face. He knew Chu Feng's strength and was actually looking forward to seeing everyone's surprised expressions when Chu Feng took first place. She heard the crowd criticizing the Lingxian sect and felt very embarrassed, lowering her head. Han Yuan beside her saw this and burst out laughing happily. Since the Lingxian sect didn't give him a spot in the competition, they deserved to be criticized and looked down upon. Soon, the other 9 contestants were called onto the stage one after another. All 9 of them were at the 9th level of the spiritual spirit realm, except Chu Feng, who was only at the 2nd level. The judges at the first fighting stage saw everyone was on stage and immediately announced the start of the match. As soon as the judge finished speaking, the people on stage began attacking each other. But surprisingly, no one attacked Chu Feng, the person with the lowest level. I thought Chen Feng was the first to be eliminated, but I didn't expect others wouldn't attack him at all. He's only at the 2nd level of the mystic spirit realm, which isn't impressive. If I were on stage, I would definitely attack others first. Exactly, knocking others out makes it easy to stay in the game with just the 2nd level of the mystic spirit realm. Many people are watching the #1 fighting platform and talking excitedly. Chu Feng sees that no one is attacking him, so he doesn't attack others either. Instead, he quietly watches the chaos from the side. Among the remaining contestants, a tall, strong man is showing how powerful he is. He blocks attacks from others and keeps knocking people off the platform. Soon, only the strong man and Chu Feng are left on the platform. The strong man sees that all the other 9-level mystic spirit realm fighters have been knocked off and bursts into loud laughter. After a moment, he turns to Chu Feng with a proud look and says, "Kid, I'm happy today. You might as well jump off yourself." Chu Feng sneers and instantly appears in front of the strong man. He kicks him, sending him flying off the platform. How is that possible? The strong man falls heavily to the ground, looking stunned. Everyone watching the #1 platform is also stunned. Some people can't help but rub their eyes, not believing Chu Feng could kick the 9-level mystic spirit realm strong man off so easily. Chen Feng is hiding his strength. Hiding his strength? No, it's because the strong man exhausted his spiritual power fighting others, so he was caught off guard. Unbelievable. 9 fighters at the 9-level mystic spirit realm, and only 1 at the 2nd level. Yet the one who advanced is the second level. Chu Feng's good luck is just too much. When everyone sees Chu Feng advancing, they start talking among themselves, thinking he only got lucky. Chu Feng ignores the gossip around him and slowly walks back to his seat. Uncle, you're really lucky. Qin Shi sees Chu Feng return and happily congratulates him. Qin Shi thought Chu Feng was just showing off on stage, but she didn't expect his luck to be so good that he made it to the second round. Chu Feng gives a faint smile and says nothing more. Lin Tai isn't surprised that Chu Feng advanced. He was confident Chu Feng would win first place, so his advancement is only natural. The nearby Korean man looked at Chu Feng with a face full of resentment. He had previously said that Chu Feng would be the first to be eliminated in this year's Eastern Wilderness competition. Unexpectedly, Chu Feng not only stayed in, but also successfully advanced. This was like a harsh slap in his face. Soon, it was Qin Shi's turn to compete. Qin Shi faced 9 tall, strong men at the 9th realm of the Mystic Spirit stage. These 9 men showed no mercy to Qin Shi. After a few rounds, Qin Shi was overwhelmed and knocked out, sadly leaving the competition. Qin Shi returned to her seat with a sad face and said to Lin Tai, "Master, I'm sorry. I let you down." "It's okay," Lin Tai replied casually. Now that Chu Feng was here, whether Qin Shi advanced or not didn't matter anymore. Qin Shi was a bit surprised by Lin Tai's reaction. She knew Lin Tai had always wanted her to get a spot in the Eastern Wilderness secret realm, so he trained her diligently, hoping she would do well in the competition. Since she was eliminated this time, Lin Tai should have been disappointed. But surprisingly, he showed no sign of disappointment at all. After a moment, it was Han Yuan's turn. He relied on a fairly clever footwork technique, dodging left and right on stage, and finally advanced in a risky but successful move. After advancing, Han Yuan walked back to his seat proudly, passing in front of Chu Feng and deliberately looking down on him for a while. However, Chu Feng kept his eyes closed, focusing on his cultivation, ignoring him completely. Meanwhile, matches in other realm stages were also happening on different fighting platforms. But those matches had nothing to do with Chu Feng, and he didn't pay attention to them. Soon, the first round of matches ended, and the second round began. The second round was even more intense. After the first round selection, the remaining contestants were much stronger. This time, Chu Feng was not the first to go. The first to compete was Han Yuan. When the match started, Han Yuan still relied on his clever footwork, dodging left and right to avoid attacks. Seeing that they couldn't hit Han Yuan, the others shifted their focus. Han Yuan occasionally helped others by launching sneak attacks on opponents. Gradually, the number of people on stage decreased. In the end, only Han Yuan and a tall, blue-clad man remained. The blue-clad man was already in poor condition. Han Yuan used his footwork to wear him down and finally seized an opportunity to knock him out of the competition. Han Yuan advances. Ha! Hearing the referee announce his advancement, Han Yuan burst into wild laughter. As the first participant to reach the third round from the Xianling realm, Han Yuan became even more arrogant. When passing by Chu Feng and Lin Tai, he looked down on them with pride. Chu Feng closed his eyes and ignored Han Yuan. Lin Tai simply glanced at Han Yuan briefly and then looked away, ignoring him. Seeing that Lin Tai ignored him, Han Yuan sneered and said, "Lin sect leader, do you regret canceling my spot in the big competition? Get lost." Lin Tai didn't want to waste words with Han Yuan and directly told him to leave. "You? When I helped the Tianxian sect get a secret realm spot, you'll be crying then," Han Yuan said angrily. After speaking, Han Yuan angrily returned to his seat at the Tianxian sect. The competition continued. Soon, it was Chu Feng's turn to compete. This time, Chu Feng faced 9 opponents, all 9 being at the 9th level of the Xianling realm. However, these 9 were stronger than those in the previous round. Since they were carefully selected from 10 people, their strength was not to be underestimated. As the referee announced the start, others began attacking the opponents beside them. Like in the last round, these people looked down on Chu Feng and did not attack him. Compared to Chu Feng, they all wanted to eliminate the others first. In the last round, the burly man was finally knocked out by Chu Feng, and they blamed the burly man for being too useless, not Chu Feng's strength. Now, these 9 believed they could defeat the others and then focus on Chu Feng. Seeing that the 9 didn't attack him, Chu Feng relaxed and stood calmly at the corner, watching the chaos. Chu Feng is so lucky. No one is attacking him. Won't he also defeat the last person and advance to the next round like last time? No way. That burly man was too useless last time. These 9 are top-tier experts at the peak of the Xianling realm. It's impossible for Chu Feng to sneak attack and win again. Could it be that Chu Feng is hiding his true strength and is actually very powerful? Impossible. He's only at the 2nd level of the Xianling realm, 7 levels below the others. How strong could he really be? Everyone kept talking and speculating about Chu Feng's match on the arena. Soon, people on the fighting stage kept being knocked off, until only a strong man in blue and Chu Feng remained. The man in blue laughed wildly, as if he had already advanced. He hadn't been hurt much and didn't use much spiritual power. Fighting Chu Feng, who was at the 2nd level of the mystic spirit realm, was easy for him. Kid, just jump down yourself. The man in blue was about to tell Chu Feng to jump off the stage, but before he finished, a huge force hit his stomach. He was instantly knocked off the stage. Can I declare that I've advanced? Chu Feng turned to look at the stunned referee and asked. The referee quickly recovered and said, Chu Feng has advanced. This blue-clad man is so useless. He even got ambushed by Chu Feng. I think you're the useless one. You haven't realized that it's not that blue man is useless, but that Chu Feng's strength is very high. He's pretending to be weak to let others fight each other. Then he takes the advantage. Wow, Chu Feng is so clever. I guessed before that even if the Spirit Profound sect was very weak, they wouldn't send a 2nd-level mystic spirit realm disciple to compete. I was right. Chu Feng is hiding his true strength. Such a pity. If others had seen through Chu Feng's act of pretending to be weak, they could have teamed up to knock him out first. He wouldn't have made it to the 3rd round. Seeing Chu Feng advance, everyone burst into heated discussion. Chu Feng slowly walked back to his seat and sat down. Uncle Master, you're so strong. You actually made it to the 3rd round. Qin Shi saw Chu Feng return and immediately congratulated him excitedly. Junior brother, congratulations. Lin Tai also politely congratulated Chu Feng. Chu Feng nodded slightly in response. Chu Feng, even if you're lucky to reach the 3rd round, you won't get into the 4th. Nearby, Han Yuan looked at Chu Feng with a displeased face. He still didn't believe how strong Chu Feng really was. Chu Feng ignored Han Yuan and continued to meditate with his eyes closed. Bastard, when I meet you in the 3rd round, I will definitely beat you so badly you'll be looking for your teeth. Han Yuan saw Chu Feng ignoring him and immediately became angry, ready to deal with him. The competition was in full swing. Soon, the 2nd round ended, and the 3rd round began. The 3rd round is now a one-on-one match. The 128 players who advanced in the 2nd round will be divided into 64 groups to compete, with the winners moving on to the top 64. Soon, the referee began calling out the first group of contestants. Spirit Profound Sect, Chun Feng, Arena 1. Hearing this, Chu Feng slowly stood up and walked toward the arena. Sky Leisure Sect, Han Yuan. Arena 1. Seeing his opponent was Chu Feng, Han Yuan immediately stood up excitedly, laughing loudly. Ha! Chun Feng. This time I will beat you so badly you'll be crawling. Soon, Chu Feng and Han Yuan stepped onto Arena 1. Chun Feng, I'll give you a chance. If you kneel and beg now, I'll go easy on you later, Han Yuan said with a look of contempt. Chu Feng glanced coldly at Han Yuan. If Han Yuan wanted to find trouble, that was his own problem. The great competition of the Eastern Wilderness doesn't allow killing, but it's okay to injure or disable opponents. Chu Feng had already thought of how to deal with Han Yuan. Now, he was just waiting for the referee to start the match. Seeing Chu Feng ignore him, Han Yuan's face darkened as he said fiercely, Chun Feng, I gave you a chance. If you don't appreciate it, don't blame me for being ruthless. Begin the match. As soon as the referee finished speaking, Chu Feng suddenly teleported in front of Han Yuan. Devil's Broken Vein Palm. Chu Feng's palm carried a fierce aura, crashing down on Han Yuan's chest like lightning. Bang! Han Yuan immediately spat out a mouthful of blood, flying backward like a cannonball, crashing outside the arena with a heavy thud. The scene instantly fell into complete silence. Everyone stared at Chu Feng in shock, hardly believing that he had defeated Han Yuan with just one palm. They all knew Chu Feng had hidden his strength before, but they didn't expect him to be so powerful. Wow, Chunfeng's strength is incredible. I thought he'd be the first to be eliminated, but now I think he might even win first place. Yeah, Chunfeng's strength probably surpasses most in the spirit realm. He really has a chance to win. Unbelievable. A second-stage mystic spirit realm cultivator can be so strong. Everyone was stunned, talking excitedly about Chu Feng. The referee also looked at Chu Feng with a stunned expression. He had never seen such a fast match. Before it even started, it was over. Senior Brother Han. The people from the Heavenly Leisure sect saw Han Yuan lying on the ground motionless and immediately rushed to his side. The referee also approached Han Yuan, examined him briefly, then returned to the fighting platform and loudly announced, Chen Feng from the Lingxian sect advances. Han Yuan is not dead, so Chu Feng can advance. If Han Yuan dies, Chu Feng's qualification to compete will also be cancelled. Chen Feng, you're so ruthless. After Zhao Yan from the Heavenly Leisure sect checked Han Yuan's injuries, she found that all his tendons and veins were broken, and a deadly aura was constantly damaging his body. She immediately looked at Chu Feng with anger. Serves him right, Chu Feng replied coldly, then slowly returned to the Lingxian sect's seat. Chu Feng didn't want to pay attention to Han Yuan, but since Han Yuan sought death himself, he couldn't be blamed. Uncle, you're so strong. She saw Chu Feng return and said with admiration. With Chu Feng's strength, he was very likely to get a spot, possibly more than one. She was Lin Tai's only direct disciple, so if there were extra spots, she would definitely have a chance. Thinking about entering the secret realm of the Eastern Wilderness, she was instantly very excited. Yes, Chu Feng responded lightly. Uncle, how did you cultivate? How are you so strong? She asked with deep curiosity. Chu Feng was meditating with his eyes closed and did not answer. Lin Tai immediately spoke up. Sheer, don't disturb your uncle. He has a match soon. Oh, she could only give up reluctantly, then turned to Lin Tai and asked, Master, did you already know that uncle was so strong? Which is why you let Han Yuan give up his spot to uncle. Exactly, Lin Tai nodded with a smile. No wonder. She turned to look at Chu Feng, who was meditating with admiration in her eyes. The competition was intense. Not long after, the third round ended, and 64 winners were decided. Soon, the fourth round officially began. This round would determine the top 32. Those who reach the top 32 will get a spot in the secret realm of the Eastern Wilderness. Participants ranked 32nd to 17th will each receive 1 spot. Participants ranked 16th to 9th will each receive 2 spots. Participants ranked 8th to 5th will each receive 4 spots. The top 4 and 3rd place winners will each receive 6 spots in the Eastern Wilderness secret realm. The 2nd place winner will receive 8 spots. The 1st place winner will receive 10 spots. These spots are awarded for the competition within the Xianling realm. Higher realm competitions will offer even more spots. Chu Feng's opponent in the 4th round is Chao Man, a disciple from the Chao family. After a moment, Chu Feng and Chao Man stepped onto the martial stage. The match began. Chao Man tried to threaten Chu Feng with his family status, hoping Chu Feng would surrender. Chu Feng simply slapped him, knocking him off the stage. Chao Man was furious, shouting and cursing to get back at Chu Feng. Chu Feng just smiled coldly and ignored him. For now, Chu Feng didn't want to cause unnecessary trouble. If he had wanted, he could have beaten Chao Man badly earlier. Once he leaves the Eastern Wilderness secret realm, he will deal with the Chao family thoroughly. The competition was intense. The top 16, the top 8, the top 4, the semifinals. In the subsequent matches, Chu Feng defeated his opponents swiftly and powerfully until he reached the final. Seeing Chu Feng in the final, Lin Tai and she were so excited they couldn't speak. Even if Chu Feng lost the final, their Lingxian sect would still get 8 spots in the Eastern Wilderness secret realm. 8 spots are enough for their sect. Chu Feng quietly waited for the final match. Now that Chu Feng had secured a spot in the Eastern Wilderness secret realm, the remaining matches didn't matter much. But Chu Feng had promised Lin Tai to help Lingxian sect win first place, so he was determined to do so. Lingxian sect, Chen Feng, Arena 1. Arhut Heaven sect, Shi Bufan, Arena 1. Chu Feng's opponent in the final was Shi Bufan, the young sect master of Arhut Heaven sect. Shi Bufan was known as the most talented cultivator on the eastern wilderness continent, reaching the peak of the Xianling realm before age 20. It was said he could have broken through to the Earth Spirit realm long ago, but he held back to participate in the Eastern Wilderness Tournament. Soon, Chu Feng and Shi Bufan stepped onto Arena 1. Suddenly, Shi Bufan looked at Chu Feng and said boldly, "Brother Chen, how about I let you have the first place? My favorite girl told me she would only be with me if I won first place in the Eastern Wilderness competition. Let me have the first place, and I owe you a favor. Whenever you need help, just ask." As he spoke, Shi Bufan turned his head to look at the front row of the audience seats. There, a few women were sitting, including the stunning woman Chu Feng had seen outside the Chao family and the martial arts arena. Chu Feng followed Shi Bufan's gaze and saw the woman. Today, she was wearing a beautiful snow-white dress embroidered with delicate snowflake patterns, making her look like a fairy from the snow. Incredibly beautiful. Isn't that woman connected to the Chao family? Why is she also involved with the Desolate Heaven sect? Chu Feng wondered quietly. He looked at the woman deeply, feeling a bit regretful, and asked, "Is she the girl you like?" "Yes." "Brother Chen, just let me have the first place, and I will give you all the rewards. If you want anything else, I can give it to you." Shi Bufan stared longingly in the woman's direction, full of admiration. At this moment, the surrounding spectators were stunned when they heard Shi Bufan's words. This was too reckless, as if he didn't care about the audience at all. Even if Shi Bufan was the young sect leader of the Desolate Heaven sect, he shouldn't behave so unruly. Suddenly, the crowd erupted in heated discussion. "Young sect leader, you can't do this." The referee couldn't stand it anymore and quickly stepped in to stop Shi Bufan. Shi Bufan's reckless demand for Chu Feng to give up first place seriously violated the rules of the Eastern Wilderness competition and would shame the Desolate Heaven sect. "Bufan, stop causing trouble." Suddenly, a middle-aged man sitting at the main seat in the audience shouted angrily at Shi Bufan. The man was Chu Feng's acquaintance, Shi Haoyan, the sect leader of the Desolate Heaven sect, who had given the opening speech before the competition. "I'm sorry, I can't agree. I promised someone I would get first place." Chu Feng also coldly refused Shi Bufan. Earlier, Chu Feng had promised Lin Tai to help Lingxin's sect win first place, and he seemed to prefer that the woman not be with Shi Bufan. So, no matter what, Chu Feng would not give up the first place to Shi Bufan. "Then let's compete fairly to see who gets first place." Shi Bufan put away his carefree attitude and suddenly became serious. "The match begins." The referee saw that both contestants were ready and immediately announced the start of the competition. As soon as the words left his mouth, Shi Bufan suddenly drew a 2-meter-long great sword and swung it fiercely at Chu Feng. Instantly, a terrifying sword energy surged toward Chu Feng. Where the sword energy passed, the ground shattered, forming a deep crack, and it seemed as if the space itself was about to be torn apart. Not far away, for guards at the Sky Spirit Realm quickly moved to surround the arena, protecting the spectators from harm during the fight. Wow! Is this attack from someone at the Mystic Spirit Realm? It's even more terrifying than at the Earth Spirit Peak, maybe close to the Sky Spirit Realm. Such a powerful attack. Can Chen Feng withstand it? He might be cut into pieces. Shi Bufan is so strong. Why does he need Chen Feng to let him win? He was probably joking earlier. Yes. With Shi Bufan's strength, even 10. No, 100 Chen Fengs might not be his match. Seeing Shi Bufan's terrifying attack, the audience around burst into lively discussion. Great achievement, sword intent. Chu Feng's expression suddenly hardened when he saw Shi Bufan's attack. Shi Bufan is so young, yet his sword intent has reached great achievement. Truly terrifying. In his previous life, Chu Feng was the same age, and his sword intent hadn't yet reached great achievement. Shi Bufan, at such a low level, has achieved this. He must be a super rare genius. Clang. Chu Feng didn't underestimate his opponent. He drew out the Demon Shadow sword and swung it fiercely. In an instant, a sharp sword energy shot toward Shi Bufan's incoming sword energy. Boom. The sword energy and the sword energy collided, unleashing a powerful shockwave that made the 4 guards around the arena stagger backward. This is too terrifying. I didn't expect Chen Feng's strength to be so formidable. It seems he has been hiding his true power and hasn't used his full strength. Yes. No wonder Shirbufan told him to let him win earlier. Shirbufan might not be confident he can beat him either. The spectators watching Chu Feng's fierce attack erupted into lively discussion again. Young lady, you have a keen eye? Last time, you already saw this person's extraordinary talent. At that moment, in the front row of the audience, a middle-aged woman next to Wang Jingba, who was observing Chu Feng's strength, couldn't help but praise him. This person's strength is probably more than what we've seen, she said with a faint smile. It seemed she had a special ability to see Chu Feng's true power. Chu Feng and Shirbufan kept attacking each other. In a short time, the fighting platform was shattered by their blows. Chu Feng didn't use his full strength, only employing his great sword intent to fight Shirbufan. Shirbufan was indeed impressive. He wielded a 2-meter-long sword and played its power to the fullest. Both his attacks and defenses were nearly perfect. However, Shirbufan was at a disadvantage because his footwork was much worse than Chu Feng's. He couldn't effectively attack Chu Feng. Chu Feng relied on his divine-level shadow step to dodge Shirbufan's attacks and counterattack. Gradually, Shirbufan couldn't keep up with Chu Feng's rhythm and was repeatedly countered. After about 15 minutes, Shirbufan had several injuries on his body. This was Chu Feng showing mercy. Otherwise, Shirbufan might have been seriously hurt or near death. I give up. After a moment, Shirbufan saw he was no match for Chu Feng and realized Chu Feng had shown mercy. He immediately surrendered. Chen Feng wins, claiming first place in the Xianling realm stage. The referee saw Shirbufan surrender and announced Chu Feng's victory. After declaring Chu Feng the winner, the referee went to Shirbufan to check his injuries. Young sect leader, are you okay? I'm fine, Shirbufan replied, turning to look at Chu Feng. Thank you, Brother Chen, for your mercy. I lost today, but we will fight again someday. Shirbufan wanted to become stronger in the future and have another match with Chu Feng. That's fine. Chu Feng nodded calmly. Shirbufan was extremely talented. As long as he didn't fall, his future achievements would be extraordinary. People like him, as long as they weren't enemies. Chu Feng also hoped he would grow strong and become a pillar of humanity to help resist alien races in the future. Thank you, Brother Chen, Shirbufan said, then slowly stepped down from the fighting platform, leaving it to Chu Feng. At this moment, Lin Tai and Qin, she saw Chu Feng win first place and eagerly rushed to the edge of the platform, dancing and cheering. The audience also erupted into lively discussions. Unexpected that the first place in the Xianling realm is Chen Feng. At first, I thought he would be last, but unexpectedly, he took first place. What a shock! Chen Feng is just a disciple from a small sect, always unknown before. If it weren't for the Eastern Wilderness competition, I wouldn't have known there are such incredible geniuses on the continent. Such a talented person staying in a small sect is a waste. We should recruit him to our sect. The audience kept talking about Chu Feng, whispering among themselves. At the Tianxian sect seat, Han Yuan was just waking up. When he heard Chu Feng had won first place in the Xianling realm, he suddenly spat blood and fainted again. Senior brother Han, Zhao Yan anxiously held the unconscious Han Yuan. He's useless. Why do you still care about him? It's all because of this useless person that our Tianxian sect clashed with Chen Feng. Quickly, kick him out of the sect. We need to go apologize to Chen Feng. Meanwhile, the winners of the other 3 realms had also been announced. Chao Jian, Chu Feng saw that the top in the Wang realm was Chao Jian, and his face grew serious. There were only about a dozen contestants in the Wang realm, and Chu Feng had seen several with higher cultivation levels, including some at the 6th level of the Wang realm. Unexpectedly, Chao Jian, at the 2nd level of the Wang realm, managed to win first place in that realm. This shows how powerful he is. After all the matches, the sect master of the Huangtian sect, Shi Haoyan, came on stage to give out the jade tokens for the Eastern Wilderness secret realm to the winners. Only those holding the jade tokens could enter the secret realm. At this moment, Chu Feng learned that the number of spots for the Earth Spirit realm was twice that of the Xianling realm, 5 times that of the Tianling realm, and 10 times that of the Wang realm. Chao Jian's first place in the Wang realm meant his family, the Chao clan, would get 100 spots for the Eastern Wilderness secret realm. When the Chao clan's 100 disciples entered and came out, their strength would be even greater. Chu Feng had already decided that once inside the secret realm, he would eliminate all members of the Chao clan, severely weakening them. After the jade tokens were distributed, the Eastern Wilderness competition officially ended. Chu Feng only took one jade token for himself, handing the other 9 to Lin Tai. Junior brother, thank you. Lin Tai excitedly received the 9 jade tokens and sincerely thanked Chu Feng. Without Chu Feng, the Lingxian sect would not have had the chance to participate in the Eastern Wilderness secret realm, let alone win so many spots at once. Lin Tai received the spot token and immediately handed it to Qin Shi. Thank you, Master. Thank you, Uncle. In this year's Eastern Wilderness competition, Qin Shi never thought she could earn a spot in the secret realm. It was all thanks to Chu Feng. He helped her get that opportunity. Soon after, Chu Feng and the 2 others left the Windstorm Martial Arena. At that moment, 5 elders and disciples of the Lingxian sect were waiting outside. Earlier, Lin Tai had sent someone to inform the sect, and these 5 loyal elders and disciples had come to prepare for entering the secret realm. They had just arrived and couldn't enter the arena, so they waited outside. Sect leader, has our Lingxian sect secured a spot? One elder in black asked eagerly. The other 4 looked at Lin Tai with anticipation. Lin Tai had sent a message saying their sect would get several spots in the Eastern Wilderness secret realm, so these 5 came over. They were surprised to receive the message, but came because of Lin Tai's orders. Lin Tai smiled slightly, not answering directly. Instead, he introduced Chu Feng. This is our sect's junior brother. He represented our Lingxian sect and won first place in the spiritual realm level of the Eastern Wilderness competition. What? First place? The elder in black and the other 4 were stunned, their eyes wide with disbelief as they looked at Chu Feng. Only when Lin Tai produced 5 spot tokens and handed them to them did they believe Chu Feng truly won first place. They hurriedly expressed their gratitude. All right, let's go back to the inn and celebrate properly. Lin Tai signaled everyone to return. Soon, they arrived back at the inn where they had been staying. Everyone there now knew Chu Feng had won first place in the spiritual realm of the Eastern Wilderness competition and looked at him with admiration. Some people eagerly approached him, wanting to buy the spot tokens for the secret realm from Chu Feng. Now Chu Feng realized that, as long as both parties agreed, the spot tokens could be sold. However, they couldn't be stolen. If caught, the thief would be hunted down by the major powers across the Eastern Wilderness continent. Regarding the spot tokens, you should talk to our sect leader, Chu Feng said before slowly returning to his room. Now, Chu Feng has obtained the desired quota jade token, and his deal with Lin Tai is considered complete. He doesn't want to involve himself in any other matters. Tomorrow, when he enters the Eastern Wilderness secret realm, he and the Lingxian sect will part ways and have no further connection. The next day, Chu Feng wakes up early, eats breakfast, and then follows Lin Tai and others to the location of the Eastern Wilderness secret realm, the Eastern Wilderness Temple. The Eastern Wilderness Temple is just an artificial palace. Long ago, the top forces of the Eastern Wilderness continent discovered the secret realm here. To make management easier, these forces joined together and built a huge Eastern Wilderness Temple around the secret realm. The temple is sealed off all around and has many deadly traps. Only the main gate can be used to enter. Only those with the quota jade token can enter through the main gate and then access the secret realm. The secret realm opens once every 10 years, and only cultivators at the Earth Spirit stage or below can enter. It is said that each time you enter, the location is random, not fixed to one spot. The secret realm lasts for 6 months, and you must leave within that time. Otherwise, you can never get out. Soon, Chu Feng and the others arrived in front of the Eastern Wilderness Temple. At this moment, many people are lining up in front of the temple, entering one after another through the main gate. There are important figures at the gate, including Chao Jian from the Chao family. He is looking coldly at those entering the temple. Chu Feng's expression remains calm. He waits in line with Lin Tai and others for about 15 minutes before finally entering the Eastern Wilderness Temple. Inside, the temple is extremely spacious. Apart from an ancient arched stone gate in the center, there are no other structures. It's empty and vast. The temple is nearly 10 meters high, with wide surroundings, easily accommodating 10,000 people. Chu Feng scans the people inside the temple. Many he recognizes from the Eastern Wilderness competition, including Shi Bufan. Hey, That woman entered the secret realm without any cultivation. Chu Feng suddenly notices the woman standing next to Shi Bufan and is surprised. The woman is the same one Chu Feng saw earlier at the Chao family. She seems to be someone Shi Bufan likes. Chu Feng is a bit puzzled. Why would a woman with no cultivation enter the secret realm? The danger inside is countless. Without any cultivation, isn't she just asking for trouble? However, in an instant, Chu Feng changed his mind. At this moment, 9 powerful experts surrounded the woman. From their aura, it was clear that none of them were ordinary 9th-level Earth Spirit Realm cultivators. With these 9 protectors and Shi Bufan nearby, it seemed possible for the woman to enter the secret realm. Senior brother, do you know who that woman is? Chu Feng had met the woman a few times, but still didn't know her identity. He immediately asked Lin Tai beside him. Lin Tai looked at the woman and shook his head. I don't know who she is either. Oh, Chu Feng replied, no longer asking further. If fate allowed, he would learn her identity someday. If not, no matter how much he inquired, it wouldn't help. After a moment, a bright light suddenly appeared on the stone door at the center of the divine palace. The secret realm has opened. Everyone nearby saw the light and rushed inside. Chu Feng slowly followed the crowd into the light. Suddenly, he found himself on a desolate land. The sky above was covered with dark clouds, dim and gloomy, like the moments before a storm. The people who entered the secret realm appeared within a few hundred meters. In the center, there was an ancient gate glowing with a faint light, which was probably the exit of the secret realm. It was said that once you leave the secret realm, you cannot re-enter. Chu Feng looked into the distance. To the east was a vast sea, shrouded in mist, making it impossible to see what was beyond. To the south was a barren plain, with a faint glow in the distant sky. To the west, there was an enormous red mountain range. To the north, the sky was even darker, and from afar, it looked like a black forest. Is this the Eastern Wilderness secret realm? It looks a bit scary, but the spiritual energy here is much richer than outside. Practicing here should be good. Which way should we go? According to those who came before, the south is safer. Let's head south. The newcomers began to discuss and consider which direction to take. After a moment, some people started to move. Chu Feng looked over and saw the beautiful woman he had seen a few times before leading a group toward the Red Mountain Range in the west. As she moved, others gradually followed. Most people are heading toward the southern wilderness. Lin Tai and the members of Lingxian's sect are also preparing to go south. Before leaving, Lin Tai approached Chu Feng to say goodbye. Previously, Chu Feng had told Lin Tai that after entering the Eastern Wilderness secret realm, they would part ways. Chu Feng would no longer appear before everyone as his current self, Chun Feng. It's as if Chun Feng would die inside this secret realm. From now on, Chu Feng would have no connection with Lingxian's sect. After saying farewell, Lin Tai led his people and slowly left. Master, is uncle not coming with us? Qin Shi asked, walking and looking at Chu Feng with curiosity. Your uncle has his own plans and won't be coming with us. Lin Tai also looked back at Chu Feng deeply. Today's farewell meant he could no longer call Chu Feng his junior brother. Oh, Qin Shi said, feeling a bit reluctant, but he could only follow Lin Tai and leave. At this moment, the people from the Chao family split into 4 groups, heading in 4 different directions. It seems the Chao family plans to seize everything in the secret realm. They want it all. After a moment, Chu Feng looked in all 4 directions, then headed north. Chu Feng sensed a dark aura in the north. He was least afraid of this kind of energy, and there were fewer people there, making it easier to find opportunities. Soon after, Chu Feng removed his disguise and returned to his true appearance once he was out of sight. He continued walking north. Before long, Chu Feng arrived in front of a black forest. The trees in this forest were all dead and withered, like they had been burned by fire, leaving only black main branches. At this moment, more than 20 people from the Chao family were standing in front of the black forest, afraid to step inside. Among them, the strongest was at the 9th level of the Earth Spirit Realm, and the weakest was at the Mystic Spirit Realm. One of the opponents Chu Feng had faced in the Eastern Wilderness competition, Chao Man, was also there. At that time, Chao Man had tried to use the Chao family status to make Chu Feng surrender, but Chu Feng slapped him off the fighting platform. Kid, go ahead and explore the way, Chao Man ordered as he saw Chu Feng approaching. Earlier, the Chao family had issued a wanted notice for Chu Feng, and most of the Chao family's young members had seen Chu Feng's portrait. But now, the area was dark and dim, and Chao Man and the others seemed to fail to recognize Chu Feng. Chu Feng silently looked at the black forest and ignored Chao Man. He felt a sense of death lingering in the black forest, and it seemed that danger also hid beneath the ground. "Kid, are you deaf? Didn't hear me talking? Listen, we are from the Chao family of the heavenly Luo Empire. If you don't want to die, hurry up and scout ahead." Chao Man saw Chu Feng ignore him and immediately threatened loudly. "He seems to be that Chu Feng wanted by our family." At this moment, a Chao family member nearby seemed to recognize Chu Feng and looked at him with fear. "What?" "Chu Feng, Lord Chao Jian has been guarding the entrance of the Eastern Wilderness Temple. How can Chu Feng enter the secret realm?" The Chao family members all looked shocked upon hearing this. Chu Feng had previously been able to kill people at the Heaven Spirit Realm. The reason they were worried was that Chu Feng might sneak into the Eastern Wilderness Secret Realm to attack the Chao family. Chao Jian had been guarding the temple entrance to prevent Chu Feng from entering. Unexpectedly, Chu Feng had actually managed to sneak in. For a moment, the Chao family members drew their weapons trembling and aimed them at Chu Feng. "He's only at the second level of the Mystic Spirit Realm. I don't believe all of us together can't kill him. Attack together. Kill him." A Chao family disciple at the 9th level of the Earth Spirit Realm ordered everyone to attack Chu Feng. Suddenly, the Chao family members rushed fiercely toward Chu Feng. Clang! The demon shadow sword was unsheathed, and instantly, a sharp sword aura slashed toward the Chao family members. Chu Feng showed no mercy, unleashing a sword aura enhanced with perfect sword intent, which immediately cut the Chao family members in half. At this moment, a few people from afar saw Chu Feng cut down more than 20 Chao family members with a single sword and were so shocked that they immediately turned and fled. Chu Feng calmly glanced at the fleeing people without bothering to stop them. Now, Chu Feng was not afraid of being exposed. He saw no need to kill those unrelated to him. After a moment, Chu Feng took all the storage rings from the Chao family members. Suddenly, Chu Feng noticed that the bodies of the dead Chao family members were rapidly drying out. In just a short time, they turned into mummies, as if their vitality had been drained away. Chu Feng's gaze sharpened as he looked into the depths of the forest, where a towering, cloud-reaching black shadow loomed, something terrifying and fierce. However, the area was shrouded in dark clouds, so Chu Feng couldn't see what the shadow was for now. After thinking for a moment, Chu Feng stepped into the black forest. Danger and opportunity go hand in hand. If there is danger ahead, no one has probably entered before, so the chances inside are still there. Chu Feng wants to become stronger quickly, so he has to take risks. As soon as he entered the black forest, Chu Feng felt a strong sense of death surrounding him. This deathly aura is like poison, constantly attacking the body and draining vitality. Most cultivators can't stay here for long. Chu Feng immediately used the chaos technique, which can transform this deathly aura into spiritual energy that he can absorb. After activating the chaos technique, Chu Feng felt at ease in the black forest, like a fish in water, fearless. He slowly moved deeper into the forest. Suddenly, the ground in front of him trembled. In an instant, withered monsters slowly crawled out from underground. Undead beasts. Chu Feng quickly recognized what these monsters were. When monsters die, their bodies are nourished by deathly aura, and there's a chance they can come back to life as mindless, murderous undead beasts. These undead beasts attack anyone they see. When they see Chu Feng, they immediately rush toward him aggressively. Chu Feng drew his shadow demon sword and swung several sword energies at the approaching undead beasts. These undead beasts are only at the mystic spirit realm, so they can't resist Chu Feng's sword attacks. They are shattered instantly and die forever. Inside these undead beasts, there's a chance they can produce death spirit orbs. These orbs contain strong deathly energy and can be used to refine special pills. Chu Feng can absorb deathly energy to cultivate, and he can also use the death spirit orbs for training. After a moment, Chu Feng carefully walked past the corpses of the undead beasts, collecting the death spirit orbs he found and storing them in his ring. Too bad, only 3 death spirit orbs. Chu Feng just killed dozens of undead beasts, but only found 3 orbs. These orbs are rich in deathly energy. If he had more, his cultivation level could rise quickly. Chu Feng continued walking deeper into the Black Forest. Along the way, he encountered many more undead beasts. He defeated all the undead beasts he saw. In half an hour, Chu Feng collected 30 death spirit orbs. Haha, not bad. Even if there are no other opportunities in this Black Forest, gathering these orbs is a kind of luck too. Chu Feng laughed happily. Soon after, Chu Feng entered a denser forest. This forest trees were different from those he had seen before. They seemed alive, and their branches were covered with black leaves. Chu Feng did not risk walking in directly. Instead, he drew his sword and released a sword energy attack. The sword energy cut through a small group of trees, splitting them in half. Suddenly, the broken parts of the trees oozed black blood, and deep within the forest, a strange, eerie scream was heard. The scream sounded painful, as if the trees had been hurt by Chu Feng's attack. Suddenly, sharp underground thorns shot up from beneath Chu Feng, aiming straight at him. Prepared for this, Chu Feng quickly dodged. But as soon as he landed, more underground thorns appeared again, stabbing toward him. This time, Chu Feng leapt into the air and swung his sword downward, releasing several sword energies into the ground. The sword energies pierced the earth, causing a large pool of black blood to burst out, and a strange scream echoed from deep within the forest. At this point, Chu Feng realized that those underground thorns looked very much like the pointed roots of trees. There was likely a tree spirit deep in the forest, though its level was unknown. Chu Feng kept swinging his shadow demon sword, releasing sword energy to cut down the surrounding trees with leaves. These trees were probably the branches of the tree spirit. Cutting them all down would surely hurt it. As expected, with each tree Chu Feng cut, the screams from the forest grew louder. Suddenly, all the black leaves on the trees in front of him detached and shot toward Chu Feng like lightning. It looked as if countless black arrows were flying straight at him. Seeing this, Chu Feng immediately swung his shadow demon sword, creating a sword shield with his sword light to protect himself. The black leaves hit the shield and instantly turned to dust. After a moment, the black leaves shot out again, and Chu Feng continued cutting down the trees ahead. Suddenly, countless large branches crashed down from the sky like a rain of meteors, carrying terrifying power and smashing into the ground. This time, Chu Feng did not try to withstand the impact. Instead, he used the Shadow Ghost step to dodge left and right, avoiding the falling giant branches. Boom, boom, boom. The large branches struck the ground, creating huge craters, and the force of the impact sent dust flying everywhere. At this moment, Chu Feng realized that the huge dark shadow ahead was an enormous, towering tree. This towering tree was actually a living tree demon. The tree demon had been alive for many years to grow so large. Fortunately, the tree demon's level was only at the 5th heaven spirit realm, which eased Chu Feng's worries a little. Chu Feng kept dodging the branches the tree demon hurled at him and continued rushing toward its main body. To defeat the tree demon, he needed to find and extract its core. Since the tree demon was so big, it had probably existed for over 1,000 years, and its core had likely evolved into a top-quality spiritual medicine. By taking out its core and absorbing its energy, Chu Feng's cultivation could improve greatly. Boom. As Chu Feng approached the main body of the tree demon, suddenly a giant hand struck from the sky, leaving Chu Feng with no way to dodge. This giant hand was made of a huge branch and leaves from the tree demon, descending with immense power toward Chu Feng. Chu Feng immediately raised his demon shadow sword and charged forward, piercing through the giant hand of the tree demon. In a moment, Chu Feng was close to the main body of the tree demon. His momentum did not slow. Combining sword and body, he broke through the tree demon's main body and entered inside. The interior of the tree demon was almost hollow, with tangled black branches connecting like blood vessels. Chu Feng stepped swiftly on these black branches, leaping upward. At this point, the tree demon had realized Chu Feng had entered its interior and was roaring loudly, while the internal space trembled constantly. But Chu Feng had already entered the core area. The tree demon was powerless to stop him and could only let Chu Feng do as he pleased. Soon, Chu Feng reached the center of the tree demon's interior. There, a black, oval-shaped object as large as a water jar was pulsating strangely, with dense branches connected to it. This demon tree's core is at least 2,000 years old. Chu Feng saw the black oval and immediately felt excited. This black oval was the tree demon's core, containing pure energy stored for over 1,000 years, capable of greatly boosting a cultivator's strength. After a moment, Chu Feng held the 1,000-year-old core and cut all the black branches connecting to it. Instantly, the interior of the tree demon stopped trembling. With Chu Feng taking the 1,000-year-old core, the tree demon was completely dead. Chu Feng held the 1,000-year-old tree core and entered the Chaos Star Pearl. There could be danger outside at any moment, so Chu Feng decided to absorb the energy of the 1,000-year-old tree core inside the Chaos Star Pearl. Such a large 1,000-year-old tree core. Chu Feng, you've got a great treasure. Linger saw the tree core Chu Feng was holding and looked surprised. Yes, Linger, I will start practicing now. The secret realm only is half a year, so Chu Feng wants to quickly absorb the energy from the tree core and then explore other places. Okay, Linger agreed and did not disturb Chu Feng anymore. Chu Feng immediately activated the chaos technique to begin absorbing the energy from the tree core. 1 day, 10 days, a month, from the 3rd level of the profound spirit realm to the 4th level, to the 8th level. It took Chu Feng a month to fully absorb the energy of the 1,000-year-old tree core. His cultivation level also rose to the 8th level of the profound spirit realm. After a moment, Chu Feng stopped practicing and opened his eyes excitedly. 1,000-year-old demon tree core had helped him improve by 6 small levels. Amazing! Congratulations, Chu Feng. Linger appeared in front of Chu Feng to congratulate him after he finished absorbing the tree core. Thank you. Chu Feng laughed happily. Having increased by 6 small levels, Chu Feng's strength greatly improved. Now, facing Chao Jian, Chu Feng felt confident to fight. After chatting with Linger for a while, Chu Feng left the secret realm and stepped into the outside world. Time inside the secret realm was limited, so Chu Feng wanted to go outside to find more opportunities and become stronger. At this moment, the main body of the tree demon outside had already withered, and the branches connected to the tree core had also dried up. Chu Feng crawled out of the demon's body and continued exploring around. However, after searching for a long time, Chu Feng found nothing valuable, only a few dead spirit beads obtained from killing spiritual beasts along the way. Suddenly, Chu Feng decided to return to the entrance of the secret realm and look for opportunities in other directions. Soon after, Chu Feng returned to the entrance. Looking at the other 3 directions, Chu Feng thought for a moment and then headed toward the Red Mountain Range to the west. The woman he had seen several times before, who had no cultivation level, was the first to lead people westward. He wasn't sure if she was still there now. As he got closer to the Red Mountain Range, Chu Feng felt a wave of intense heat approaching, and the closer he got, the higher the temperature became. Is this a volcano? Chu Feng asked with slight confusion. But even if it is a volcano, it shouldn't be so far away that I can feel such intense heat. It seems there must be something strange inside the mountain range, which causes this. Chu Feng spent a whole day searching through the mountains, enduring the intense heat, and finally found something unusual on a huge peak. This mountain appears to be an active volcano, with dozens of people gathered around the crater. Among them, the woman Chu Feng had seen a few times before, who has no cultivation, is also there. She stands at the edge of the volcano, constantly observing what's below. Such high temperatures would be hard for ordinary spiritual cultivators to withstand, yet she stands there calmly, without cultivation, looking relaxed. This makes Chu Feng feel puzzled. After a moment, Chu Feng slowly approaches the crater and suddenly smells a refreshing fragrance coming from inside. This is a rare spiritual medicine. Chu Feng's eyes immediately lit up. The aroma is so calming and pleasant. It must be a rare spiritual medicine. At this moment, Chu Feng finally understands why so many people are gathered here. But he is a bit confused. Why aren't they rushing down to grab the medicine? Saint Girl, that demon dragon below is too terrifying. The demon dragon is at the 9th level of the heavenly spirit realm, always guarding near the red flame lotus. We can't even get close, So there's almost no chance for us to take the red flame lotus. A burly man on the other side speaks with fear. They have tried several times but failed each time, even losing a few people. If they try again, they might all be eaten by the demon dragon. Saint girl, Chu Feng mutters quietly, finally understanding the woman's surname. From the burly man's words, Chu Feng also learns what the spiritual medicine in the volcano is. It's definitely the red flame lotus. Chu Feng walks to the edge of the volcano and looks down. Sure enough, he sees a few red lotus flowers floating in the magma about 2 kilometers below. The space inside the volcano is incredibly vast. The crater is about 2 kilometers from the magma below, and the magma surface extends over a 5-kilometer radius. Chu Feng doesn't see the demon dragon the burly man mentioned, so it's probably submerged in the magma beneath the red flame lotus. Who are you? Suddenly, a burly man nearby sees Chu Feng approaching the crater and shouts angrily. Hearing this, Chu Feng turned his head and looked calmly at the burly man. The words of the burly man immediately drew everyone's attention to Chu Feng. Wow! From a distance, a woman saw Chu Feng and suddenly exclaimed in surprise. Her name was Sheng Liar. She had colorful, glass-like eyes that could see through illusions and disguises. She knew that the previous Chen Feng was actually Chu Feng. But not long ago, Chu Feng's level was only at the 2nd stage of the mystic spirit realm. How could it be that in just a month, Chu Feng's level reached the 8th stage of the mystic spirit realm? This made Sheng Liar can't help but gasp in amazement. Are you Chu Feng? At this moment, the burly man saw Chu Feng's face and exclaimed in shock. Everyone around the burly man immediately drew their weapons and aimed at Chu Feng. Are you from the Chao family? Chu Feng looked at the burly man calmly and asked. Chu Feng, there are so many of us here. You better not act rashly, the burly man warned. Chu Feng is capable of killing powerful cultivators at the heaven spirit realm, so the burly man is only relying on their numbers to try to make Chu Feng afraid and not attack. We're not from the Chao family. Step aside. Chu Feng's gaze swept over Sheng Liar, wanting to see how she would choose. Sheng Liar had appeared at the Chao family before and had a close relationship with Chao Jian. Chu Feng wanted to know if she would team up with the Chao family to fight him. We're not from the Chao family. Sheng Liar heard Chu Feng's words and immediately moved with 9 guards at the 9th level of the Earth Spirit Realm to the side. Miss Sheng? The burly man looked anxious. Sheng Liar was surrounded by 9 guards at the 9th level of the Earth Spirit Realm. If they helped her, Chu Feng would definitely not be their match. Now Sheng Liar was just watching silently, making it hard for the Chao family members to resist Chu Feng. Her guards were also confused by her choice. They knew Sheng Liar had a good relationship with Chao Jian before, but now she was distancing herself from the Chao family because of Chu Feng at the 8th stage of the mystic spirit realm. Clang! Suddenly, the sound of a sword being unsheathed rang out. In an instant, 2 sharp sword energies shot toward the burly man and the Chao family members around him. Ah! A scream of pain sounded, then suddenly stopped. The remaining people in the scene all froze instantly, their eyes filled with disbelief. Just a moment ago, Chu Feng casually swung 2 swords, and he instantly defeated more than 20 members of the Chao family. It's important to know that among the Chao family members, 8 were at the Earth Spirit Realm, and most of the others were at the Advanced Mystical Spirit Realm. With such strength, the Chao family members were all defeated in just 2 strikes by Chu Feng, who is at the Mystical Spirit Realm. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, no one would believe such a thing could happen. At this point, they finally understood why Sheng Liar had so decisively separated herself from the Chao family just now. After killing the people, Chu Feng began searching their bodies. Once finished, Chu Feng turned to look deeply at Sheng Liar, a bit surprised by her quick decision. Chu Feng never shows mercy to enemies. Luckily, Sheng Liar made the right choice just now. Otherwise, he might have killed her too. After a moment, Chu Feng jumped directly into the volcano crater, swiftly flying down along the volcano wall. Miss Lin, do you think he can get the red flame Crimson Lotus? The guard beside Sheng Liar saw Chu Feng heading toward the Crimson Lotus and wondered if he could defeat the demon dragon below and obtain the red flame Crimson Lotus. I think so, Sheng Liar nodded slightly. Based on previous information, Chu Feng, at the 1st level of the mystical spirit realm, could kill Chao Xiao, who was at the 2nd level of the heavenly spirit realm. Now that Chu Feng is at the 8th level of the mystical spirit realm, he should be able to fight a demon dragon at the 9th level of the heavenly spirit realm. Soon, Chu Feng approached the surface of the magma. The temperature here was extremely hot, far beyond what an ordinary mystical spirit realm cultivator could withstand, but it had no effect on Chu Feng. At this moment, 3 beautiful crimson lotus flowers floated in the center of the magma surface. Each crimson lotus had a seed pod, and each seed pod contained more than 10 crimson lotus seeds. These crimson lotus seeds are rare spiritual medicines that can greatly increase a cultivator's cultivation. Chu Feng reached the edge of the magma closest to the crimson lotus, gathered spiritual energy at his feet, and stepped on the magma surface, quickly flying toward the crimson lotus. Just as Chu Feng was about to reach the crimson lotus, a terrifying dragon breath suddenly erupted from beneath the magma, blasting toward him. Chu Feng was prepared. He wielded the demon shadow sword and released a sword energy that directly dispersed the dragon breath. Immediately after, a 100-meter-long red dragon burst out of the magma, roaring angrily as it charged at Chu Feng. Die! Chu Feng remained calm and focused. He gathered all his strength and suddenly released a sword energy toward the giant dragon. The sword energy carried a very terrifying power. Wherever it went, it seemed as if the space itself was being cut in half. The red giant dragon saw this and looked scared. It wanted to dodge, but the sword energy was too fast. It arrived in an instant, and the dragon couldn't avoid it. The sword energy cut through the space like a sharp blade, instantly splitting the red dragon into 2 from head to tail. At that moment, at the volcano crater, everyone saw Chu Feng kill the red dragon with one sword. They all froze in shock. Saint Liar's eyes widened, her mouth slightly open, showing disbelief on her face. She knew Chu Feng was very strong and believed he had a good chance to defeat the red dragon. But she thought that even if Chu Feng won, it would be a hard fight and a close victory. She didn't expect Chu Feng to kill the red dragon with just one sword. It was unbelievable. The 9 guards besides Saint Liar were also stunned beyond words. They were all at the 9th level of the Earth Spirit Realm, much higher than Chu Feng. Before, they had fought desperately but couldn't hurt the red dragon at all. Several of them had been injured by the dragon's breath. Now, Chu Feng, who was one big realm lower than them, had killed the red dragon with one sword. This was too hard for them to accept. After killing the red dragon, Chu Feng quickly went to the red lotus of crimson flame and took 3 lotus pods. Unfortunately, the crimson flame red lotus could only survive in this kind of lava. Otherwise, Chu Feng could transplant it to his world. He stored the lotus pods into the chaos starry pearl and was about to leave. Suddenly, Linger's voice sounded in his ear. Chu Feng, there is a special fire beneath this lava. Special fire? Chu Feng was overjoyed when he heard this. Special fire is loved by alchemists. It can improve the success rate of alchemy and can also be used as an attack. In his previous life, Chu Feng had obtained a top-level special fire called Ghost Fire. With the help of Ghost Fire, he was able to craft divine-grade pills. Ghost Fire was also very powerful as an attack, often catching enemies off guard and dealing heavy damage. Yes, there is a kind of red lotus ground fire beneath the lava, which is a high-level special fire, Linger said. That's great. Chu Feng was very excited when he heard this. Now, because his realm is low and he has obtained a special fire, he can surprise his enemies with an unexpected attack when facing stronger opponents. After speaking, Chu Feng gathers his spiritual energy to create a protective shield and dives directly into the magma. Chu Feng keeps sinking downward, and the temperature gets hotter the deeper he goes. In half an hour, Chu Feng has descended nearly 1,000 meters, but still hasn't sensed the red lotus earth fire. Due to a lack of spiritual energy, Chu Feng quickly takes out a red flame red lotus seed to consume, which helps maintain his energy shield and prevents him from being burned by the surrounding magma. Red lotus earth fire is about 500 meters below, but your body might not be able to handle it, Linger suddenly says. I'll try again. Chu Feng doesn't want to give up so easily. He takes another red flame red lotus seed and continues to descend. No, you can't hold on anymore. Chu Feng sinks a little more, but the temperature below is too high. His spiritual energy shield can no longer withstand it. Soon, Chu Feng surfaces from the magma and flies to the edge of the volcano wall. Such a pity. Chu Feng turns to look at the center of the magma and sighs softly. His current realm is too low to obtain the Red Lotus Earth Fire. If he can break through to the Earth Spirit realm, he might be able to get the fire. There is still time before the secret realm closes, so Chu Feng plans to keep searching for opportunities, grow stronger, and come back for the fire later. Meanwhile, Sheng Liar and the others haven't left yet. They saw Chu Feng dive into the magma earlier and wondered if he discovered some treasure, so they decided to wait and see what happens. Unexpectedly, Chu Feng only took a little over a minute to come out after going in. Looking at Chu Feng's expression now, it seems he didn't get the treasure he wanted, which makes everyone even more curious about what treasure lies beneath the magma. Soon, Chu Feng returns to the volcano crater. "Why haven't you all left yet?" Chu Feng asks in a calm voice. "These people haven't left? Are they eyeing his red flame red lotus seed?" "Chu Feng, what is down there in the magma?" Sheng Liar asks with curiosity. "A treasure you can't get," Chu Feng replies calmly and prepares to leave. Suddenly, Linger's voice rings in Chu Feng's ear. "Chu Feng, that treasure on her chest might help you get the Red Lotus Earth Fire." "Treasure on her chest?" Hearing this, Chu Feng immediately turns to look at Sheng Liar's chest. Saint Liar's chest was full and tempting, making Chu Feng feel very thirsty. Not only was this woman beautiful, but her figure was also amazing. Unfortunately, she couldn't practice cultivation. Saint Liar noticed Chu Feng's gaze and quickly covered her chest with her hand, glaring at him and asking, "What are you looking at?" "Nothing," Chu Feng said with a shy smile. "Linger, how can I get the treasure on her chest to help me get the Red Lotus Earth Fire?" Saint Liar's chest indeed had a treasure, but Chu Feng couldn't figure out how it could help him obtain the Red Lotus Earth Fire. "Her pendant is a rare treasure that can block the fire. If you can make her give it to you, you have a good chance of getting the Red Lotus Earth Fire," Linger explained. "A pendant?" Chu Feng was momentarily stunned. He had just thought it was Saint Liar's, but now he realized it was the pendant on her chest. After a moment, Chu Feng looked at Saint Liar and softly asked, "May I know your name, miss?" "No," Saint Liar replied coldly. Chu Feng had been staring at her chest earlier, and now he was asking for her name. It was obvious he had improper intentions. Saint Liar immediately became cold and didn't want to talk to Chu Feng anymore. After saying that, Saint Liar prepared to leave with her 9 guards. "Miss, I want to make a deal with you," Chu Feng said, blocking her path. "Move aside. I don't want to make any deal with you." Saint Liar thought Chu Feng had bad intentions toward her, so she believed his offer wasn't good either. "Do I really have to?" Chu Feng's voice turned colder. Right now, the fire of different fire was very important to Chu Feng, and he didn't want to give up. If Saint Liar refused, he would take her pendant by force. "Chu Feng, don't think I'm easy to bully just because I have no cultivation. If you dare to hurt me, you'll die for sure," Saint Liar said coldly. "Die for sure? I don't believe that. One more chance. Give me the pendant on your chest, or I will kill all of you," Chu Feng said coldly, staring at Saint Liar. "The pendant," Saint Liar was slightly stunned. "Of course, the pendant. What else could it be? Do you think I have feelings for you?" "Humph. I wouldn't even look at someone like you," Chu Feng said, glancing over her entire body with a look of disgust. Seeing Chu Feng's disappointed look, Sheng Liar immediately became very angry, her chest rising and falling with frustration, and she shouted loudly, "Stop talking nonsense. I will give you a red flame crimson lotus, and you give me the jade pendant." Chu Feng didn't want to take advantage of Sheng Liar. He wanted to exchange her jade pendant for a red flame crimson lotus. A single red flame crimson lotus contains more than 10 lotus seeds, so Sheng Liar wouldn't lose out. "Don't even think about it," Sheng Liar angrily said. "If you won't trade, then don't blame me. I can kill you and take it myself." Chu Feng finished speaking and drew his demon shadow sword, pretending to attack. Sheng Liar's guards saw this and quickly surrounded her protectively. "Stop!" Sheng Liar saw Chu Feng really about to attack and hurriedly called him to stop. "What? Changed your mind?" Chu Feng looked at Sheng Liar with a faint smile. "Let's leave here first. I will give you the jade pendant then." Sheng Liar didn't want everyone to be harmed, so she agreed to give Chu Feng the jade pendant. All right. Chu Feng knew that without the jade pendant, Sheng Liar couldn't withstand the heat here, so he agreed to go outside to trade. Soon after, Chu Feng and Sheng Lier and others arrived at a place farther from the volcano. Sheng Lier glared at Chu Feng fiercely, then slowly reached out and pulled a jade pendant from her neck. Brat, here. Sheng Lier slowly handed the jade pendant to Chu Feng. Chu Feng happily took the jade pendant. It was warm to the touch and carried a refreshing fragrance. Chu Feng couldn't help but lift the pendant to his nose and sniff gently. Brat, I will kill you. Sheng Lier saw Chu Feng's action and suddenly became furious, lunging at him and biting down hard on Chu Feng's hand. At this moment, Chu Feng realized that his previous action was a bit reckless and had humiliated Sheng Lier. Sheng Lier bit for a moment. Then Chu Feng gently used some force to free himself. All right, I apologize to you. After saying that, Chu Feng threw a red flame crimson lotus and quickly turned to leave. Brat, I remember you. When we leave the secret realm, I will make you pay. Sheng Lier looked angrily at Chu Feng's departing figure. We lack strength, and the lady was insulted. Please, punish me, said Sheng Lier's 9 guards, bowing their heads in apology. After a moment, Sheng Lier calmed her anger slightly and said calmly, It's not your fault. That scoundrel is the real culprit. When we leave the secret realm, I will deal with him myself. Let's go somewhere else and take a look. After saying that, Sheng Lier turned and left. Miss, the crimson flame red lotus. A blue-clad guard picked up the crimson flame red lotus that Chu Feng had set aside and hurried after Sheng Lier, handing it to her. I lost it. I don't want that bastard's thing, Sheng Lier said coldly. The blue-clad guard looked disappointed, and the other guards also looked regretful. The crimson flame red lotus seeds are rare spiritual medicines that can greatly improve cultivation. Losing them is a big loss. Forget it. It's a pity to lose it. Each of you take a seed of the crimson flame red lotus, and the rest will be given to me. Seeing everyone's expressions, Sheng Lier changed her mind immediately. Losing it is indeed a pity, but it's better to share with everyone so they will protect her more carefully. The crimson flame red lotus Chu Feng gave her contains 12 seeds. 9 guards each take 1 seed, and Sheng Lier keeps the remaining 3 seeds in her storage ring. Soon after, Chu Feng returned to the volcano. After wearing Sheng Lier's jade pendant around his neck, Chu Feng felt no heat at all, even a cool sensation. This is a really good treasure. Chu Feng felt that the jade pendant not only could dispel heat, but also greatly speed up the absorption of spiritual energy, which is very helpful for cultivation. He originally planned to return the pendant to Sheng Lier after using it, but now he wants to keep it for himself. After a moment, Chu Feng returned to the center of the magma, diving quickly downward. With Sheng Lier's jade pendant, Chu Feng easily reached the front of the red lotus earth fire. The red lotus earth fire floated in the magma, as if it were sleeping. Within 2 meters around the fire, the magma was burned and evaporated by it, forming a vacuum zone. Chu Feng, do you know how to tame a strange fire? Linger asked via voice transmission. Yes, Chu Feng nodded gently. Strange fires have a certain intelligence. To tame them, you need to be stronger than it, and also have patience and luck. In his previous life, Chu Feng took nearly half a year to tame the Nether Ghost Fire. But the Nether Ghost Fire is a top-tier strange fire, and this Red Lotus Earth Fire is only a high-level strange fire, so it shouldn't take as long. Plus, with his experience from taming strange fires before, Chu Feng can do it faster. After a moment, Chu Feng slowly entered the vacuum zone of the Red Lotus Earth Fire. Although Saint Li's jade pendant protected him from the heat, Chu Feng still felt a burning, fiery pain when he entered the vacuum zone. Chu Feng slowly wrapped the Red Lotus Earth Fire with his spiritual energy, but as soon as his energy approached, the fire seemed to wake up and drift away slowly. He quickly followed, increasing his spiritual energy to contain the fire. Suddenly, the Red Lotus Earth Fire erupted with a powerful force, scattering Chu Feng's spiritual energy. But Chu Feng was not discouraged. He continued to use his spiritual energy to control the fire. At the same time, he used his soul power to suppress it. Chu Feng's soul was reborn and very strong, so he quickly managed to control the fire. However, the Red Lotus Earth Fire did not give up easily. It kept erupting, trying to break free and scatter his spiritual energy. Fortunately, Chu Feng still had the red flame Red Lotus seed. When his spiritual energy was low, he ate the seed to regain strength and kept fighting the fire. One day, 10 days. A month. 2 months. It took him 2 whole months. But Chu Feng finally tamed the red lotus earth fire. After being tamed, the fire became like a small spirit, constantly moving around Chu Feng. Its flames no longer harmed him. Ha ha ha. Chu Feng laughed happily. With the red lotus earth fire, he would find it much easier to refine pills and could create higher quality ones. The fire was also a powerful attack tool. In addition, during these 2 months, Chu Feng kept eating the red flame red lotus seed, and his realm advanced 2 small steps, reaching the peak of the mystic spirit realm. Next, once he breaks through the peak of the mystic spirit realm, his strength will greatly increase. Suddenly, the flow of magma surged rapidly upward, as if boiling over. Chu Feng looked a little confused. That red lotus earth fire has been suppressing the magma fire here. Now that it's tamed, the magma fire is no longer held back and might erupt. Linger suddenly transmitted. Oh, the volcano is about to erupt. Chu Feng smiled calmly, ready to experience the scene of a volcanic eruption. Soon, he followed the magma as it spouted upward. It rose to the volcano's crater and then shot out suddenly. Ha ha ha. Chu Feng spread his arms wide and laughed happily, enjoying the thrill of flying. Soon after, Chu Feng landed on the ground. At this moment, the area was filled with lava, creating a scene of the end times. Chu Feng gathered spiritual energy in his feet and quickly flew toward the entrance of the secret realm, walking on the lava surface. There were more than 2 months left before the secret realm closed. Chu Feng wanted to change direction and continue searching for opportunities. In the previous 2 directions, Chu Feng obtained the heart of a 1,000-year-old demon tree and the fire of a red lotus, greatly increasing his strength. Now, only the east and south remained unexplored. These places must also hold opportunities. An hour later, Chu Feng returned to the secret realm entrance. At this time, some people were practicing cultivation there. It seemed they had already gained some opportunities and didn't want to take risks again. They planned to stay and cultivate at the entrance for a while before leaving. Others hadn't explored or searched for opportunities at all. They entered the secret realm because of its rich spiritual energy to practice and improve. Chu Feng looked at the east and south directions, feeling a bit indecisive about which way to explore next. I heard there's a glowing small island in the east, full of treasures. Yeah. 2 people went there earlier and found some treasure, then left the secret realm quickly, probably afraid we would take it. But I also heard there are many terrifying monsters in the sea and on that island. Many have lost their lives there. Forget it. Our strength is too low. There's no need to risk our lives fighting those higher-level experts for opportunities. While Chu Feng hesitated, he overheard some people talking at the secret realm entrance. A glowing small island? Chu Feng was a bit puzzled, but then he decided to explore the east. Places that others see as dangerous are perfect for him to find opportunities. 15 minutes later, Chu Feng arrived at the seaside in the east. The sea was covered in thick fog, dark and deep. In the distance, there was a small island emitting a faint glow, like a fairy island. Seeing this, Chu Feng immediately stepped onto the sea surface and sped toward the island. Huh, does this island move? As he approached, Chu Feng discovered that the island was actually moving slowly. No wonder he hadn't seen this island when entering the secret realm before. It must have moved here recently. After a moment, Chu Feng leapt into the air and flew onto the island. As soon as Chu Feng stepped onto the small island, he felt a heavy pressure, like carrying a 1,000-pound boulder on his back. How strange. The island was silent all around, but there were many footprints on the ground, showing that many people had been here before. Chu Feng followed the footprints, but they suddenly disappeared when they reached a dense forest. A formation. Chu Feng immediately recognized that the forest was protected by a confusing illusion formation. However, this was just a simple, low-level illusion formation that only trapped those unfamiliar with formations. For Chu Feng, it was not a big deal. He slowly entered the forest and quickly passed through the illusion formation. During this, Chu Feng saw a few people trapped inside the formation, but he didn't bother to help them. These people chose to come to the island to seek opportunities, so they should be prepared to risk their lives at any moment. Soon, Chu Feng emerged from the forest after passing through the formation. At this moment, outside the forest, hundreds of people had gathered. Outside the forest, Chu Feng saw familiar people like Sheng Lier and others, as well as Lin Tai, Qin Shi, and members of the Lingxian sect. In front of everyone was a huge sky ladder reaching into the clouds. Many people had already climbed the ladder, struggling to go higher. Chu Feng frowned slightly as he looked at the ladder, feeling that something was strange about it. The ladder was so tall that it seemed to reach the sky, yet he hadn't seen it from outside the island earlier. The ladder looked like an illusion, but many people had already climbed it, so it didn't seem to be just an illusion. Suddenly, a scream came from the ladder. A strong man in blue suddenly exploded and died on a few dozen steps up, his flesh bursting and splattering all over the ladder, then quickly disappearing. Ah! People below the ladder shouted in shock. This person has such a low cultivation level and still dares to seek the inheritance. He's just asking for death. Exactly, he's only at the mystic spirit realm, yet he still tries to grab the inheritance. It's no surprise he died. This ladder is meant for the earth spirit realm. Those at the mystic spirit realm are just asking to die. After the screams, everyone started discussing loudly. At this moment, Chu Feng saw a large stone tablet in front of the ladder with big characters written on it. Those who climb the ladder can obtain the sacred inheritance. Sacred level inheritance? Chu Feng, in his previous life, was a peak emperor-level expert and had no interest in a sacred inheritance. However, these inheritances usually contain many cultivation resources. Chu Feng wanted to obtain these resources to quickly increase his strength. After a moment, Chu Feng pushed through the crowd below and began climbing the sky ladder. 9 levels of the mystic spirit realm? Another daredevil, the recently deceased strong man in blue, was at the 9th level of the mystic spirit realm. He only took a few dozen steps before exploding. Who knows how many steps this person can climb? I guess he will probably also die after climbing a few dozen steps, just like the previous blue-clad man. Hopefully, he will realize it's too dangerous and turn back, rather than dying for nothing. The spectators saw Chu Feng climbing the sky ladder and started talking among themselves, seeming to doubt how many steps he could reach. Chu Feng. At this moment, Saint Lear, not far away, saw Chu Feng and clenched her teeth in anger, glaring fiercely at him. Chu Feng ignored the crowd's chatter. As soon as he stepped onto the ladder, he moved quickly upward. The ladder had a strong pressure and illusions that attacked the mind. But these were nothing to Chu Feng. His strength had already far surpassed the average sky spirit realm. His soul, inherited from his previous life, was even more powerful and terrifying. The illusions based on the soul could be easily broken by his spiritual awareness. How is this person climbing so fast? To the onlookers, Chu Feng looked like he was simply walking up the stairs without stopping, his steps steady and continuous. Could it be that he has some treasure protecting him, making him immune to the ladder's effects? No way. The ladder not only exerts great physical pressure, but also attacks the soul. Even if he has a treasure protecting his body, it can't defend against soul attacks. Then how can he climb so quickly? He looks familiar, though. He seems to be the 5th-grade alchemist Chu Feng, who is wanted by the Chao family. Chu Feng? I didn't expect him to be such a strong alchemist and have such powerful strength. The crowd watched Chu Feng climbing the ladder and began to discuss excitedly. Master, that person's back looks like Uncle's. Not far from the ladder, Qin Shi looked at Chu Feng's back with a familiar feeling and turned to Lin Tai, speaking softly. This person's realm is the 9th layer of the mysterious spirit realm. Your uncle is only at the 2nd layer of the mysterious spirit realm. He is not your uncle. Lin Tai was surprised to see Chu Feng's realm and how quickly he climbed the ladder. However, since Chu Feng is an enemy of the Chao family, and their spirit mystic sect cannot afford to offend the Chao family, they had to distance themselves from Chu Feng. Sheng Lier saw how fast Chu Feng was climbing and couldn't help but open her mouth in amazement, saying, "This little troublemaker is annoying, but I have to admit, his strength is really impressive." Chu Feng kept surpassing those in front of him. At this moment, the person at the top of the ladder was Chao Tian, who was on the 886th step. The entire ladder has 1,000 steps. Chao Tian was nearly 50 steps ahead of the second-place person. He was already imagining reaching the top and obtaining the inheritance. Suddenly, Chao Tian saw a figure quickly approaching him. He turned around in surprise. How is that possible so fast? Chao Tian saw Chu Feng walking up quickly and looked as if he had seen a ghost. He had spent many spiritual pills and treasures, and struggled hard just to reach the 886th step. He didn't expect Chu Feng to catch up so easily. Thinking that the inheritance might be taken by Chu Feng, Chao Tian immediately became angry and threatened. "Kid, the inheritance belongs to our Chao family. If you dare to steal it, you will definitely die." "Someone from the Chao family?" Chu Feng sneered coldly upon hearing this, and suddenly drew his demon shadow sword. In an instant, a sharp sword aura sliced through Chao Tian's body, splitting him in two. Chu Feng actually killed Chao Tian in an instant. Chao Tian was the second in the Earth Spirit realm of the Eastern Wilderness Grand Competition. I didn't expect Chu Feng to kill him with one sword. Chu Feng is so powerful. A single sword from the mysterious spirit realm can kill someone at the peak of the Earth Spirit realm. If I hadn't seen it myself, I wouldn't believe it. Everyone was shocked and discussing excitedly after seeing Chu Feng kill Chao Tian instantly. This little troublemaker is so cruel. Earlier, at the volcano, Sheng Liar had seen Chu Feng kill a 9-layered heavenly spirit realm demon dragon with one sword. Now she was no longer surprised by Chu Feng killing Chao Tian, but she couldn't help but comment on Chu Feng's cruelty. However, since Chu Feng and the Chao family are enemies, showing mercy to enemies is like being cruel to oneself. Chu Feng's decisive killing of Chao Tian was understandable. After killing Chao Tian, Chu Feng continued to climb quickly. The higher he went, the stronger the pressure and spiritual attacks he faced. But all of this was within Chu Feng's tolerance. Soon, Chu Feng reached the 1000th level. As soon as he stepped onto this level, Chu Feng felt like he had entered a different space. This space was filled with dark mist, completely black, and he couldn't see anything. Suddenly, a strange black shadow condensed out of the mist. "Fated one, congratulations on receiving this sacred inheritance," the shadow said with a smile. "Who are you?" Chu Feng asked calmly. He could tell the shadow was a spirit form. This space was specially used to store spirits, but he didn't know where this spirit came from. "I am a sacred spirit from ancient times, a saint of the spirit heaven. Before I transformed, I left my inheritance here for those with fate," the shadow explained. "Spirit heaven saint?" Chu Feng sneered inwardly, then asked, "Besides the inheritance, do you have cultivation resources? My inheritance is the best in the world. As long as you accept it, you will never lack cultivation resources," the spirit claimed proudly. "No cultivation resources? Then I won't accept the inheritance," Chu Feng said, turning to leave. The spirit heaven saint was stunned when he heard Chu Feng. He didn't expect Chu Feng to refuse his inheritance. "Brother, I tell you, if you accept my inheritance, you can dominate all worlds and become the #1 in the universe," the spirit continued to persuade. "No need to say more. Without cultivation resources, I don't want your inheritance," Chu Feng said, showing no interest. "Actually, there are cultivation resources too. If you accept my inheritance, I will give them to you." The spirit suddenly changed his tone. "Give me the cultivation resources first, then I will consider accepting your inheritance," Chu Feng said happily when he heard about the resources. This spirit was very strange, and his inheritance didn't seem very good. Chu Feng wanted the cultivation resources, not the inheritance. "All right, I can give them to you first," the spirit agreed. He slowly floated out a jade bottle from the mist and handed it to Chu Feng. Chu Feng quickly grabbed the small bottle, shook it, and felt there was at most a drop of liquid inside. He then looked at the spirit and asked, "Is that all?" "This is the Chaos Divine Liquid. Although there's only one drop, it's the best divine medicine in the world," the spirit explained. Chaotic Divine Liquid? Chu Feng was very happy to hear this. He opened the jade bottle, took a sniff, and immediately stored it into the Chaos Starry Pearl. The Chaotic Divine Liquid is truly the best divine liquid in the world. In his past life, Chu Feng had heard of it, but had never seen it with his own eyes. However, just now, the scent coming from the jade bottle was so alluring that it made one's soul feel like soaring. Chu Feng was sure that inside the bottle was definitely a divine medicine. "Here's the divine medicine for you. Now, start receiving my inheritance." Saint Hun Tian saw Chu Feng take the jade bottle and hurriedly urged, "Are there any other cultivation resources?" "This is too little," Chu Feng said with a faint smile. "No, there aren't. The time I was about to ascend is too long ago. Only this drop of chaotic divine liquid has been preserved." All other cultivation resources have already vanished from the world, Saint Hun Tian replied. That's a pity, Chu Feng said with slight regret. Chu Feng originally wanted to get more cultivation resources from Saint Hun Tian, but he didn't expect that there was only one drop of chaotic divine liquid. Still, being able to obtain this drop from Saint Hun Tian was already a gain for Chu Feng. Let's begin. I will now pass the inheritance to you. Open your soul sea and let my soul enter. Only then can I pass the inheritance to you, Saint Hun Tian said with a smile. Are you planning to possess me? Chu Feng asked with a calm smile. Inheritance doesn't require the soul to enter the inheritor's soul sea. Chu Feng had also explored the method of possession in his previous life. Now, Saint Hun Tian asking him to open his soul sea and let his soul in clearly shows he wants to possess his body. How? Is that possible? Saint Hun Tian was momentarily stunned when he heard Chu Feng's words, unsure how Chu Feng knew his plan. Stop making excuses. I have studied this kind of possession, Chu Feng said coldly. Ha ha ha. Kid, since you've discovered my plan, I won't pretend anymore. Yes, I do want to possess your body. Be smart and quickly open your soul sea, or I will forcibly extract your soul and burn it daily with soul fire, making you wish you were dead. Saint Hun Tian sneered wickedly. Huh, you trash saint want to possess this emperor? You're just asking for death. Chu Feng sneered coldly. After speaking, Chu Feng immediately raised his hand and released the red lotus earth fire. In an instant, a gorgeous red lotus flame appeared in Chu Feng's palm, emanating a terrifying aura. The strange fire causes strong damage to the soul body. With Chu Feng's powerful soul, he can easily suppress the soul body of the sacred human. Strange fire? The sacred human looks afraid. Suddenly, the sacred human screams loudly. How can your soul be so strong? Are you a reborn soul reaper? The sacred human is heavily injured after being attacked by Chu Feng's powerful soul energy. Chu Feng doesn't answer and directly releases the strange fire to attack him. The sacred human runs around in the space, constantly being attacked by Chu Feng. Bastard, even if I am shattered, I won't let you have an easy time. After saying that, the sacred human suddenly disappears, and the entire space begins to collapse. In an instant, the place where Chu Feng stands turns into a bottomless abyss. Chu Feng falls rapidly downward. At this moment, outside the heavenly ladder, the sky suddenly darkens, the ground begins to shake, and the heavenly ladder disappears instantly. The original heavenly ladder turns into a huge abyss, and everyone on it falls into the deep. The abyss looks like a giant beast's mouth, creating a strong suction that pulls everyone nearby inside. Run! The people watching outside immediately flee. Lin Tai and Qin Shi stay at the outer edge of the crowd. When they see the abyss appear, Lin Tai quickly pulls Qin Shi and escapes into the forest with the illusion array. Others also panic and run into the forest. Once inside, everyone finds that the forest is unaffected by the abyss outside, and they breathe a sigh of relief. Where's Miss? Weren't you protecting her just now? Suddenly, Sheng Liar's guards realize Sheng Liar is missing. Chu Feng continues to fall into the abyss. The surroundings are pitch black, and the bottomless abyss is so deep that nothing can be seen below. The gravity here is several times stronger than outside, and Chu Feng's falling speed increases rapidly. If he keeps accelerating like this, he might be crushed to death. Along the way, Chu Feng hides inside the Chaos Star Pearl for a while. When he comes out, he is still falling into the abyss. But now, his falling speed resets to 0, which greatly relieves Chu Feng's worries about being crushed to death. Constantly falling, about 20,000 meters down, Chu Feng finally saw the bottom. At the bottom was a black pool of water, with some bodies floating on the surface, those who had fallen and died earlier. Chu Feng had entered the Chaos Starry Pearl for a while during the fall, so these bodies had fallen before him. As he approached the bottom, Chu Feng quickly entered the Chaos Starry Pearl again, then came out. After a moment, Chu Feng gently landed on the black water. The water was highly corrosive, and some bodies had been completely rotted away. These bodies belonged to cultivators who had tried to reach the inheritance on the heavenly ladder but ended up dying here. The bottom of the abyss was filled with strong demonic energy. Even if someone didn't die from the fall, they would likely die soon afterward. Chu Feng looked around, trying to find a way out. It was completely dark, with very low visibility. All he could see was black water, and he couldn't see the shore. Hey, there are still living people. Suddenly, Chu Feng saw a white figure in the distance, swimming desperately away. The white figure was Sheng Liar. Earlier, due to a sudden change, everyone was panicked, and she was quickly pulled into the abyss. Fortunately, she had a special treasure, which allowed her to land safely in the abyss. The bottom of the abyss was dark and foul-smelling, with many dead bodies scattered around. In such a terrifying environment, Sheng Liar, despite her experience, couldn't help but feel scared, especially because the black water stretched endlessly, and she saw no hope of escape. She could only suppress her fear and keep swimming forward. Suddenly, a sinister laugh made Sheng Liar's heart tremble with fear. She had checked her surroundings earlier and found everyone else dead, so she was swimming alone toward the distance. Unexpectedly, a strange, evil laugh suddenly appeared. In this dark and frightening environment, the sudden scare almost made Sheng Liar faint from fright. After a moment, she forced herself to calm down, turned her head toward the sound, and looked. When she saw who it was, she instantly became furious, wishing she could rush over and bite him. "Chu Feng, you bastard! You scoundrel!" Sheng Liar kept shouting at Chu Feng, venting her anger and her fear. Although Chu Feng is a scoundrel, having him here makes Sheng Liar feel less afraid in this environment. "You're unskilled, so how are you still alive?" Chu Feng asked, looking at Sheng Liar with curiosity. "Humph. If you didn't die, how could I die?" Sheng Liar snorted. "It seems you have many treasures on you." Sheng Liar didn't answer, but Chu Feng guessed she must rely on some treasure to stay alive. "Give me back my jade pendant." When it comes to treasures, Sheng Liar immediately thought of Chu Feng taking her jade pendant and wanted it back. "This jade pendant is mine. I traded it with the red flame red lotus, so it's already mine." Chu Feng took out the jade pendant from his neck, sniffed it lightly, and shamelessly said, "Scoundrel, now that you have it, I don't want it anymore." Seeing Chu Feng carrying the jade pendant close to his body, Sheng Liar no longer wanted it. Chu Feng had already worn it before, and it felt uncomfortable to keep it on again. "Even if you want it, I won't give it to you." Chu Feng deliberately teased Sheng Liar. "Scoundrel, when we get out, I will teach you a good lesson." Sheng Liar's beautiful eyes glared angrily at Chu Feng. "Maybe we won't get out at all." Chu Feng sensed that the surroundings were endless and there was no end in sight. There must be a formation here, but Chu Feng couldn't find the core of the formation or break it. Hearing Chu Feng's words, Sheng Liar was shocked. If we are going to be trapped and die in this dark, disgusting environment, it would be better to die outright. Just now on the sky ladder, what exactly happened? Why did this abyss suddenly appear? Sheng Liar asked. There was no inheritance on the sky ladder. It was just an evil spirit trying to possess someone to reach the top. I didn't let it possess me, so it wanted to perish with me, Chu Feng replied calmly. What should we do now? Are we just waiting to die? Sheng Liar looked desperate. Since we're here, we should accept it. I'll practice for a while first, Chu Feng said. There is dense demonic energy in the abyss below. Chu Feng wanted to absorb this energy to cultivate. Maybe after absorbing all of it, the formation here will be broken. Huh, what kind of body are you? Why can't the demonic energy approach you? Suddenly, Chu Feng noticed that the magic energy around Sheng Liar couldn't approach her. This wasn't because of a treasure barrier, but because her body naturally could resist this magic energy. I don't know either. I've been like this since I was born. No impure energy can get close to me, but I've never been able to cultivate, Sheng Liar said, her beautiful eyes dimming slightly. Since her birth, Sheng Liar has never fallen ill. No toxic or impure substances affect her, and after turning 18, her appearance has never changed, nor does she age. This state has lasted for hundreds of years. Sheng Liar has always wanted to find out the secret of her body, but has never succeeded. This time, in the Eastern Wilderness secret realm, she also hopes to find a chance and uncover the secret of her body. Come here and let me see your hand, Chu Feng said. Hearing this, Chu Feng was surprised. He wanted to check Sheng Liar's pulse to see if he could learn anything. Sheng Liar looked at Chu Feng for a moment and finally agreed to extend her hand for him to check her pulse. Her small hand was white and delicate, especially noticeable in this dark environment. Chu Feng gently held Sheng Liar's wrist, instantly feeling a very comfortable soft warmth. He held her hand for a while before slowly withdrawing it. He couldn't determine what kind of body she had. Just as Chu Feng was about to tell Sheng Liar that he couldn't figure it out, Linger's voice suddenly sounded in his ear. Her body is the eternal immortal spirit body. This kind of body is very hard to awaken in the lower realms. Only in the divine realm can she have a chance to awaken. Once awakened, her strength will directly soar above the Emperor realm, and her cultivation speed will become incredibly fast. As long as the eternal immortal spirit body doesn't fall during its growth phase, it will become one of the strongest existences in this world when fully developed. Chu Feng, hurry and tame her before she fully awakens her body. Otherwise, it will be impossible to control her later. She is already so beautiful now. After awakening, her appearance and temperament will improve infinitely. If you don't seize this chance now, you will regret it for the rest of your life. If it really doesn't work, you can imprison her inside the Chaos Starry Pearl until you fully tame her, then release her. Not hearing Linger's words, Chu Feng was speechless. He didn't expect Linger to have such a wicked side. However, seeing Sheng Liar's beautiful face and figure, Chu Feng suddenly thought that imprisoning and conquering her might not be a bad idea. Chu Feng, what's wrong? If you can't figure it out, it's okay. Sheng Liar saw the surprise, excitement, confusion, hesitation, mischief, and worry flashing across Chu Feng's face, and she became confused. I know your physical condition, but I can't help you awaken it for now, Chu Feng said softly, calming his emotions. You know what kind of body I have. Tell me quickly, Sheng Liar exclaimed excitedly, rushing forward to grab Chu Feng's hand. Sheng Liar had searched for her body's secret for hundreds of years without success. Now that Chu Feng said he knew her condition, she was overwhelmed with joy. Your body is called the Eternal Immortal Spirit Body, Chu Feng explained. Eternal Immortal Spirit Body? Why have I never heard of this kind of body before? Chu Feng, you wouldn't lie to me, would you? Sheng Liar had read countless ancient books over the centuries, but had never come across the kind of body Chu Feng described. She immediately became suspicious. Seeing Sheng Liar didn't believe him, Chu Feng quickly asked Ling Er about the other features of the Eternal Immortal Spirit Body. The Eternal Immortal Spirit Body has a youthful appearance, an almost endless lifespan, never gets sick, and is even immune to negative effects. Moreover, the Eternal Immortal Spirit Body will never experience romantic troubles. Chu Feng told Sheng Liar what Ling Er had told him, explaining carefully. Don't say any more. I believe you. Sheng Liar quickly interrupted Chu Feng. What Chu Feng had said earlier about investigating her background might also be true. But the part about never having romantic troubles, only she herself knew about that. That's why Sheng Liar believed Chu Feng truly knew her body. Chu Feng smiled when Sheng Liar believed him, and he stopped talking. I still don't know Miss Sheng's name. Would you be willing to tell me now? Last time, Chu Feng asked Sheng Liar, but she didn't tell him. Until now, he still didn't know her name. Sheng Liar, she finally told Chu Feng her name after he explained her body. Sheng Liar? That's a beautiful name, Chu Feng said softly, quietly watching Sheng Liar. Knowing Saintly's special nature, Chu Feng started thinking about how to win her over. Previously, Linger mentioned imprisoning Saintly inside the Chaos Star Pearl. This was just a fantasy. He would never do such a thing. He genuinely cared for a woman, and he would treat her sincerely, not with evil tricks. However, right now, his relationship with Saintly was not good. If they hadn't fallen into this deep abyss together, they wouldn't have a chance to be alone. Also, Saintly was close to Shi Bufan. During the last Eastern Wilderness competition, Shi Bufan claimed he was first, and Saintly agreed to be with him. When Chu Feng thought of Shi Bufan, he suddenly realized that Shi Bufan wasn't beside Saintly. Why isn't Shi Bufan with you? Chu Feng asked. Shi Bufan? Why would he be with me? Saintly looked confused. Chu Feng was surprised and asked, Aren't you and he lovers? Who told you that? Shi Bufan is just a little brat. There's no way I would be with him. Saintly snapped angrily. Last time at the Eastern Wilderness competition, he said he was first, and you would be with him, Chu Feng said. Shi Bufan was talking about Miss Du, not me, Saintly said irritably. Oh, I was mistaken, Chu Feng said happily. Last time, Shi Bufan looked in Saintly's direction. Chu Feng thought he was talking about her, but now he realized he was wrong. Shi Bufan was talking about another woman. So, Do you have feelings for my sister? Chu Feng's face lit up when he saw her deny any relationship with Shibu Fan. He immediately understood her intentions. Sister? Chu Feng was surprised. I've lived for hundreds of years. Don't call me sister. Call me your aunt if you want, Saintly teased. Haha, you're overthinking. You're just a little sister to me, Chu Feng said. In his past life, Chu Feng had lived for thousands of years, and Saintly was just a little sister to him. I don't want to talk to you. Anyway, I won't be interested in a little brat like you. Don't get your hopes up, Saintly snorted coldly. Since that's the case, I'm leaving. You can stay here by yourself, Chu Feng said, turning to leave. If you have the ability, then leave. Sheng Liar felt that Chu Feng couldn't really go anywhere, so she said indifferently. Chu Feng heard this and immediately flew away into the distance. After leaving Sheng Liar's sight, he entered the Chaos Star Pearl. Linger, watch her. Don't let anything happen to her, Chu Feng instructed Linger. Okay, Chu Feng, you really shouldn't have brought her here. Now is the best chance to catch her, Linger said. No need. She's just a woman. I can handle her, Chu Feng said, waving his hand. After saying that, Chu Feng took off his clothes and jumped into a small river nearby to enjoy a nice bath. After bathing, Chu Feng came to Linger and asked, How is Sheng Liar doing? She's still waiting where she was, calling out for you from time to time. She seems a bit scared, Linger replied. Hee hee, as long as she's afraid, it's easier to control her. I'll go see for myself, Chu Feng said softly with a smile. Soon after, Chu Feng returned silently to the abyss outside and quietly approached Sheng Liar. Chu Feng, you scoundrel, come out now, Sheng Liar shouted loudly. In this dark and frightening environment, staying alone was too scary. Sheng Liar could only call out for Chu Feng now and then to boost her courage. Little sister Liar, why are you calling me big brother? Chu Feng suddenly appeared in front of Sheng Liar, smiling playfully. Scoundrel, who's your little sister? I'm your aunt. Sheng Liar was angry when she saw Chu Feng. Forget it. It seems you don't welcome me back. I'll just leave, Chu Feng said, turning to walk away. Scoundrel, what do you really want? Sheng Liar quickly stopped him when she saw Chu Feng about to leave again. Nothing much. Just call me big brother, Chu Feng said, looking at Sheng Liar with a teasing smile. I wish. I won't call you that, Sheng Liar said angrily. If you don't, I'll leave now, Chu Feng said, then turned and left without looking back, re-entering the Chaos Star world. Scoundrel, get lost. Better not come back ever again, Sheng Liar shouted angrily as she watched Chu Feng disappear. After cursing for a while, Sheng Liar finally stopped. Damn it. Am I really going to be trapped here forever? She looked around but couldn't think of any way to escape. After thinking for a moment, suddenly, a figure slowly floated over from a distance. Chu Feng, you jerk, you want to scare me? Just watch me bite you to death. Sheng Liar thought the figure was Chu Feng, so she swam toward it. But when Sheng Liar got close, she realized it was a completely disfigured corpse, and there was a big hole in the chest, as if something had eaten the heart. Sheng Liar saw this and quickly swam away in the opposite direction, terrified. Chu Feng, you scoundrel, come out quickly. I agree to call you brother, Sheng Liar shouted loudly as she swam. She felt something rushing toward her very fast, and she shouted desperately. Meanwhile, in the Chaos Star world, Chu Feng was resting when suddenly Ling Er's voice rang in his ears. That woman is in trouble. Hurry and go save her. Hearing this, Chu Feng immediately rushed out into the outside world. Chu Feng sped quickly toward Sheng Liar. Soon, Chu Feng finally saw Sheng Liar. At this moment, a black snake was coiled around Sheng Liar. The black snake was small, about the size of an arm, but nearly 200 meters long. Sheng Liar seemed to have a protective treasure on her, so the black snake didn't hurt her, but her face was full of fear, and she kept screaming, clearly very afraid of snakes. Second level of the King Realm. Chu Feng saw the snake's level, and his eyes slightly narrowed. But he was not afraid at all. He directly swung a sword energy at the snake's lower body. Boom. The sword energy struck the lower part of the snake at lightning speed, creating a wound and bleeding black blood. After being injured, the black snake let out a terrifying hiss, shook off Sheng Liar, and charged at Chu Feng. Die. Seeing the abyssal black snake shake off Sheng Liar, Chu Feng immediately used all his strength to send a sword energy at the snake. The sword energy tore through the void and hit the snake's head at lightning speed, opening a huge gash. The black snake crashed heavily onto the water's surface. Seeing that it was no match for Chu Feng, it immediately sank and fled. Chu Feng saw this and quickly swung 2 sword energies into the water, then dove in after it. About 15 minutes later, Chu Feng emerged from the water. Chu Feng, Saint Lear saw Chu Feng come out and immediately excitedly swam toward him. After a moment, she threw herself into Chu Feng's arms, holding him tightly. Earlier, Chu Feng had been underwater for so long that Saint Lear thought something had happened to him. Saint Lear fears snakes the most. She remembers how she thought Chu Feng was killed by a black snake, and she was terrified that the snake might come back to eat her. She was scared to death. Now that she sees Chu Feng safe and sound, she forgets everything and throws herself into his arms. It's okay now. Chu Feng gently held Saint Lear and comforted her. At this moment, Saint Lear was soaked from head to toe. She had been in the water earlier, so her figure was hidden. Now that she surfaced, her perfect body was fully visible to Chu Feng. Both of them were wet, and holding each other felt like skin contact, making Chu Feng secretly happy. After a while, Saint Lear noticed something pressing against her from below and immediately struggled to break free from Chu Feng's embrace. Chu Feng, you pervert, she scolded angrily when she saw his inappropriate behavior. She had just willingly thrown herself into his arms, hugged him for so long, and even been touched by him. She felt embarrassed and furious. It's not my fault. You're too charming, Chu Feng chuckled, admiring her perfect figure. Seeing Chu Feng's mischievous gaze, Saint Lear quickly submerged herself in the water. Pervert, she shouted angrily at Chu Feng. After a moment, she calmed down and asked, did the black snake die? Yes, it's dead, Chu Feng nodded. That's great, Saint Lear sighed in relief. Have you decided whether to call me brother or not? If you don't, I might leave, Chu Feng teased with a smile. You scoundrel, Saint Lear gritted her teeth and glared at him angrily. There might be other black snakes here. Next time one appears, I won't save you. Chu Feng continued to threaten. Other black snakes? Saint Lear was shocked. Of course. This place is so big. There must be more, Chu Feng said. Saint Lear was silent for a moment. Don't make me leave again. Chu Feng turned around again. Don't go. Seeing the situation, Sheng Liar quickly called out to Chu Feng, saying, I call, brother. Brother, Sheng Liar felt a little shy to speak. Call me brother Feng, Chu Feng smiled. Don't go too far. Sheng Liar's beautiful eyes angrily stared at Chu Feng. If you don't call me brother Feng, how will I know you're talking to me? Chu Feng said with a gentle smile. Brother Feng, Sheng Liar whispered. Too quiet. I can't hear you, Chu Feng teased. Hearing this, Sheng Liar suddenly shouted in anger, Brother Feng. Brother Feng, can you hear me? All right, I hear you. Little Sister Liar's voice is so nice. When we go out, brother will buy you candy to eat. Chu Feng joked loudly. Quickly think of a way to get out. Sheng Liar ignored Chu Feng's teasing. She didn't want to stay here even for a moment, only hoping to leave as soon as possible. I can't think of a way out right now. I'll practice for a while first, and once I break through to the Earth Spirit realm, I'll think of a way. Chu Feng decided. The magic energy here is abundant. Chu Feng wanted to absorb the magic energy to practice, aiming to break through to the mysterious spiritual realm and advance to the Earth Spirit realm. After saying that, Chu Feng no longer paid attention to Sheng Liar. He floated on the black water surface, using the chaos technique to absorb the surrounding magic energy and cultivate. Instantly, the magic energy around him quickly gathered toward Chu Feng. You are actually practicing a magic skill. Sheng Liar saw the magic energy gathering around and immediately moved away from Chu Feng. That's not magic skill. What kind of mysterious technique are you practicing? It can absorb magic energy for cultivation, Sheng Liar exclaimed in surprise. After observing for a moment, Sheng Liar confirmed that Chu Feng was not practicing magic, but some kind of mysterious technique. In the past 100 years, Sheng Liar couldn't cultivate, but she had studied countless techniques. She had researched many magic skills and knew what qualified as magic skills. Chu Feng could absorb magic energy, but no magic energy was overflowing from him, and he was full of righteous energy. This definitely wasn't magic skill, but some mysterious technique she didn't know. Chu Feng didn't answer Sheng Liar. He focused entirely on his cultivation. Breaking through to the peak of the mysterious spiritual realm is very difficult and takes a long time. Now, with more than 2 months before the secret realm closes, Chu Feng wanted to quickly absorb the magic energy here and break through to the earth spirit realm. Seeing that Chu Feng ignored her, Sheng Liar could only watch silently. In the distance, everything was dark and quiet. I wondered if there were still the same deep abyssal black snakes as before. Thinking about the black snakes, Sheng Liar couldn't help but move a little closer to Chu Feng. After a moment, Sheng Liar searched through her storage ring and found some clothes that weren't wet. She placed these clothes on the black water and gently leaned on them, so they wouldn't sink. She kept watching Chu Feng, sometimes falling asleep in between, but she would wake up quickly each time. Seeing Chu Feng nearby made her feel safe again. 1 day, 3 days, 10 days. Chu Feng had been quietly practicing, and Sheng Liar stayed by his side, eating spiritual pills when hungry. The surrounding demonic energy disappeared, so Chu Feng moved Sheng Liar to a place with more demonic energy. But after changing places, the demonic energy was quickly absorbed again. Soon, Chu Feng realized that the space here wasn't very big, and the demonic energy wasn't abundant. The illusion of vastness was just because of the formation. Almost a month passed, and Chu Feng absorbed all the demonic energy here. He also used up the death spirit pearl he had obtained earlier, but his cultivation level still hadn't improved. Suddenly, Chu Feng took out the chaos divine liquid he got from the Holy Spirit of the Soul Heaven, preparing to cultivate. What kind of divine medicine is this? As soon as Chu Feng opened the bottle, Sheng Liar felt a wave of refreshment and curiosity. Chaos divine liquid, Chu Feng replied, then immediately poured it into his mouth. Is there really such a divine medicine? Sheng Liar looked shocked. She had seen a brief mention of the chaos divine liquid in an ancient book before. However, that book said many things that didn't exist in the desolate realm. She always thought those were just imaginary stories. Now, unexpectedly, Chu Feng actually had a divine medicine described in ancient texts, the chaos divine liquid. Chu Feng ignored Sheng Liar. After the liquid entered his body, he felt a terrifying power erupt inside him, constantly attacking his spiritual veins and energy sea. He quickly used the chaos technique to slowly absorb this power. 1 day, 10 days, a month. Suddenly, a powerful gust of energy burst out from Chu Feng's body, smashing everything around him. Sheng Liar was forcefully thrown out dozens of meters, but luckily she had a protective treasure on her, which automatically activated to shield her at the moment of impact. Idiot! Do you want to kill me? Sheng Liar floated up from the water and kept scolding Chu Feng angrily. Haha, I lost control for a moment. Sorry about that. Chu Feng laughed excitedly as he broke through to the Earth Spirit Realm. Reaching the Earth Spirit Realm, Chu Feng's meridians and energy sea expanded greatly, and his strength improved rapidly every day. Now, facing Chao Jian, Chu Feng was confident he could defeat him. You've reached the Earth Spirit Realm. Hurry up and find a way out. The secret realm will close in just a few days. Sheng Liar kept urging Chu Feng, but she didn't interrupt him during his critical breakthrough earlier. Now that Chu Feng had succeeded, Sheng Liar was very anxious and urged him again. It's okay. If we can't get out, we can just stay here. Having 10 or 8 children here wouldn't be bad. Chu Feng joked with a mischievous smile. Go to hell. Only a fool would have children with you. Sheng Liar immediately became furious upon hearing this. Even at this moment, Chu Feng still had the mind to joke, which made Sheng Liar grind her teeth in anger, wishing she could bite Chu Feng to death right now. All right, I'll go find the exit now, Chu Feng said, then dove directly into the water. Actually, when he was chasing the abyssal black snake earlier, Chu Feng had already found a way out. But to spend more time with Sheng Liar, he didn't tell her immediately. There was a barrier underwater that separated this place from the open sea outside. Chu Feng hadn't dared to break that barrier before, but now that he had reached the Earth Spirit Realm, he was confident he could break it. Chu Feng pretended to search around underwater, then surfaced and told Sheng Liar that he had found a way out. Hearing this, Sheng Liar was immediately very excited. Then let's go quickly. Having stayed in this deep, terrifying environment for over 2 months, Sheng Liar was starting to feel crazy. She didn't want to stay here even for a moment longer. Okay, wait for me. I'll go down first and break the barrier below, Chu Feng said, then dove into the water. 200 meters below, there was a huge barrier. Chu Feng used all his strength to attack it several times, and finally created a crack big enough for a person to pass through. Chu Feng immediately surfaced and said to Sheng Liar, "I'm taking you out now." Then he went to Sheng Liar, embraced her, and dove into the water together. Sheng Liar initially wanted to struggle free, but she found it difficult to escape, so she could only let Chu Feng hold her. Soon, Chu Feng took Sheng Liar out to the ocean floor outside. The depth outside was about the same as the previous abyss, roughly 20,000 meters underwater. Below the ocean surface, the bottom was still unseen, and it was unclear how deep the sea truly was. Chu Feng didn't have time to explore further. He quickly created a spiritual energy shield to protect himself and Sheng Liar and started to ascend rapidly. On the way up, they encountered many sea creatures. However, these creatures were not very strong, all below the earth spirit realm. As soon as they approached, Chu Feng's aura scared them away. This underwater world is quite beautiful. Sheng Liar looked at the colorful fish and mysterious creatures nearby, feeling very happy. Having escaped the abyss, Sheng Liar's mood became very joyful, and she enjoyed everything she saw underwater. Chu Feng looked at Sheng Liar, who was very close to him, and also felt very happy. After 2 months together, they had become very familiar with each other. They could joke freely, and now, with their bodies close, Sheng Liar didn't feel much discomfort. "Why are you looking at me like that?" Sheng Liar suddenly saw Chu Feng staring silently at her and rolled her eyes at him. "You look good," Chu Feng said with a gentle smile. "Humph." Sheng Liar snorted softly and ignored him, turning her head to look at the mysterious creatures in the distant sea. During these 2 months, Sheng Liar spent most of her time watching Chu Feng and had grown used to having him nearby. They had even been physically close, and Sheng Liar's clothes had been wet all this time, revealing everything that should and shouldn't be seen to Chu Feng. Now, Sheng Liar wasn't sure how she felt about Chu Feng or how to get along with him after they left. She could only avoid the issue for now. Soon, a bright light appeared above. Finally, "We're out." After a moment, they surfaced, and Sheng Liar couldn't help but cheer happily. They were now in an endless sea. The small island they had been on was moving, and Chu Feng wasn't sure exactly where they were now. But the sea was east of the entrance to the secret realm. Since they wanted to return, they would head west. Chu Feng held Sheng Liar's slim waist and quickly walked across the water toward the west. The speed was too fast, so Sheng Liar could only hold Chu Feng tightly. After spending some time together, Sheng Liar no longer seemed to mind being close to Chu Feng and casually hugged him. After about an hour, they finally saw the seaside. Chu Feng carried Sheng Liar onto the shore and gently set her down. Finally safe, Sheng Liar exclaimed happily. She hadn't stepped on the ground for over 2 months. Now that her feet touched the ground, she felt at ease. "Let's find the exit of the secret realm," Sheng Liar said happily, looking at Chu Feng. "Yes?" Chu Feng nodded immediately and once again embraced Sheng Liar, flying toward the distance. "Wait." Suddenly, Sheng Liar saw a clear water pool in the distance and called Chu Feng to stop. Having been immersed in the foul water of the abyss all this time, Sheng Liar felt she was dirty all over. Although she had just rinsed herself in the sea earlier, the saltiness was too high, and her body felt sticky. Seeing the clean freshwater pool now, Sheng Liar wanted to wash herself thoroughly. Chu Feng heard her and quickly landed by the water pool. "Chu Feng, you stay nearby and guard me." "I want to wash up," Sheng Liar said. "Don't peek." Sheng Liar glared at Chu Feng with her beautiful eyes. "Don't worry. I definitely won't peek," Chu Feng promised immediately. After that, Chu Feng flew off to guard her from a distance. Seeing Chu Feng leave, Sheng Liar slowly entered the water, took off her clothes, and quickly washed away the stickiness. She wasn't worried that Chu Feng would do anything to her. Having been in the abyss for so long, if he really wanted to do something, he would have done it already. Soon, Sheng Liar finished washing and changed into a noble moonlit long dress. Chu Feng, after changing her clothes, Sheng Liar called out to Chu Feng. Moments later, Chu Feng appeared in front of her. "You didn't peek, right?" Sheng Liar asked with a playful look in her eyes. "No. If I wanted to see, I would look openly," Chu Feng said with a faint smile. He didn't look down on peeking at a woman bathing. If he wanted to see, he would do it openly. Dream on. Who would let you look openly? Sheng Liar shot Chen Feng a sharp look. Chen Feng smiled slightly at her words. Currently, it is not appropriate to look openly, but in the future, it might be different. Perhaps, at that time, Sheng Liar will willingly let him see. Sheng Liar saw that Chu Feng had not spoken, and continued, help me dry my hair. Okay. Chu Feng went to Sheng Liar's side, gathered her beautiful hair, and gently used spiritual energy to dry it. Right after her bath, Sheng Liar emitted a charming fragrance, making Chu Feng take a few deep breaths to enjoy it. Dressed in a moonlight gown, Sheng Liar looked extremely noble. Her stunning appearance and figure made Chu Feng's heart race. But right now, they haven't reached that kind of relationship, so Chu Feng had to hold back his feelings. Sheng Liar's future is full of potential. Chu Feng truly wanted to earn her love and make her completely belong to him. Done. After a moment, Chu Feng helped Sheng Liar dry her hair. Thank you. Sheng Liar slowly combed her hair and styled it into a beautiful hairstyle. Let's go. After fixing her hair, Sheng Liar smiled at Chu Feng. Okay. Chu Feng once again wrapped his arms around Sheng Liar's slim waist and flew with her into the distance. What is your relationship with the Chow family? Thinking about settling scores with the Chow family after leaving, Chu Feng immediately wanted to ask Sheng Liar about her relationship with them. Sheng Liar appeared at the Chow family before, so she must have some connection, but Chu Feng didn't know how deep it was. Chow family? I have no relation to the Chow family, Sheng Liar said calmly. Chao Jian was a student at Tai Academy, and I am an elder there. I used to guide him, she added. That's good to know. Chu Feng felt a little relieved. He had been worried that Sheng Liar might have a close relationship with the Chow family, which could cause problems if he destroyed the Chow family. Now that he knew Sheng Liar had no ties to them, he felt at ease. Are you still an elder at Tai Academy? Chu Feng asked in surprise. Tai Academy is one of the strongest forces on the central continent, and even in the entire desolate realm. Legend has it that Tai Academy offers quick ways to become stronger, and many talented geniuses from the desolate realm compete to join. However, Tai Academy has very strict admission standards, only accepting top talents and geniuses with exceptional potential. Chu Feng didn't expect that Sheng Liar, who has no cultivation base, could still be an elder at Tai Academy. Of course, I may not practice cultivation, but over the past few hundred years, I have read countless books and studied many theories about cultivation. I understand more than many people who are at higher levels, Sheng Liar said proudly. Chu Feng nodded slightly. Sheng Liar's knowledge from hundreds of years of reading truly qualified her to be an elder at Tai Academy. By the way, I still don't know your background. Chu Feng suddenly realized he knew nothing about Sheng Liar's origins. I am a young lady from the Sheng family on the central continent. Oh, no. I am now considered the ancestor of the Sheng family. Sheng Liar paused slightly. Her beautiful eyes glanced at Chu Feng. Seeing that he had no reaction, she continued, the Sheng family is one of the top families in the central continent. Chu Feng asked further, is that all? Have you ever been married? Do you like anyone? Sheng Liar glared at Chu Feng angrily and said proudly, no. But I have had thousands of suitors chasing after me. Huh? Chu Feng couldn't help but smile when he saw Sheng Liar's proud look. What are you laughing at? Be careful or my sister will hit you, Sheng Liar said fiercely. It's nothing. I just think you're quite cute. Chu Feng replied softly with a smile. Humph. Sheng Liar snorted and then said, I heard about your feud with the Chow family and know about your partner. But Chao Jian is a student at Tai Academy, so I can't help you deal with the Chow family. Be careful when you confront them. I don't want to have to clean up your mess. You don't need help from me. I am confident enough to destroy the Chow family myself, Chu Feng said confidently. Yes. By the way, I looked into your background before. I'm curious. How did you become a 5th-rank alchemist? And how did your strength become so powerful? Sheng Liar asked, her long-standing curiosity finally coming out. Chu Feng didn't answer immediately. Instead, he looked at Sheng Liar deeply for a moment, then slowly said, I am reborn. Do you believe that? Chu Feng already saw Sheng Liar as someone he might be with in the future, so he didn't want to hide anything from her. Now, he wasn't afraid of revealing his secret about rebirth. Being honest with Sheng Liar could help their relationship develop faster. Reborn? Sheng Liar looked surprised upon hearing this. It seemed that only rebirth could explain why Chu Feng was so young, yet already a fifth-rank alchemist with such strong strength. That's right. I lived for thousands of years in my previous life. I already told you before, you're just a little sister to me. Chu Feng chuckled softly. You're the little sister. Sheng Liar glared at Chu Feng irritably upon hearing this. Hee. Chu Feng smiled gently. Chu Feng, what kind of person were you before you were reborn? Sheng Liar wanted to learn more. Next time, I'll tell you. We've returned to the entrance, and your people are waiting for you. From afar, Chu Feng saw the entrance to the secret realm, where several of Sheng Liar's guards were also waiting. Oh, Sheng Liar looked a little disappointed upon hearing this. Miss, you're still alive. That's wonderful. At that moment, at the entrance to the secret realm, Sheng Liar's 9 guards saw Chu Feng flying over with Sheng Liar and immediately rushed over excitedly. They were responsible for Sheng Liar's safety. If she had died, they would be to blame and might even risk their lives to apologize. Now that Sheng Liar was safe and sound, they were overjoyed. After a moment, Chu Feng gently set Sheng Liar down on the ground. It's our fault for not protecting you properly, Mississippi. Please punish us. The 9 guards knelt on one leg and apologized to Sheng Liar. Stand up. It's not your fault, Sheng Liar said, signaling them to get up. At that time, the sky was dark and the ground trembled violently. Sheng Liar was instantly pulled into the abyss. It's understandable that they couldn't protect her. Now that Sheng Liar was safe and out, there was no reason to blame the 9 guards. Thank you, miss. The 9 guards immediately expressed sincere gratitude. Let's leave the secret realm first, Sheng Liar said to Chu Feng. All right, you go ahead and take your people out. I'll come out later. Chu Feng wanted to split up from Sheng Liar to leave the secret realm. The Chao family might be waiting outside. Chu Feng planned to deal with them and didn't want Sheng Liar caught in the middle, so he decided she should leave first. Okay, be careful later, Sheng Liar nodded slightly. After speaking, Sheng Liar led her guards through the entrance and back to the outside world. At this moment, many people gathered at the entrance of the Eastern Wilderness Temple. Earlier, someone had come out and said there was trouble inside the secret realm, with many casualties. Many factions had gathered at the temple entrance, waiting for their people to come out. Chao Jian heard Sheng Liar might have died inside the secret realm. He had been staying at an inn across from the temple, waiting for news about Sheng Liar. Saint Lier is the ancestor of the top family in Central State, the Sacred Family, and also an elder at Tai Academy. If she truly encounters trouble in the secret realm, it will cause a big shock. This place is considered Chao family's territory. They did not arrange for anyone to protect Saint Lier. If she gets into trouble in the secret realm, Chao family will also be involved. Saint Lier is loved by many students at Tai Academy. If other students find out she had trouble on Chao family's land, Chao family will have a hard time explaining. So, Chao Jia has been staying at an inn opposite the Eastern Wilderness Temple, hoping for a miracle, that Saint Lier can come out before the secret realm closes. At this moment, Saint Lier, accompanied by 9 guards, slowly walks out of the Eastern Wilderness Temple. Miss, you're safe. That's wonderful. Her 2 guards, Lin Shuang, who is at the 8th level of the King Realm, and Lin Yu, at the 6th level, have been guarding the entrance of the temple. When they see Saint Lier come out, they rush forward excitedly. They had heard from someone who entered the secret realm that Saint Lier might have died on a small island inside. It felt like the sky was falling. They have been adopted by Saint Lier since they were young. Over the years, she has trained and guided them, helping them reach the King Realm. Saint Lier is not only their young lady, but also the person they care about most. They couldn't stop her from entering the secret realm. If she had truly died there, they would feel guilty for life. Now that they see she is safe, their hearts finally feel at ease. Elder, Chao Jia also saw Saint Lier and immediately flew over from the inn across the street. Saint Lier nodded lightly in response. After some polite conversation, Chao Jia wanted to arrange a banquet to entertain Saint Lier, but she said she wanted to go back and rest properly, so she left with her people. Chao Jia could only watch helplessly as Saint Lier and her group left. However, he didn't leave immediately. He continued waiting at the secret realm entrance. Earlier, someone who came out said that Chu Feng had sneaked into the secret realm and killed many Chao family members inside. Chao Jia wanted to block the entrance and completely eliminate Chu Feng. These days, Chao Jie specifically rented the inn opposite the Eastern Wilderness Temple, waiting for Saint Lear and Chu Feng. Now that Saint Lear has come out, he is just waiting for Chu Feng. Just now, after separating from Saint Lear, Chu Feng entered the Chaos Starry Pearl to take a good bath. He waited about half an hour before starting to leave the secret realm. Chu Feng waited for half an hour to let Sheng Lear leave first. Sheng Lear is an elder of Tai Academy. If she saw Chao Jin being killed and didn't help, the academy would surely have issues with her. Chu Feng didn't want to make things difficult for Sheng Lear, so he gave her time to leave. After a moment, Chu Feng slowly walked out of the Eastern Wilderness Divine Palace. Chu Feng is coming out. A disciple from the Chao family guarding the palace saw Chu Feng and shouted loudly. At that moment, Chao Jian, who was at the inn across from the palace, heard the shout. He quickly flew out and hovered in the air. Chu Feng, today I will see where you can run. Seeing Chu Feng, Chao Jian shouted angrily and immediately drew a purple bow. At this time, people near the entrance of the palace saw Chao Jian about to attack and quickly ran away in fear. Chao Jian is considered the strongest person on the Eastern Wilderness continent. His attack alone can kill many people, so everyone kept their distance in fear. Chu Feng secretly entered the secret realm. Chao Jian has him cornered here, and he probably won't escape today. Yes. Chu Feng is only at the mystic spirit realm. Wait, he's now at the earth spirit realm. But even so, he's 2 big realms below Chao Jian, so he can't possibly be Chao Jian's match. It's a pity. Chu Feng is the only 5th-rank alchemist on the Eastern Wilderness continent. I was planning to ask him to refine pills, but now it seems I have no chance. Chu Feng is still too young and doesn't know when to back down. If he apologizes to the Chao family, maybe they will let him go, but it's too late to apologize now. With Chao Jin taking action, Chu Feng will definitely die. Watching from afar, the onlookers began to discuss loudly. Master, is he really Uncle Sure? At this moment, Qin Shi, from a distance, looked at Lin Tai with a tense expression and asked. Qin Shi and Lin Tai had just come out of the secret realm some time ago. When Lin Tai left, he saw many Chao family members and stayed at an inn nearby, planning to leave after her junior brother Qin Feng came out. Qin Shi had always thought Chu Feng's silhouette resembled Qin Feng, and she hadn't seen Qin Feng inside the secret realm. Now, seeing Lin Tai so nervous about Chu Feng, Qin Shi guessed that Chu Feng might be her Uncle Sure, Qin Feng. No, Lin Tai denied. Lin Tai and others are here, thinking about Chu Feng, who previously helped him detoxify and also helped Lingxian's sect get a secret realm quota. They wanted to help him after his death by collecting his body. The Chao family is very powerful, and our Lingxian sect can't help Chu Feng. The only thing we can do is help him collect his body. Is that so? Then why is Master so nervous about him? Qin Shi asked skeptically. He helped me refine medicine to remove cold poison before. He's like a benefactor to me, Lin Tai replied. Oh, Qin Shi nodded, no longer asking questions. She turned to watch the fight between Chu Feng and Chao Jian from afar. Chasing Soul Arrow. At this moment, Chao Jian had already drawn his purple bow, preparing to shoot his secret technique, the Chasing Soul Arrow, at Chu Feng. The Chasing Soul Arrow can lock onto a person until it hits. It is very powerful. Even if it doesn't kill, it will seriously injure the target. The arrow shot is not a real arrow but a terrifying force condensed from spiritual energy. As Chao Jian relaxed his grip, the spiritual arrow instantly shot out like a streak of light toward Chu Feng. Faced with the fast-approaching Chasing Soul Arrow, Chu Feng's expression remained calm. He suddenly drew his demon shadow sword. In an instant, a sharp sword energy shot toward the incoming streak of light. Boom! The sword energy collided with the Chasing Soul Arrow, causing a huge explosion that shook and collapsed most of the nearby buildings. After dispersing the Chasing Soul Arrow with his sword energy, Chu Feng continued to attack Chao Jian in the air with relentless force. How is this possible? Chao Jian punched out, dispersing the residual power of the sword energy, his face full of shock. He thought one arrow would be enough to defeat Chu Feng. Unexpectedly, a casually swung sword energy from Chu Feng shattered his attack, and the residual force continued to strike him. Chu Feng is only at the Earth Spirit Realm, first level, 2 major realms below him. How could he produce such terrifying attacks? At this moment, The onlookers in the distance began to discuss excitedly after witnessing the attack contest between Chu Feng and Chao Jian. Wow, what's going on? Just now, it looked like Chu Feng was stronger than Chao Jian. This must be Chao Jian being overconfident and not using his full strength. Yes, that's right. When Chao Jian unleashes his full power later, Chu Feng will definitely be killed by a single arrow. Damn it. This time, I will kill you. Chao Jian, not believing in evil, used all his spiritual power to condense an incredibly terrifying spiritual arrow. When the spirit arrow appeared, the entire space was filled with a fierce energy, as if it could explode at any moment. Wow, this is so scary. This spirit arrow might destroy everything nearby. People watching from afar quickly stepped back in fear. I never thought I would see such a terrifying power in my life. With such a deadly spirit arrow, Chu Feng is doomed. After this shot, Chu Feng will be left with nothing. The onlookers discussed excitedly, all believing Chu Feng couldn't possibly withstand Chao Jian's terrifying attack. Moment later, Chao Jian sneered coldly and suddenly released his grip. In an instant, the terrifying spirit arrow shot toward Chu Feng at lightning speed. Wherever the arrow passed, space shattered. Before the arrow even arrived, everything around Chu Feng was destroyed. Look, Chu Feng is already so scared he doesn't dare to move. Even if he moves, the result will be the same. It's better to wait quietly for death. Looks like Chu Feng is holding back a big move. What big move could he be holding back? With such a terrifying spirit arrow, even if he held it for a year, he couldn't block it. Seeing Chu Feng remain still, the crowd started to talk more. At this moment, Chu Feng was holding his sword tightly, ready to strike. After advancing to the Earth Spirit Realm, Chu Feng could now use sword energy with precision. As the spirit arrow approached, Chu Feng suddenly swung his sword. One sword opens the sky. Immediately, a sharp sword aura burst from Chu Feng's sword. The sword energy seemed capable of splitting the heavens and the earth, instantly destroying Chao Jian's spirit arrow, then continuing forward with unstoppable force, heading toward Chao Jian in the sky. How is this possible? Chao Jian's face showed shock. He tried to dodge, but found his body was tightly pressed down by a sword energy, unable to move. Whoosh! The sword aura sliced through Chao Jian, splitting him from head to toe in an instant. The scene fell into complete silence, as if everyone had lost their breath. One sword from the Earth Spirit Realm can kill a King Realm opponent? How is that possible? No, this can't be real. Everyone stared in disbelief, their faces showing shock and doubt. Chu Feng was only at the first level of the Earth Spirit Realm, while Chao Jian was at the second level of the King Realm, more than 2 major realms apart, like a firefly versus the bright moon. Furthermore, Chao Jian launched such a terrifying arrow, yet Chu Feng countered with a single sword strike and instantly killed him. How could they believe this? Lord Chao Jian, many Chao family members nearby saw Chao Jian's body fall from the sky and immediately shouted and rushed over. They couldn't believe Chao Jian was dead. Knowing that Chao Jian was the top-ranked in the King Realm of the Eastern Wilderness competition and the strongest person on the continent, they refused to believe he was killed by Chu Feng, who was only at the Earth Spirit Realm. Lord Chao Jian is really dead. After a moment, the Chao family members who ran over saw Chao Jian's body and burst into loud tears. Unexpectedly, Chao Jian is really gone. This is too unbelievable. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe Chu Feng could kill Chao Jian with one sword. Chu Feng is too extraordinary. From now on, he is the strongest person on the Eastern Wilderness continent. Not only is Chu Feng powerful, but he's also a 5th-rank alchemist. How can there be such an incredible person in this world? People watching from afar, upon hearing that Chao Jian was truly dead, were all shocked and discussing excitedly. Chu Feng actually killed Chao Jian. I thought I would have to carry his body away. Lin Tai, from a distance, stared wide-eyed in disbelief at Chu Feng. Master, now you can tell the truth. Is he really your uncle? Qin Shi always thought Chu Feng was her previous master, Chen Feng. Recently, yes. But now and in the future, no? I only traded with him before. After the trade, he is no longer part of our Lingxian sect, Lin Tai muttered. A trade? Qin Shi looked disappointed. Cheer, don't get your hopes up. Our Lingxian sect isn't lucky enough to have such a peerless genius, Lin Tai sighed. At this moment, Chu Feng coldly looked at the Chao family members around Chao Jian's body, suddenly swung his sword twice, and directly killed all the Chao family members present. Since they are enemies, Chu Feng would not let the Chao family go. He wanted to completely destroy them. After killing the Chao family members, Chu Feng flew toward their ancestral home. The Chao family is finished this time. I didn't expect that the grudge between the Chao family and Chu Feng would end with Chu Feng winning. From now on, the Chu family where Chu Feng is will be the strongest family on the Eastern Wilderness continent. Not far from the Eastern Wilderness Temple, Sheng Lier did not leave. She had just asked Lin Shuang to keep watch on the situation outside the temple. Now, Lin Shuang hurried back quickly to report what she saw. Miss, Chu Feng defeated Chao Jian with one sword. Lin Shuang still looked shocked. What? That can't be true. Sheng Lier's other guard, Lin Yu, said with disbelief. One sword to defeat him. Sheng Lier's mouth opened slightly, showing her surprise. Chao Jian was not an ordinary king-level warrior. His strength was comparable to many peak king-level fighters. Sheng Lier knew Chu Feng had the power to kill Chao Jian, but she didn't expect him to do it with just one sword. Yes, miss, Chu Feng is too terrifying. The sword he used to kill Chao Jian, we probably can't block it. We should hurry back to Central State, Lin Shuang said fearfully. Miss, Chu Feng is so dangerous. We need to leave quickly, Lin Yu also advised. If Chu Feng wanted to deal with Sheng Lier, they couldn't protect her. The only way is to leave here fast and return to Central State to keep Sheng Lier safe. Don't worry. My relationship with Chu Feng is quite good. He won't hurt me. You don't need to be afraid. Sheng Lier knew what Lin Shuang and Lin Yu were worried about. She immediately told them about how Chu Feng had saved her in the secret realm before, so they didn't need to worry. That's good. Lin Shuang and Lin Yu both breathed a big sigh of relief. After Chu Feng arrived at the Chao family, he started a killing spree. If you don't cut the weeds, they will grow back in spring. Chu Feng showed no mercy and killed everyone in the Chao family. The remaining few Tianling realm experts in the Chao family happened to be there. Chu Feng wiped them all out in one go. After killing everyone, Chu Feng began to loot the Chao family's resources and useful items. The Chao family was the strongest family on Tianluo continent, with abundant resources. Chu Feng collected all the useful things into the Chaos Starry Pearl. After looting, Chu Feng prepared to leave. He planned to return to the Chu family in Songfeng Empire and then go to Central State. Destroying the Chao family was the right time for the Chu family to rise again. Chu Feng's goal was to support the Chu family, help them develop again, and also say goodbye to the family members. After that, Chu Feng was about to leave for the Central Continent. He didn't know when he would return, or if he would come back at all in the future. If everything went smoothly, Chu Feng might leave the Wilderness Realm directly from the Central Continent and go to the Upper Realm. Even if he returned later, it would be after many years. So, Chu Feng wanted to go back and say goodbye to his family and take care of some matters. After a moment, Chu Feng had just stepped out of the Chao family's gate. Suddenly, a middle-aged woman appeared quickly and stopped in front of Chu Feng. Young Master Chu, our young lady invites you to come and chat. The middle-aged woman was Lin Shuang, a guard of Sheng Lier, who was in the 8th realm of the King's stage. Chu Feng recognized Lin Shuang and nodded in agreement, saying, "All right, lead the way." Soon after, Lin Shuang took Chu Feng to a quiet small courtyard. In the pavilion of the courtyard, Chu Feng saw Sheng Lier. Sheng Lier was sitting comfortably in the pavilion, drinking tea. When she saw Chu Feng arrive, she raised her hand to signal him to sit down. Chu Feng sat down casually, picked up the teapot and cup on the table, poured himself a cup of tea, and drank it all in one go. "So, haven't seen you for a while, and you already miss me?" Chu Feng said with a teasing smile. "What nonsense are you talking about?" Sheng Lier glared at Chu Feng after hearing his words. Next to them, Lin Shuang and Lin Yu looked at Chu Feng and Sheng Lier with blank expressions, not understanding what was happening between the two. They had been following Sheng Lier for over 100 years and had never seen any man dare to speak to Sheng Lier like this. Moreover, Sheng Lier didn't seem angry at all. Otherwise, she would have already ordered them to drive Chu Feng away. "So why did you call me here?" Chu Feng asked with a faint smile. I'm planning to return to the central continent. Here is a jade token for admission to Tai Academy. With this token, you will be a student of Tai Academy from now on. Remember, you need to enroll within 3 months. Sheng Liar said, handing Chu Feng a delicate jade token engraved with the characters for Tai Academy using a special technique. Becoming a student of Tai Academy? Chu Feng frowned slightly, showing reluctance. Becoming a student of Tai Academy is a blessing that many people wish for but cannot get. What? Do you still dislike it now that you're in? Sheng Liar snorted softly. I have no interest in becoming a student of Tai Academy. Chu Feng pushed the jade token back to Sheng Liar. Chu Feng now only wants to find opportunities to become stronger quickly and does not want to waste time becoming a student at Tai Academy. Idiot. This is an opportunity that countless cultivators dream of, and you refuse. It seems you still don't understand what Tai Academy represents. Now I will tell you. Listen carefully. Sheng Liar glared at Chu Feng angrily and continued. Tai Academy is the best academy in the entire deserted realm. It offers many opportunities and ways to quickly improve your cultivation. When Xiao Jian first entered the academy, he was only at the Earth Spirit realm. After a few years, he became a powerful cultivator at the second heaven of the King realm. That was because he received help from the academy, which allowed him to improve so fast. Also, being a student at Tai Academy makes you respected by all forces. Others will respect you when they know you're a student there. Even female cultivators outside might try to get close to you once they find out you're from Tai Academy. Sheng Liar kept talking about the benefits of becoming a Tai Academy student. Are there really many opportunities? Chu Feng thought quietly. Chu Feng has many ways to become stronger quickly, and he isn't interested in the academy's methods. However, he is very interested in the opportunities within the academy. With opportunities, he can become stronger fast. Does the academy restrict students' freedom? Chu Feng asked Sheng Liar. No. As long as you complete the academy's tasks on time, students are free most of the time. You don't even have to go to the academy if you don't want to, Sheng Liar replied. Does the academy require students to give back anything? Chu Feng continued to ask. Tai Academy was founded by a saint to improve the strength of cultivators across the deserted realm. The academy doesn't specifically ask for anything in return, but students who leave the academy must help maintain its reputation. If the academy faces a crisis in the future, students are required to help fully, Sheng Liar said slowly. All right, I want to become a student at Tai Academy. Senior, please take care of me in the future. Chu Feng looked at the stunning Sheng Liar with a mischievous smile. Don't worry, I will take good care of you in the future. Sheng Liar saw Chu Feng's mischievous smile and immediately gritted her teeth in anger, glaring at him. She still remembered how Chu Feng had stolen her jade pendant earlier and made her angry. When they arrived at Tai Academy, she was determined to take good care of Chu Feng. Chu Feng heard this and chuckled, not paying attention to Sheng Liar's implied threat. He turned to Lin Shuang and Lin Yu nearby and said, Dinner time is here. Hurry up and prepare the evening meal. I want to dine with your young lady. Lin Shuang and Lin Yu were momentarily surprised, then looked at Sheng Liar, waiting for her instructions. Sheng Liar rolled her eyes at Chu Feng, but still waved her hand to signal Lin Shuang and Lin Yu to go prepare the dinner. Chu Feng smiled happily upon seeing this. This showed Sheng Liar still liked him. Otherwise, she would have driven him away long ago. While waiting for dinner, Chu Feng continued asking Sheng Liar about Tai Academy and the Central Continent. Sheng Liar also asked Chu Feng about his life before rebirth and some news from higher realms. They talked for a long time, and after finishing dinner, they kept chatting into the late night. Why don't we find a place to lie down and talk until dawn? Chu Feng suggested, noticing Sheng Liar still eager to learn more about the higher realms, and he joked with a smile. Dream on. I'm not talking to you anymore. You should leave now. Sheng Liar snapped angrily when she heard Chu Feng. All right, I'm leaving. I need to go back to my family to report some things, then head to the Central Continent, Chu Feng said with a faint smile as he bade farewell. I'll also return to the Central Continent tomorrow. See you again at Tai Academy. Sheng Liar nodded slightly. Okay. Chu Feng finished speaking, cast a deep look at Sheng Liar, then turned and hurriedly left. Sheng Liar watched Chu Feng's figure silently until he disappeared from sight. Then she withdrew her gaze. Miss, I've never seen you so casual with any man before, and you talked for so long, Lin Shuang said in surprise. Miss, are you perhaps preparing to have a fiancé? Lin Yu asked with a smile. Nonsense, Sheng Liar replied irritably. I just have some good feelings for Chu Feng. What will happen in the future is still uncertain. Don't spread rumors. In the depths of the secret realm's abyss, Sheng Liar and Chu Feng had been together for over 2 months. Although Chu Feng often scolded her, she felt an inexplicable fondness for him. Furthermore, Chu Feng openly shared his identity as a reborn person with her, so they communicated without any barriers. Chu Feng's strength, status, and knowledge all meet her standards for a partner. In fact, Chu Feng is a very good choice for her. However, Chu Feng likes her, but whether he truly intends to be with her is still uncertain. So, Saint Lear can only go with the flow for now and wait until they can confirm their relationship later. Yes, Lin Shuang and Lin Yu nodded in agreement. After so many years, Lin Shuang and Lin Yu also hope that Saint Lear can find someone capable of protecting and loving her. After leaving Saint Lear's small courtyard, Chu Feng headed swiftly toward the Zhongfeng Empire. 10 days later, Chu Feng returned to the Zhongfeng Empire. At this time, news of Chu Feng destroying the Tianluo Empire's Chao family had just reached the Zhongfeng Empire. Everyone was deeply shocked by Chu Feng's terrifying strength. Many forces had previously known that Chu Feng had offended the Chao family of the Tianluo Empire, and they all declared that they had nothing to do with Chu Feng. These forces believed Chu Feng couldn't escape Chao family's pursuit, so they distanced themselves from him. Unexpectedly, Chu Feng actually destroyed the Chao family, which made many forces regret deeply. They had cut ties with Chu Feng when he was in danger, but now that he was the top person in the eastern wilderness, it would be very hard to reconnect with him. Soon after, Chu Feng returned to the Chu family in Qingfeng town. The Chu family was now in ruins, abandoned and unrecognizable. Chu Feng hadn't asked where Chu Tianyue and the others were hiding, but he knew their hiding places kept changing, so asking then would have been useless. After thinking for a moment, Chu Feng flew toward Lingxiao Pavilion. Previously, the second elder, Ji Feiyang, had a close relationship with Chu Tianyue. Chu Feng wanted to find Ji Feiyang to see if he could help find Chu Tianyue's whereabouts. Lingxiao Pavilion. Since the death of the Grand Elder, Zui Yushan, the second elder, Ji Feiyang, had become the Grand Elder of Lingxiao Pavilion, ranking just below the top and above all others. At this moment, Ji Feiyang had just received news of Chu Feng destroying the Chao family and was filled with excitement. Some time ago, the Chao family sent people to destroy the Chu family in the Zhongfeng Empire. Some members of the Chu family were found and cruelly killed. Chu Tianyue and Chu Wenshan were almost caught, but Ji Feiyang secretly saved them. Now, Chu Tianyue and Chu Wenshan are hiding in the Lingxiao Pavilion, disguised as 2 old servants in the back hall. When Ji Feiyang heard that Chu Feng had destroyed the Chao family, he was very excited and quickly went to the back hall to tell Chu Tianyue and Chu Wenshan. That's great. Hearing that Chu Feng had defeated the Chao family, Chu Tianyue and Chu Wenshan were overjoyed. They waited so long, and finally, Chu Feng destroyed the Chao family. With the Chao family gone, no one in the eastern wilderness continent would dare to challenge the Chu family anymore. The Chu family would become a top family on the continent. Thinking about becoming a top family, Chu Tianyue felt that all their sacrifices were worth it. Has Chu Feng returned to the Zhongfeng Empire? Chu Tianyue asked eagerly. Not yet, but the news has already reached the Zhongfeng Empire. Chu Master should be back soon. You two hide for a couple more days. When Chu Master returns, I will take you to see him. Currently, the Zhongfeng Empire still has people from the Chao family searching for the Chu family, including powerful experts at the peak of the Earth Spirit realm. Ji Feiyang cannot protect Chu Tianyue and Chu Wenshan alone and can only wait for Chu Feng to return. All right, we will wait a little longer. Chu Tianyue calmed his excitement. Suddenly, a middle-aged man with a scarred face and a group of people burst into the back hall. In front of the crowd was a gray-clad elder at the 9th level of the Earth Spirit realm. Ji Feiyang was shocked when he saw him. Ji Feiyang had seen this gray-clad elder before. He was the person sent by the Chao family to destroy the Chu family, Chao Feng. Ji Feiyang, how dare you hide the Chu family members? Now that Chao Feng is here, surrender immediately and hand over the Chu family members. The scarred middle-aged man looked at Ji Feiyang with a fierce expression. Zhou Fei, are you trying to destroy Lingxiao Pavilion? Ji Feiyang said angrily. The scarred middle-aged man was the son of the former elders Wei Yushan, Zhou Fei. Zhou Fei believed that Ji Feiyang wanted to become the chief elder and had schemed to kill Wei Yushan. He had been looking for a chance to overthrow Ji Feiyang. Recently, Zhou Fei noticed Ji Feiyang often sneaking into the back hall, which made him suspicious. Finally, it was discovered that the Chu family members were hiding in the rear hall. He immediately contacted the Chao family members. Today, Chao Feng was finally brought here, and he quickly led them to the rear hall to catch the people. Unexpectedly, Ji Feiyang was also there by chance. Now, both the evidence and the suspects were caught, making it almost impossible for Ji Feiyang to escape punishment. Your hiding of the Chu family members is your own business. Lord Chao has promised only to punish you as the main culprit. Our Lingxiao Pavilion won't suffer because of you. Zhou Fei laughed loudly. You don't know what you're talking about. Chao's family has already been destroyed by Master Chu. If you now bring Chao's people to kill the head of the Chu family, Master Chu will definitely wipe out our entire Lingxiao Pavilion afterward, Ji Feiyang said angrily. Chu Feng has already destroyed Chao's family. Now, we're just waiting for Chu Feng to return and kill Chao Feng and the others. Then, the Chu family will be completely safe, and Ji Feiyang will gain great gratitude from Chu Feng. Unexpectedly, at this critical moment, Zhou Fei, a fool, actually led Chao's people here. Chao Feng is in the 9th level of the Earth Spirit Realm. Ji Feiyang is no match for him. He can't even protect himself, let alone protect Chu Tianyue and Chu Wenshan. Is all hope lost? No way. Ji Feiyang immediately thought about abandoning Chu Tianyue and Chu Wenshan and escaping himself. But doing so might not guarantee his safety, and all his previous efforts would be in vain. He might also be despised by Chu Feng. In an instant, Ji Feiyang decided to fight to the death to protect Chu Tianyue and Chu Wenshan.